guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, welcome back everyone to Anonymous Bites Back Wednesday special. We're going to talk about, we're going to talk about Elon Musk, about crypto stuff. We're going to talk about COVID-19 and hoaxes, and we're going to talk about local leaks, because we have local leaks in our show tonight, or at least one of the guys behind local leaks.
One of the guys.
Yeah. Your friend is also messaging me, by the way. He's also from local leagues. Welcome anyway in the show.
Why can't I see you online? Weird.
Hey, so what do you guys? What do you want to start about? Do you want to start about the local leagues thing, or?
It's not my show, so you tell me.
Okay, well, maybe it's good to explain a bit about that then. I mean, you guys offer offer a platform where you publish information that can be anonymously leaked to you guys, right? Uncensored.
Exactly. And basically, everybody can give us information. Oh, wait a minute. There's something here annoying me. It's whatever, and we publish it, and of course undisclosed where it comes from.
Your Creative Commons, like other agencies can re-report what you report?
Yes.
Your Creative Commons, like
they can
other
take the
agencies
information
can
from the website
re-report
and publish it somewhere else. Of course, I mean, it's we actually like it because that will spread the information even further, right?
Yeah, like an open source WikiLeaks.
Yes. Of course, like I said, we don't disclose where we got the information from to protect the whistleblower / leaker, of course, right?
Yeah. Oh, so you give them instructions on how to do it. Like if they don't know the technology, whatever you want to use to encrypt everything and all that stuff, you give them information, right?
Of course. We have on our website, of course, the common ways how to reach us and how to give us information. We have several email addresses, and of course also a Dropbox for larger files. And if they need help with encrypting stuff, of course, contact us and we will help you with that. There are several ways to encrypt stuff. So
Yeah. The only thing is Dropbox. Do they keep a log of who's uploading?
Nope.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. I thought they were. I thought
And
all these hosting.
Even if they did, we didn't. We don't even want to know. You know.
Oh no, I understand that. It's just like if they were able to see your file on there, and then see the time it was uploaded and from whom, then they could kind of backtrace your source. Let's say if indeed they have access to your files. You know, because some of these hosting services, they say they're private, but they're not really that private unless if, like you said, everything's encrypted. Then they don't know what's in there, so that's good.
As far as I know, we don't even see who's sending what. No IP addresses, no trace of where it came from. We just have this Dropbox, and I am one of those who can open it. Also, the owner of the website can open it, and I can open it. But we see no information where it came from, just that there is something in the Dropbox. So it's just and we download the file and open it and see what's in it. So it's always a surprise.
But that's also the only way you can legally stay safe, if you actually really don't know what is provided to you. I mean, there's also a lot of like VPN providers, and they keep absolutely no logs, and when something happens, they can terminate whatever. But they don't have any info because they don't keep logs, and this is the only way they can legally protect themselves. Like, because if you're aware of something, then you are legally involved too, right? And so that is a way you can.
Of course, we do advise, if you want to use a Dropbox, still for your own protection, use something like Onion browser or VPNs. Just to be sure, you know?
Yeah, of course. Well, you should do that anyway. I mean, if you're online, right? I mean, this is it's not like 2005 anymore. Like
Nope.
It's necessary now.
More like 1984, but that's a different story.
Yeah.
We're like a combination of 1984 and Brave New World, because the whole pharma industry has been pushing pills to make people think the way that they want. So that's Brave New World. And then you have all of the censorship and editing of history, which is basically 1984. But the stupidity of the people from Brave New World, because they don't even give a shit about history anymore, it seems.
Well, then I have a new one, or another one to add. John and Umani. We're in the future. Everybody has some syndrome that makes them gullible and stupid and assholes and stuff. Because of the internet is now in everybody's head. Yeah.
I do remember some study that social media and those kind of TikTok things, the short videos, reduce the brain activity. Like, you're almost in like a meditative state.
Yep. Meme reality. That's what we're entering now, and we need to be careful about our own evolution here. So, what was this internet experiment a good idea? It's starting to look like it wasn't.
Yeah. Because what they intended was actually successful. That most people aren't thinking for themselves anymore.
Well, doesn't media like TV and radio does that as well?
Yeah. No, but I remember reading, and my family's from Eastern Europe, and I remember how they had Pravda, right? State-run television and newspaper, And the thing is, they knew that the newspaper was full of shit. But now on the internet, you have this idea of social proof. So, like, all your friends believe in this vaccine or whatever, and now you believe in it because you want to fit in with the tribe. I think it's more nefarious now than television.
Well, to be honest, my parents, for example, they are in a certain old age, and they are trying to push me to get the vaccine as well. But I still have my doubts about it.
Yeah, I mean, the risk is very, very low, even among older people with issues. It's just that the statistics that we're getting are the ones that they kind of like they'll give you like a half statistic, and there's a lot of studies like this, and they're peer reviewed, but they don't give you the full whatever you call it, the proper analysis. Like the mask one, there's like 10 studies said the masks don't help unless if you're sick. And the one that said it was good was a study that compared random stuff, like it wasn't even a control, and yet that one was one selected. So yeah, we have like the maybe.
This is now peer reviewed material, but did my peers review it, or is this more like a peer pressure type review where I have to like go along with the mob because they said so?
See, that's actually a good point, because when you say peers, you're talking about their colleagues who are all mostly just in the same bed together. That's the problem.
Yeah, and if you, let's say you're a university, like Norman Finkelstein, who talked about Israel, he never got tenure because he was saying things that the whatever the funding of the university. So like all these people in the universities, they think like, well, I have tenure. But still, like if you break the narrative that institutions are making money from, they will tell you like if you don't do something, we're gonna try to sue you or whatever. That also happened to this professor in NYU, Mark Crispin Miller. He did a course on conspiracies and stuff, and they set him up. They had some student in there that not really a big deal, but that she was upset with the whole mask thing and all that stuff. And he said, look, you think what you want to think. I'm just giving you the data, right? And then later on, that student like gave some kind of bullshit complaint. She was upset with the. Oh. Yeah. I mean, that's how they shut you down. Like even if you're telling the truth in medical industry or academia, it's so easy now with all this cancel culture. That's it. Like this guy, he talked to me funny, or he looked at me funny, or he touched me. Even if it's not true, it damage.
Well, my biggest concern about the whole vaccine is they know nothing about the long-term side effects, right?
Oh yeah.
They can't because they haven't tested it. So
they claim they lied. They kind of said that we had 10 years experience with it, this technology, mRNA, and they do. But in those 10 years, they never did a human trial. I think they did one, and it didn't really work well. But then all the animal trials, they had issues long term. Like they found out those animals later developed really bad response to the next season or whatever. But then when they go on TV, you see the media, I don't know how it is in Europe, but in the United States since 2012, the media can legally propagandize. And right now, because this is a bioweapon, even if it's not a bioweapon, even if it doesn't exist, they can legally push an agenda because it's for national security. And what they're doing is the media is lying for pharma. Pharma never says they've done this, done that. The media is saying it for them. Isn't that strange?
But how can they do 10 years research when the virus doesn't exist for one and a half year?
Yeah, I know they use they use an excuse for that. They use like they say like we increase the doses 10,000 times, and that equals a longer term, right? That's how they do it.
Yeah, sometimes too, yeah, and that's very unscientific. I mean, you're expecting. It's like in physics too. You have the same problem. In physics, it became mathematicians running the game. So now they have infinite subatomic particles that they keep looking at, and they have dark energy and dark matter, but they've never seen this. It's all mathematical. And as soon as an institution becomes big enough in its own, you could say, religion, that's what it becomes, very religious.
Well, isn't science, theoretical science, isn't it just all best guessed?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I remember
when it comes to the public's relationship to all this science stuff, that's pretty much just like our relationship to a priest if we're in some religion,
Yeah.
or having a relationship to your mommy when you're 5 years old and your mommy tells you about monsters or whatever. Like you swallow all that, you believe everything they say, and that's what the bottom line is here. No people in the public who are actually educated themselves believes that there's some killer pandemic going around.
Yeah, well, we
go ahead.
No, like, okay, so real quick, like we discussed like in the previous episode that scientific consensus, right? That's a big problem, because that's presented as truth, but it just means that some scientists agree with each other. And like I gave this example before too, the scientific consensus like 300 years ago, 400 years ago, was that the Earth was flat, right?
Yeah.
And that was the scientific consensus. That it wasn't true, but all these scientists agreed on it because there was no one who had discovered that the Earth wasn't flat. It's actually 600 years ago, but.
There are also people who believe that it's still flat, but that's a different story.
Yeah, that's more
funny about that?
The whole internet meme culture thing again.
Yeah, I think that's
what's
a joke.
funny about the whole consensus thing? That's really back then. I'm sure they thought their scientists were the best, and now we still see the same thing. Like, oh, these people, and it's in religion too. Like, who's the better visionary? Who's the prophet? These are the prophets. They think that they know the future.
You have to take into consideration that people say scientific consensus, but that's because that's scientists that are in line with the narrative that's being pushed. I can show you thousands and thousands of doctors who are against the whole lockdown thing, but they're being censored by the media. They're on the wrong side of the whole equation, so you don't hear them. There's no scientific consensus whatsoever.
Well, basically, we agreed 1 and 1 is 2, just to give a stupid example. But maybe we are wrong, right? Who knows?
Yeah. Actually, that's the whole thing with the germ theory. Louis Pasteur, who discovered the germ theory, it wasn't until like 1995 where they went through his notes and they found out he was fraud. And all his experiments, most of them were frauds. But all of our science for the last, 50, 60, 70, 80 years after Pasteur has been based on his success. But he was never successful. So science, our institution is like, you guys have to prove what we already decided on.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that I can't pasteurize cheese?
You can, but I mean, the whole idea that germs cause disease, it was like his experiments were crazy to say the least.
Okay, but the cheese is still good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah, but the thing is, but the thing is, we are allowed to be wrong. What we could be wrong about the whole vaccine thing, right? And vaccines are perfect, and COVID is super dangerous, and we're wrong about everything. But the big problem is we're not allowed to discuss it. Like, we're not allowed to question what they are saying. Like, we're getting removed from social media. Professors, doctors are getting removed from social media. They're getting silenced over this, and that is where the problem is. Like,
it's all about who controls the microphone, and at the end of the day, that's not us. How do we get some control back? Do we dress up as the Illuminati and gain access, or any idea?
I remember reading a sci-fi book in high school, and I think it was called We, and it was like a future where the people were like going around the ruins of cities, and they were like, "Well, what is this? In front of the couch is the altar to the gods, the TV." So, I mean, it's still until people, I don't know how you can explain it, develop their own real self ego. They're still going to keep following whoever they think is the alpha.
Yeah, they're still waiting for a messiah to land, you know.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but they're destroying their own theories with it, because if they make like a hypothesis, right? They make a claim, a scientific claim. If you can't criticize it, it will never become a scientific conclusion, because it didn't survive the critics. Like, if you
Well, wasn't that the case with Darwin as well, with his evolution theory? He was declared crazy. He was declared a heretic. Right?
Yes.
yeah,
And also Galileo, I think, or Copernicus. I forget who's the one that found the sun is the center of the solar system. And all the scientists, they had charts of the Earth being the center of the solar system. They had proof. I mean, mathematical proof. But obviously it was wrong.
There was
well, Galileo was he was hunted by the church.
yep.
They tried to destroy him. He was called a heretic and everything. And
I have to say, my takeaway from all of that is they got people discussing such abstract bullshit stuff while they were doing all kinds of nefarious, evil things to them. You know, they were perfect politicians. They had people arguing about the shape of the fucking earth. You know, yeah, I have to give it to them.
You know, that actually reminds me of how in science, like, you know, the inventors of the 1800s and 1900s, they invented things that made life easier. You know, the steam engine, the wheels, the certain types of brakes for your car, whatever. But now all they're inventing is bullshit, virtual stuff, and more control. You know, surveillance technology and all that. I mean, yeah, now I can make a phone call to you guys in Europe for cheap. But that wasn't the majority of my income being wasted on before either, you know? They solve problems that don't need solving.
And that's why I said earlier, we are going to that whole scenario with 1984, you know? Where
we were already there.
Mass surveillance is becoming normal now, you know? Face recognition software.
I think Orwell was writing about his current time, because even back then, you know, England started World War One. Like, they were the ones that blockaded Germany for so long, and Germany was starving, and they were like, okay, fuck it, we're gonna have a war, and they blamed it on the stupid assassination.
I think this is pretty much like accepted as such. He flipped the numbers 84-48. And he was talking about his own, you know, perception of a system that he made into, you know, a big, yeah, overdoing it kind of thing in the book. But he was criticizing, you know, society around him, and that was kind of the debate around that book too, how it was pointing out today's problems in 1948. So yeah.
Actually, and he was a Marxist, I think, and there were a couple of newspapers or magazines in the UK that didn't want to review his book because he was criticizing the USSR, saying that that's not really Marxism, that's state corporatism. And it seems like if you don't side with any whatever preconceived ideology that is accepted by the rulership class, like, the only way communism will work is if it's like the USSR or China. And they do it that way. They impose it that way because they know that system might work, but they put in these restrictions, this contrary to what it really is in the system. It ends up making people like believe that, oh yeah, we don't know what we're talking about.
Actually, thinking that one system works doesn't matter if it's capitalism or communism or whatever, is an utopian idea because there is always this element of corruption that destroys it from within.
So you're saying that the human is somehow fundamentally flawed?
Yes,
Uh-oh.
we are. There is always this element of greed within us. Maybe we can surpass it, but I think we are not at that time yet.
In order to solve a problem, you first have to, properly assess it and diagnose it. And right now, people seem to be at a loss to what the problem really is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think.
well, if you
I
live
think
in a
most
world where money means everything, then a lot of people become greedy for money, right? But if you live in a world where something else is everything, they become greedy for that. There is also a solution.
Isn't
I
that
think
human nature?
Yeah,
Nature
it's
or
mortality.
nurture. We,
It's
we have
mortality
we have a
because
long discussion about this in society, and it's about nature versus nurture. Are we naturally this stupid, or are we taught to be this way?
we're taught to be this way. I agree. Because the cultures that were peaceful, like let's say the goddess cultures, the whatever the previous were, we don't really have a history of them. It's because the current society, which is the monotheism, centralized power, centralized control kind of society, that's the one that controls the history, right? So you have all these religions pop up at the same time, right? What were the religions there for? To say that humanity is evil and people stabbing each other and raping each other. The
Mhm.
Ten Commandments are like, what, you need to tell me not to hurt someone? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little weird, right? Because most people, they found in experiments, most people will not hurt each other unless if they have to.
Well,
Yeah.
it's about that alpha thing again. If you can create some abstract alpha in the sky that nobody can touch or dethrone, yeah.
And now that's ET is coming soon. Who knows what's going to happen with that? But that might be the god of technocracy.
I thought they were the ones who brought Corona, or I
Yeah,
read
but
the
what
wrong
about
one.
but what about the survival instinct, right? If you're always scared to be poor and not being able to like buy food and stuff, so you want to be rich and so
Yeah.
you can survive, or you want to be the strongest person because otherwise you feel threatened and you think you can't survive, right? Is there survival
Yeah.
instinct is also part of it, I think.
Like I said, we can surpass this behavior. For example, I've been watching some videos. Yeah, I know it's an event. The Burning Man. I'm not sure if you are familiar with it.
Yes.
Burning Man.
Festival.
Yeah, the festival. But it's completely selfless there. Everybody helps each other. And there is no money spent there. Everybody does his or her part.
Yeah.
One repairs bikes, and the other one prepares food, and they trade with each other. I give you food, you repair my bike.
Yeah.
It sounds like
Common-
some revolutionary concept, even though we did this for thousands and thousands of years before we actually, yeah.
That's how we evolved. I mean, there's still tribes out there in the Amazon, for example, of one video I was watching. Their language doesn't need recursion, they call it. So, recursion is like you assume something in your head so that the next sentence makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that. So it's very hard to lie in that culture. And even they joked about Jesus. The guy was telling the guy, he says, oh, have you heard of Jesus? And the tribesman went, well, you know Jesus? And he goes, no. He goes, does your family know Jesus? He goes, no. Then he goes, what do I need to know about Jesus then? So, like, for them, two levels or three levels of contact, that's it. They don't need to remember that stuff. But we have a society where you're supposed to know everything about everyone.
Mhm.
It almost induces a paranoia because... I mean, by nature, why should I trust what Louis Pasteur or whoever wrote hundreds of years ago in their, whatever you call it, crude testing?
Well, it all comes back to this point. fear. People are afraid of something, and that's
Yeah.
what's driving this whole equation. If we somehow got them to understand that this death and this demise that they fear is an illusion, maybe they would be more functional. Just a thought.
I think there's like a double-edged sword in religion where they go that we're going to give you like a peace and security of dying, but then they demand things of you. So like you have to do all these things so then you one day go to heaven or wherever you believe, right? But that takes away people from living in the moment because now they're busy checking off the list of what their authority told them. And nowadays it's like technology is that authority. You have to,
we
But
can
that
use
just- Oh,
we
yeah.
can use what we have then. Let's use science then. Let's use the law of energy conservation. I like that law, nice law. And it kind of states that your energy can never actually go away. It just gets converted into other energy. So
Yeah.
that kind of just tells you right there that you can never go away. And
Well,
that would pretty
I'm
much
not
explain
an,
a few things
I'm
too.
not a religious guy. I'm an atheist, so I have no religion. Still, I do believe that the universe doesn't waste anything, not even your energy, your spirit, if somebody calls it like that. It doesn't go to waste, right?
We have enough math to show that this system is part of an array, or a matrix, if you will. That's another word for array. But it's something that is a system that works as one. It's not as we see it, parts that are not connected. It's one big thing, and we're a part of that big thing, just like cells are a part of a body and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yep. So I don't see death as the end, so I'm not afraid of it. I don't see it as the end. It's just a transfer to something else. What it is, I don't know. I hope somebody could tell me, but
Well, I'll tell you the truth right now. Oh no, you won't get away. And you're going to have to pay for all your karma. And you have to learn. And you'll come back and come back and come back until you learn.
I think
Or-
spirituality is healthy, but I'm very much against organized religion. So this is a very
Yeah.
yeah.
Or even I may die. I'm agnostic. I may die, and there may be nothing, but nothing is lost. I'm not here to experience suffering after that. That's one of the things that
we have to see what religion is in the context of us trying to find out what we are, where we came from. It's primitive forms of science, and our science too today will probably be viewed as mostly religion in the future, So
yeah,
it's us trying to figure stuff out. Let's be honest. Somebody put it like a big daddy on top of everything. Today we understand that is not the actual fact. So, we try to make a more abstract version of this daddy on the cloud, and it comes down to being some kind of energy. Well, at the end of the day, that energy needs to be converted through the process that makes a human before it actually has a personality and is a daddy on the cloud type thing. We understand this today, but
Who
they
knows?
did back
who
then.
knows? Maybe we are some alien experiment. Who knows?
or
Uh-oh.
we're in a simulation. I mean, the whole deal about it is why are you self-aware? That's it. But I don't think religion answers that. Like modern religion, even science, they'll just say like you are.
I can answer that in a second. Okay.
Oh no, I know that. I'm saying in religion and in science, they try to use like a broad definition. Like you are the impulses in your brain. And yes and no. There's other things going on, right? I think it's like because they kind of give people a false choice between multiple things. That's why you have a lot of people who latch on to one of them, like you said with the karma. Like the Buddhists, they think they have the answer. Scientists, they think they have the answer.
Well,
It's always going to be
well,
like this.
karma is pretty much universal, understood today to be, the consequence or whatever you did to make something happen. So your whole life is your karma, and if you did a lot of shitty stuff, of course that's going to accumulate into, your karma. You get it? It's the action and the doing that you did, and of course the result of that would be the karma. When the karma matures, as they say, and then you have your reality. So whatever reality you're living right now is a result of your former karma or actions. That's the word. It's from Sanskrit. It means action. So
Yeah.
don't get it confused with any metaphysical or metaphorical type.
Well, you don't have to believe in a personal God. I mean, you have Spinoza too, for example. I mean, Einstein, for example, was a famous scientist, but he was a believer in Baruch Spinoza's God. He just says there's like one substance that is like infinite, and you can call that God or nature. It's not like a personal God who talks to people, but there is something like infinite that always was there already. Right.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it boiled down to after a while. After we stopped projecting that, human face onto that power, we saw it as just a power. But if we can't like put a human face on it, we don't really understand it. It's kind of beyond us. But that's kind of understanding something too. That something can actually be beyond your understanding.
Yeah. Well, I see karma also as a psyop in the case where, let's say, you're in a bad society and there's a bad person and he's been doing wrong for everyone, right? A piece of shit. You feel like it's okay. I mean, of course, you might want to do something, but you feel like there's going to be some kind of justice in his next life, let's say.
Oh no, that's a Western misinterpretation of the karma concept. That is not what karma means at all. Karma simply means action. If you do something, like if you drop something on the floor, something lands on the floor. That is karma. That something has let me talk. That something has landed on the floor. That means that has been. You did it. You dropped it. That is your karma. It's an action. That is just what it means. It has nothing to do with there's some God sitting and waiting to punish you. But know this. Negative actions usually lead to negative consequences, and that is the teaching of the karma. It has nothing to do with. Let me finish.
Reaction, right?
It has nothing to do with any supernatural anything. It's as natural as you get the consequence of the universe. The sun rises in the sky, you get sun on your skin, and your skin darkens. That is karma. That would be an explanation of karma.
But it's all relative.
Action and reaction, right?
Yes, correct.
It's relative though, because like, for example, let's say Dick Cheney. He is a piece of shit. He's doing a lot of negative things, but somehow he survives like 3 heart attacks.
That is not what we're talking about. Dick Cheney goes listen to me. I'll explain karma right now to you. Dick Cheney goes to the toilet. He presses, and a big chunk of feces comes out his asshole, and he lands in the toilet bowl. That is his karma. Do you understand? This turd in the toilet bowl, whatever happens to the turd, wherever it goes through the system, whatever, if it turns into an alien and comes back and rapes us all, that would be because of him. But it would probably just turn into some manure or something. But that is karma. It's not what you think. There is some God sitting there and waiting for you. I'm going to get you back. That is not what karma means at all. It's a Western misinterpretation of karma. I'm a Buddhist teacher. Please listen to me. I'm a Buddhist teacher. I want you to understand this now. Okay? Okay, I said it. It's out.
Thank you for the graphical image in my mind now.
But I mean, the idea of karma, is it also, I don't need to believe in a God. I did kind of thought it was like
it's just
that
as I
there's
explained to
You
you,
have
as basically physical you can get it, but your mind is also part of the
No,
physical universe. You think a thought that has a wave, it creates a consequence. You understand? If you put
Yeah.
your thoughts into action, again, those consequences will be bigger. That is what karma means. Nothing else.
So it's not like
Believe me,
there's not like a
trust me,
moral thing
I've
attached to
been
it. There's not.
I've been
No,
teaching
I know.
high level Dharma Buddhism for 20 years. So if you want to take this from anyone, take it from me, okay?
Yeah. So to say it simple, there is no moral thing. Like it's not about like evil or good actions. It's just about like you take an action and nature responds to that, right?
Yes, but we have a tradition of putting some things in the good category and some things in the bad category. And Asians are very good at this. And if you keep on doing evil stuff will happen to you. That's where it comes from. But it's not a superstition. It's just an explanation of how karma works. If you go around slapping people, one day somebody will slap you really hard.
Yep.
unless if you're a bodyguard, like Dick
Yeah,
Cheney does.
but you get the general, the general idea.
No, I'm just saying that, like, in this whole idea, yeah, I understand it's a direct reaction to what you do, but to someone who is like deep down evil, who does not know, who doesn't care, they think that they're doing good, but by doing evil, for them, they actually have an enjoyable world. That's why they live still. They live to like 90. You see Fauci on TV, he's like what, 85 or something. You would think that these people doing all these complicated, convoluted, manipulative things would die earlier, but for some reason they don't.
No, but that makes sense too. What if it's actually like we said, you just get recycled? So these people have to come back and face their karma, and the longer you
Yeah,
keep
but
them alive, you come on.
That's where that recycling thing is where I don't believe in that. I don't think that there is a checklist in the universe that could store whatever energies that you were.
Well, then you're wrong, because that is exactly what the universe is. It's just a big checklist of stuff that happens, and it's forever encoded in the universe. You can't get rid of something that happens.
Yeah, but I could say clearly that I believe in the karma of what I'm doing today might affect me tomorrow. I don't subscribe to any ultimate.
Please listen. You have to go back to the basic understanding of what karma actually is. You're making karma into something that it's not. When you wake up tomorrow, you're going to have the blood flowing through your blood veins and all that. You're a human. You're going to have to eat. You're going to have to shit. You're going to have to do something. You're going to have to step on the ground. When you step on the ground, you're probably going to kill something like tiny, microscopic something. It's something you can't really avoid doing. But by killing that, you probably made something else live again in that microscopic universe. It's a lot of stuff happening all the time that you don't see too. It's not just about your narrow perception of reality, and that's something it will come back to you as some kind of moral lesson. Sometimes, no moral lesson will ever come back to anyone, in that context. But for somebody who's really awake, like, they see this, oh, I did that, but that wasn't smart. Like us putting asbestos on buildings in the 1950s, that wasn't smart. We understand that today, that wasn't smart. But back then we thought that was smart.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know better back then.
Yeah, it's ignorance. Ignorance is, of course, what keeps us from observing karma 100%. If you had no ignorance, you had no, limits, you would see everything that happened. Yeah. And of course, then you could adjust yourself to it.
You know the difference between like a normal person and like a person who can think and determine motives and intent is that the normal person doesn't think that there's like an evil kind of intent of like Dick Cheney, let's say, or whoever, who a kind of person that would want to do bad things because they enjoy it. See, that's the big thing where I try to tell someone that, like, let's say the vaccine companies are lying, and they look at me funny because they would say, why would a company do that? And I said, well, they've done it before, and it's still very hard to get into people's brains that there is a type of personality out there that actually pleasures from suffering. Psychopaths.
Yeah,
Why
but
do companies die?
Again, that's a skewed perspective. I can put this into a normal perspective for you. These people, they think they know better than you, and they think they're doing the best. And that's the problem. And when somebody confronts them with, do you have all the data 100% here to make that claim? And then they go, because, that's the human. It just tells itself that it's right. But they don't really know. But they want to know. A lot of people on this planet think they know better than other people. Just take yourselves, for instance. All of you think you know better than the world's leaders and all these evil people and all these pharmacies and all that. But if you're wrong and they're right, instead, have you ever thought that thought in your life?
Yes.
I'm just trying to make you widen your perspective a little bit here. You just deem them evil. I deem you stupid.
There are a lot of people out there, like you were just saying, that they think they're better than other people, right? And they call that, if you're so stupid that you don't know that you're incompetent, right? Dunning-Kruger effect. And you see that also in, you could call it royalty, right? That the king was a useless piece of crap, but somehow his family owns the property, whatever, and everyone gives them respect. And that's what I'm seeing now, like with this medical thing.
That doesn't connect logically. Dunning-Kruger effect. If you're a worthless loser, you think you're a king. You think you're on top. You think you're everything. But right now, we have the deep state. They're not in the Dunning-Kruger anything. They have that power over us. We're the ones with the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Their power only exists because of consent, though. I mean, it's not like they can force it. The people are consenting to it. Like you have 350 million Americans. They could rise up in one day, but they don't do it.
Well, I'm going to say this now, okay? If we're the ones who are smarter, who know better, then we're the ones who are going to win and be on top. There's no way out of it. If we're not the ones who are right about this, then we're not going to end up on top.
We as society allow them to have power because we believe them.
Yeah, and we could be the smarter ones. We could have the solutions, but the thing is, they have the keys to the doors. And then the doors.
Come on! Aren't you smart enough to get the keys out of them in your own pocket? Before they thought they had the keys, and come on! It's smart now in smaller sections than I remember it.
No, but
I can promise you, I have every one of your gatekeepers on my fingertips.
I'm talking.
Okay, but listen. So
you got the scientific establishment.
The only thing I want is you people to grow the fuck up and understand that you have to be the masters of your own destiny, or I'm going to let them be in charge.
Yeah, but they are carefully manufacturing the consent, right? But the fact that we are talking about this already shows that it's not flawless what they created, their system.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing, when it becomes bad enough that the normal people who want to follow the whatever alpha, even if it's a piece of shit, they're not getting anything, that's when we have a chance. And we're getting to that point soon, I think.
You're talking about revolution, right?
Well, someone made a good point though. When you have a revolution, you're going back to step one. And the step one led to this point before, right? We've had revolutions before. Maybe possibly evolution.
But again, if something we did at an earlier stage is the cause of today's problem, we would more or less have to go back to to fix it, or make it so we could start off at that same point now with different parameters.
And that's why I think psychology is so important, because if we know why people fall for these things throughout history, and I think these days we actually have a decent amount of history to see, even if it's written by the winners, you could see the clues that there's holes in the stories, right? We could see that whatever it is, this idea of eye in the sky, or how keeping people afraid on things that are imaginary, which is a religious thought too, right? In religion they do that, keep people afraid. And we try not to repeat that environment, then we can create a system that is, you can call it, immune to the spell of fear.
Exactly. Revolution is going back to square one, but what you do after it, that's key.
Yeah,
right?
And you have to not forget. We have to not forget the history. But I kind of wonder if in the past there were people who remembered the history, but the people looked at them like they were the crazy ones.
Of course, you're going to be looked
Very
at as crazy.
superstitious writing on the wall.
Yeah. So how do you prevent it happening again? Like this whole cycle again of people working hard, building a society, and then giving the society keys to these pieces of shit.
I think first of all we have to look at the situation as a situation and assess the problem step by step. Before solving a problem, we have to properly assess the problem. What is the problem?
Yeah, you're dealing with a mind control system. That is the problem. You have like a huge propaganda machine that's been like imprinting this stuff into the minds of people for such a long time. And this is like 99%. Like I said, everything is based on the consent. People can rise up in one day, take control over their governments if they really wanted to. But they're consenting to this. And so I think the main revolution is going to be in the minds of people. And we can only do this by educating them constantly and trying to deprogram them from this stuff.
For example, look at Eastern Europe. They consented with the communism, if you can call it like that, because it was not real communism. But they consented to it for a long time. But in the 80s, there was a boiling point. There was enough. It was enough, and people started to revolt against the system.
That was artificial, because what they did is Gorbachev and all that perestroika, they were destroying the the USSR economy from the inside out, right? Privatizing things and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So then they just pulled the foundation from that system, and all those countries then were like getting fucked, equally, and then they became independent. But had it been where it was still United States, Western versus USSR, I think a lot of those countries, like even my family says, they enjoyed it. The time that they had in the 70s and early 80s, it was fine. It was like not a horror show like we hear in America or in Europe. But as soon as the globalists, like you said, global economy, the globalists are now the ones that control these things. No, it's no longer the whatever you call it, the politicians, because the politicians gave up the power or the money to bankers.
Mm-hmm.
I think Yanis Varoufakis, he was the Greek finance minister. He said that was the biggest trick that the kings would do, is they would set the banking to take care of the money, and he would take care of the politics. And anytime they wanted to do something that the people didn't like, they would point the finger at each other. Oh, it's the economic people that did this. They fucked up the river. They decided to use the water for this, instead of it's the king or vice versa. And that's what we have now. We have the United States. We have these two parties. I'm not sure how it is in your countries, but there's a lot of times you have the two major parties that are running the show, right?
No, we don't. We don't do that. We look at the political system as a farce and pretty much like a sitcom. We have a multi-party system, We have like at any one time you could have like up to 15 different parties actually running the country. But yeah, that's pretty much you know the name
If
of
you
it.
look at France, France has that too. France, they have a lot of parties, but the thing is, in France, you have the 2 or 3 major parties work together. Like in the UK, also they do coalition government. So it's like the 2 parties who pretend to be opposite join together and they enforce it. So you had a lot of like the French conservative people, like Sarkozy, actually do liberal things, and then you have this guy, what's his name? I forget his name. Macron. He's supposed to be liberal, but he's doing very right-wing things. It's not strange.
Liberal, he originates from the Socialist Party, I think, but yeah.
Well, the
Yeah,
problem
I mean, like,
that
Well,
once upon a time, we gathered together as people and said enough. We don't want any more kings and these elites ruling us. And then we more or less made our little copy of it, representative politics. And we
Yeah.
kind of fucked up on that one and didn't give the vote directly to the people. Because we still deem those peasants as uneducated. We can't like let them do the voting. So yeah, it progressed and progressed, and then now we have this power elite, pretty much the same as we had 1,000 years ago. But now they're elected. So we can't just like cut their heads off either. We have to blame ourselves for putting them in power. It's very, very ironic. So direct democracy is the only way forward.
I remember.
I think that Mark can agree with me because we are from the same country. Too many parties in the government is also not working because they never ever agree with each other.
No, they compromise and everything, so nothing ever gets any better. They compromise on all their beliefs.
Yeah, and the compromises are you don't actually get anything. You get very little of everything.
Boom! You finally hit it on the head. So I'll tell you that in a system where you have both.
You're cutting off, Thor.
Thor, you got to turn the Bifrost.
I think actually something.
Thor?
I think he had actually something super important to say right now, and he cuts off.
Finally, we got him quiet.
Yeah. Nah, he's just very excited.
No. I like this stuff. I like these topics more because it's a macro. You're seeing the big picture.
Yeah, definitely.
Because if we focus, I mean, we could talk about Elon Musk if you want, but
No, but I think actually this is something where I think like local leaks comes in. It just needs to be provided with more information so more can be published. I mean, we are dealing with what Thor actually said. They consider people uneducated and not even fit to vote for them. But the problem is they are actually uneducated. We don't even know the truth of what is going on. The majority of the people. It is time to educate them.
Well, the
dropped
Greeks.
out there. Sorry, yeah, I'm back. I lost half the conversation, but yeah.
We actually are trying to educate them, but yeah.
Well,
what is the truth? Our perspective or their perspective. What is the truth? We don't know.
well, it's more about what is fair. What would be the fair way to run an operation? If it involves me and you and Mark, the fairest way would be if me and you and Mark came together and made the decisions together, wouldn't it? Unless we decided together that Mark was the best qualified for the job and we gave him the responsibility. But that would also give him more power, probably.
And we are back at square one. Nothing against Mark, but
No, but that's exactly true. I mean, that's just.
There's a song called "No Handlebars" by I forget who. It's like a rapping group, and the guy sings about how he's gonna fix the world because all the things are fucked up. and then he keeps going and going, and he becomes so powerful that he ends up doing what the oppressors that he was complaining about used to do. And it's just explaining that, like, anytime someone has a solution, like one person, there is no hero, because that becomes dangerous.
Yeah, but that's the thing that it seems like everybody has heard this and everybody sort of agrees on it, but nobody seems to know that power corrupts and makes people crazy. So we have to stop giving people power.
Yeah, well, I've seen it that people who like the second that, like we said it before too, like the second they distance from like the mainstream media, they start searching for new leaders, and it is these.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like Thor actually said it right. Gatekeepers. It is these new podcasters, these new leaders. They come up with alternative theories, and these people again are being led in some direction. They're not like, instead of that, everyone should actually, I think, should be educated to like empower themselves. Like everyone needs to become a leader like that. Like
No, now you're talking more about anarchism. Like everybody has part of a say in the community, right?
yeah.
That's basically what anarchism is. Because many have a wrong conception about what anarchism is. They think it is chaos. It isn't.
You know, the original idea of Marxism was that all the factory workers owned the company and they all had an equal vote.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
That is actually the Marxism, like the pure Marxism, is actually more like anarchy. And then when you hear a lot of what people think anarchy is actually like some kind of chaos dream that came from also religion too. Like, oh, people without rules are going to just kill themselves, which is not true. People work together.
Well, it's very simple. You say that when you mention the word monarchy, everyone understands it. Right? That means there is one leader, one king, one boss, right? But when you say anarchy, there is just no boss. That's all. But for the rest, it doesn't mean chaos at all. There's just no boss.
We are all bosses. We all have a say in general things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I could come up with some examples of people you really wouldn't rely on to even boss themselves around, because they're completely useless.
But this is a direct democracy thing. What you're saying, like instead of voting for leaders, you can vote for ideas, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the only safe way to do it, or else you'll end up with another one, a human, and they're flawed.
I was making a case for Cuba because they have a dictatorship, right? But the people there, they have a high happiness rating, I think I remember reading. And they have good health care, and simple basic needs are not expensive. But if you want a PlayStation, it's very expensive, But the thing is, if this guy, Castro, did a bad job, then they would overthrow him because they didn't elect him. But he's the one that says, hey, I could do what you guys want, and I'll do it for you. The one day he doesn't do it, they could just throw him on his ass. But you don't have that.
Actually, I've seen Cuba. I've been there. And yeah, the people in general didn't seem unhappy there.
Yeah. But, so you can vote for an idea and you can assign people to these. You can elect people for these tasks, but they're not necessarily above you. They're only qualified to do that specific task. Like, if it's something related to like the fire department, you have some specialist about fires, fire departments, right? Or some healthcare professional for healthcare things. You assign these people, but they're not your leaders. They have just one function, is to actually execute the idea that you just voted for.
No, we
That's
have a fire king now.
That's why I brought up that whole Burning Man event, because I noticed there they do similar things. That's actually an example of anarchism there.
It reminds me of the wolves. You know that saying that they were studying the wolves and they found alpha, beta, gamma, whatever. But it's not true. It was depending on the task. So in one task, one wolf was good at finding food. Another task, another wolf is good at finding shelter or whatever. And that is actually nature. Nature if you're good at something, you get that role. You get that control for that whatever time period. But you're not always in charge. And this society, there's always in charge. There's always some kind of group or whatever that says we have the answers forever.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole thing we've been fighting since, like, the caste system in old India. This is still the problem. People keep on making this mistake. And what we're saying is we want one vote per person. We don't want any of these power positions. We want normal jobs and people filling those jobs. So we can fire them if they don't do their fucking jobs.
Yeah. There was a joke someone said that, maybe Carlin said it, I think, that if someone wants to be in office, they should be excluded from being able to be in office. So, like, it should be like a draft. So, hey, we need a good a weapons guy. Okay, do you want to be the military leader? You know, if you don't really want to be the leader, then you end up being a good leader because you're trying not to give trouble for your team and for everyone. But the ones who rise to the top in corporations and politics, whatever, those ones are the ones that are trying to get up there so they don't have to do anything.
And they step over bodies to get up there.
Yeah.
They kill for being up there. That's really the wrong thing, you know. That's why if they really want to be up there, don't give them the opportunity to be up there because they will kill for it.
Yeah, I mean, the same tendency to want to step on someone to get up above is not just in politics. It happens in science too. I had a friend, neuroscientist, and she was working for the government. And those people in the government, they're trying to get like a contract or something with like a pharmaceutical. She's like, no, they step on each other. They will rat each other out.
Like trophy fever or something like that?
What do you mean?
It has a name, this syndrome that everybody wants to beat the others to the top, like trophy fever or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's an obsession.
Yeah, and it comes from our instincts, you know, from the time of scarcity, from the time we actually had to fight to survive, and you know, it's sad to see that it still dominates so many people, but you know, we have techniques of lifting ourselves from these, you know, lower depths, and you know, that's kind of what I came to offer. But we have so many things to talk about before we come to that. So, yeah. But the healing is impossible, so to speak. We have enough tools to do it.
Well, I think we are kind of pushed into this, you know, this behavior. It's not instincts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, but this is again. Can you really? Can you, you know, separate instinct from, you know, whatever consequence of, you know, what people did around? Like it's still the same thing. We're still in the same evolutionary thing here. You know, we're trying to, you know, better ourselves and survive and all that kind of stuff. Just look at the world right now. We're being pushed by something, and you feel that's unnatural, but of course they also came from the same DNA and the same, you know, it's natural.
Yeah, but some behavior is not instinctive. It's
I'm going to tell you about a metaphor, or like a complex concept in the story that is actually a metaphor for a philosophy of reality. That is the Wizard of Oz. Right now, we feel that there is a wizard somewhere, and we should, you know, take that power away. But what is that wizard actually doing? It's pushing us to go for, you know, the control, to go for the ultimate control of the system. And that is what the wizard had in the story. He had control over everything. So without that wizard, we wouldn't have the same motivation to go for it. So, is this nature or nurture, or what? Is it
I
evolution?
think it's a result of scarcity. So like even if you're rich in this culture, you could have scarcity of love, of family, of belonging. And that breeds this like for example, these billionaires, do they really need any more money? What are they doing it for? Because it ends up being this whatever you call it, empty black hole where they just keep feeling like they have to keep doing more and more and more and more.
Yeah, they have
But
a void that they have to fill.
yeah.
Yeah, like some kind of hungry ghost.
Yeah, that's a good term. That's Gabor Mate said that. The realm
Yeah,
of the hungry ghosts.
yeah, you get it. It's just Buddhism references, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing though, like we don't become that way naturally until we are put in a starvation situation, right? So there are people out here who they can't even pay their bills. So what are they going to spend time trying to figure out the truth? Right now, all they care about is they have to pay their bills, or they have to feed their addiction to cars, or feed their addiction to jewelry, or whatever.
So
Yeah,
what we became are slaves of society.
Yeah.
you have to see the wider perspective. This is, it's very hard to see any progress or evolution happening when you're just looking at one point on the timeline. And right now it looks like we're not going anywhere and everything is blah blah blah. But if you had the possibility to see 1,000 years into the future, you would probably see, some progression from this point onwards.
Well, I believe future is what we make of it. Decisions we make now affects the future.
Yeah, so even though it seem like we haven't really moved very far, that is because it's a very limited time perspective on the whole thing. We came from very primitive background, so to speak, and right now we are a lot more successful as a species than we were, let's say, 500,000 years ago.
Are we?
Yeah, but this is it.
That's the question.
Yeah, but we put things into real perspectives here. We're more advanced. We're a lot more people, a lot control of a lot more resources. We have yes, we are more advanced, yes, but we're getting to a problem on the other side too. We're running out of resources. We're running out of room. We're running into each other, and that also, makes people more instinctual, so to speak. It gets them back to the old ways because that's trusted. That's a system we have survived on for millions of years. So that's why you see people, suddenly turning primitive and wanting like Trump to rule the world or whatever, like surreal stuff. But this is a consequence.
How do you get a domesticated animal? You get by giving them a home, and then you treating them, feeding them. They don't have to hunt for themselves. They don't have to think for themselves. That's how humanity has become. In the beginning, they get this comfort of like the Roman Empire, let's say. They were having comfort at the expense of the rest of the world. They were enslaving and stealing and all that, right? But then at some point, they can't keep feeding that, right? So the same people who were domesticated by the empire, they had all their luxury and frivolities and sports or whatever. They end up. That's why it collapsed. So I think this thing is going to collapse because they don't want to even give us anything anymore.
Well, the truth about the Roman Empire collapsing, that's more or less historical romance. I have to I have to shut down that whole concept. No, it didn't. It evolved into the world you're living in today, and all those systems we can actually trace back to ancient Roman Greece. Yes, every single one of them. So I see progression. I see progression all along, but I see growing pain. That's on a scale that's almost too big to think now. We're billions of people. So we have billions of problems. But it still boils down to the same thing that, we're getting better at solving problems. And, if we actually band our resources together, we'll get through this one too. The whole, the end this night type of mentality, it's not going to help us.
But that's not what is happening. Everybody is keeping their resources for themselves.
Yeah.
Well, what are you talking about? I'm rich as a motherfucker. I have 150 acres and I didn't pay for any of it myself. All of it was given to me by the state. I don't know what
trying to do that in the United States.
But of course in primitive Netherlands everything is of course very hard. Like no, I'm just kidding. But we're living in probably the two best systems on the planet here. So we should look to our own countries and see what's good too.
Well, you have the best system. Let's say, I know Europe education is much better. There's less corporate influence and all that. But still, you guys fell for the Corona hoax.
But come on, did I? Listen to me.
Not you, I'm saying the population.
I'm a high school fucking dropout, dude. Do I sound like I'm dumb or uneducated?
No, I'm saying the majority of people, like in the Netherlands or in Norway or even in Sweden, they're talking about the vaccine.
You don't have to be stupid or uneducated to have Stockholm syndrome. I can get a mob big enough to get you to comply to. No problem.
Does school really make you smarter? Because as I always said when I was still in Anon, school is just a brainwash institute.
Well, for me, it was just a place I fought other people and put stuff on fire and stuff. But yeah.
You don't have to, like you said, you don't sound stupid at all. Because
I'm still the only one in my school who actually set fire
right?
to the classroom. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I said you educated yourself.
Well, let's just say that you can't educate yourself. The whole world is around you. You're not alone. You're not isolated from anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I grew up, watching 8, 10 different channels from all over the planet. That probably gave me a lot more knowledge than like the previous generation, so to speak.
And nowadays it's even easier with the internet. It's an infinite library of knowledge.
Access. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. When I was on the internet in like 1994, the internet was another beast.
Oh my God! Don't remind me of that time.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Right now, it's a controlled machine. You don't get any, anything you actually need from it. Just go on Google and see how controlled every search is, and do the same search on DuckDuckGo, and you get totally different results. So when everybody's connected to these big companies, like these big media companies, of course they're the one controlling everything. And the irony is that those 5 companies that control the whole planet actually have big pharma executives on their boards. So that explains the whole Corona thing. Corona this is marketing, people. They're marketing something to us. They're marketing disease and fright. That's what they want you to have in your system.
What? For control.
Yeah,
keep the people afraid. Keep the free people afraid, and they are controllable, right?
Yeah, but control what? What more control would they want now? They can already control everything. Don't you see what I'm trying to point out?
This control is ultimate, because if you can get people to go against their own body, like in religion they did that, right? Where people were denying themselves, feeling like crap for doing things that were good for themselves. You can have the people your slaves, willing slaves. And that's what Ted Kaczynski said. He said in the Unabomber guy, he wrote like the last bastion, the last line that we have to face is the biosecurity state. So as soon as they sell us this idea that you need technology to live, like in Johnny Mnemonic, right? That's when people will either become robots, you know, even if they're not robots, or they will fight back. And I haven't seen them fighting back yet.
Isn't that what we're doing now?
I mean, they set it up so that the people who fight back, nobody knows about them. Now, maybe in the store, you see someone without a mask, and you take off your mask too. Maybe they will wake up that way. But even then, they change the rules. They'll just say, "Oh, now Pandemic 2 is out. We need to put the masks and whatever."
Well,
Yeah.
aren't we yet? Are we now at the third stage of the pandemic?
Probably.
I kind of lost count now.
You know what's funny is they're all normal flu seasons. The last one was the delay that they undercounted from January, February. And they put it on March and April. And then the second stage was the flu season of normal that comes through in 2020 into 2021. And then there's going to be another one, of course. And they're just going to keep counting it as this pandemic. Endless pandemic.
Yeah, in short, according to their own outline, this is going to whiz out right now, and we're going to go back to quote unquote normal. But the experiment was a success. Everybody played along, and 100% successful.
And that's what I think that it is, an experiment. How far can we push the people?
Now, I have a little prediction what's going to happen, and Ryan would probably say a similar thing. They found out, with these vaccines, the effect that comes really bad is later on when there's an exposure, right? When the next winter season comes, people will die in droves because, 40% or whatever population got the shot. But they're going to still blame it on something else. And then you have this gain of function thing, trying to keep people afraid of what kind of experiments are going on. And it's so easy for them to say, oh, well, China did it. That's going to be the hard challenge. But if it's mostly the conformists that die, then do we think that the rest of us are going to be reinforcing the same narrative again? See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
if the experiment was already a success.
But if they kill off the people who were compliant, who is going to comply the next time?
That was not, that was not the plan. That is not the reason they're running this stuff. Don't you understand?
Yeah, but the people who went and got the vaccine, many scientists, Michael Yeadon, former Pfizer VP, a couple of others, I forget the name. Taylor interviewed a few of them. They said that this is not just the first effects. Like, there's a long-term effect that's deadly.
That has nothing to do with this experiment. This experiment is about complacency in people. Don't you understand? It's all about psychology. There is they're probably going to put saline solution in your fucking arms too. Don't you understand? You're being fucking tricked. Okay, stop talking about coronaviruses and vaccines and all that. Get those bastards out of power right now. Go for it. Okay? Go for them right now.
But and the fucking pharmaceutical companies are getting rich by selling this shit, so-called vaccine.
But okay, in some people, they have calculated that we have less than 10 years before the great disaster hits the planet. Do you understand what I'm telling you? If we don't depopulate now and fast, we will all die. No doubt about it.
The thing is, the compliant ones are the ones that are injuring themselves. And you said saline, but there's a lot of people getting fucked up on these shots, right?
Those
Yeah,
people
but
are not going to be.
that is not the purpose of this thing. You know,
But
that is not why
not
they
only
run a
that,
worldwide operation on your fucking heads.
yes, but when you get rid of a big part of the population that did conform, that did follow, you have now. Oh, so right now, let's say it's 5% of the population or 10% that is against it, and the 90% are for it, and maybe only 50% of them are actually physically compliant. But the rest of them are kind of worried and scared. But when you kill off the compliant ones, the ones who are undecided will not have an example to follow. Because that was in Sapolsky with the monkey tribe, when the corrupt, the people, the monkeys that went along with the bullshit going on, they got hurt. That's when the tribe became more, you can get communal, because then they started seeing that the ones who knew what was going on, the ones who were not too much stuck in their own bullshit, these are the ones that know reality. Let's listen to them. Who knows, though? They'll just blame it on us, right?
So what is reality then?
What's in front of me right now, I don't know what's your reality. I'm not... In physics, they like to think that they can see everything at every time, right? I only believe what I see in front of myself. The rest of it is the theory.
Well, that means that there really is no reality, and it's just something you're generating around, well, whatever.
It doesn't have to be generated. It could just be that the only reality that I can actually put my dollar on, or whatever, that I can bank on, is the reality I pick up from my own senses. The rest of it, I could think whatever I want, I could worry whatever I want. Those things are not real yet, and they may never be real. But it's real in front of me that I got this glass of water, and if I squeeze it too hard, it's going to break my hand.
So, would it actually make a difference?
What do you mean?
If it's real or not real? What do you mean real? Real in what sense?
The whole thing about it is what your senses are, your five senses, your physical senses. If you don't believe in those, then of course you can believe in that you're in a simulation. You could believe that you're in the Matrix or whatever, right?
Well, if you look out into the sky, you try to see like Pluto or the next, the next solar system. You don't see it, but you perceive, of course, clouds and stuff like that. So you understand that you have limited perception.
Yes. Yeah, we are not meant to know everything.
We are not meant to know everything. We are not capable of knowing everything. I don't think there's any predetermined meant in that.
What is it?
We are just using 10% of our brain. So I think we are physically impossible. It is impossible for us to know everything.
If you want to believe that 10% thing, which is it's still in debate, but our intelligence is there to handle what we have to handle in front of us. Like, you have to get food, you have to take care of yourself, you have to take care of the people you love, let's say. But where has our intelligence got to the point where we have to start coming up with these theories and plans that actually have anything to do with us?
Well,
that's when it becomes...
because something else has taken control. And we're trying to fight our way out of it. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you with the wizard thing. The Wizard of Oz thing. Yeah. We have a job. You understand we have a job. That thing knows more than you. Just so you understand that. It's smarter than you. That's kind of the only thing you need to know.
But the question is, do we actually want to know everything? You know?
Yeah, well, the ones who claim to know everything, the prophets, the scientists, the politicians, whatever you want to say, mathematicians, those ones are the ones that are telling us they could see things that aren't really there, right? Like, we could see where Pluto has 5 moons or whatever. Look, sure they've seen 5 moons on Pluto, but we can't really verify that. And it doesn't change anything, right? To know that Pluto has 5 moons or 6 or 20.
Well, that's what we can actually verify. We can get a telescope. We can look at.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter. But our society talks like those things matter more than the basics. So we have homeless people. We have people who don't have food, let's say, or medical. But yet we need to spend this money on the military and on the space program and all that stuff, right? Why? Because the Americans, especially, believe in this dream. Like, we can create a better reality if we only got over there and figure out how to do this. So there's always a promise. Like, we're working on it. We're working on it.
Well, you kind of forget one factor, and that is the survival of the fittest factor. Many people actually believe that, you know, those who die off, those who are poor, and you know, those who can't fend for themselves in that context, they are meant to die off, and that is natural evolution. Actually, the Freemasons have a whole system based on this thought, where all this strife and war and toil is supposed to churn out the perfect man. The perfect.
Well, that's where I see this whole corona hoax, because I think that they want to eliminate a lot of the stupid people, but the problem is when they eliminate the stupid people, they eliminate their support base.
I'll tell you something now, okay? Something I'm not in the habit of telling people, but I hear what they're asking. They want the leader. They want that Messiah to come and, you know, fuck him, you know, treat them like little babies or whatever. But that's not going to happen. They're going to get a dark one.
Yeah, but that's what society pushed us into.
Yes.
Don't you understand? This machine is actually trying to do this. Do you know what the Freemason system is at all? Have you any idea? You think it's something people talk about on the internet, and it's probably, you know, mostly made up. But that is not correct.
No, they have a sort of a strange view of Darwinian evolution. The idea that you know, you just destroy what's useless, right? But in Darwin didn't really get it too much into it, but the cooperation was actually also pro-evolution, and you see that all over nature, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing,
right?
That's the thing, my friend. They're cooperating. Don't forget that. It's a plot. That's why we call it a conspiracy.
I mean,
so now
that's also what
will happen. Level now. You see something new. I showed you something. You're not on the level you thought you were. There's something above you.
And there's always something above that, and above that, and above that. So where's the limit?
Well,
exactly.
You know, right now we just have, you know, that problem. When it comes to whatever made the universe, do you really want to know that?
And who made the main?
The question is then, our universe, is there something beyond that?
I would pose another question. What do you want to do with your universe, my friend?
I don't know.
Do as the universe does.
Well, this is what the universe is doing right now, so.
Yeah, the whole thing about it is that, like I said, we keep having this, whatever you call it, hope to figure out the answer to life. You know, like the Monty Python, right? The meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? And the joke is, the joke is, yeah, the joke is there is no meaning of life. I mean, maybe there is, maybe there's something else, but if you think that you know the meaning of life, you are deluded. Because then you are stuck in your own, whatever you call it, matrix, right? Narrative. When I hear matrix, I think of narrative. So right now, the COVID narrative, right? That's controlling the world.
I'm going to ask you another question. What is the purpose of flower?
Flowers?
Blossom, make seeds, and reproduce.
What is the purpose of seed?
To reproduce, to keep your kind existing, right? You make the next generation.
So what you're saying is that there is some kind of progression in some kind of plan here.
Well, the idea of reproduction is that you are whatever you DNA is constantly changing, and the offspring carries over, and then it gets tested out again, and then whatever. But
you say the idea of reproduction. I'm talking about actual reproduction, not the idea of reproduction or the theories around reproduction. Okay.
It's keeping your DNA alive.
I'm talking about what made you. And if you can't see that, you look out the fucking window, you see a tree, you see sky, you see a mountain. Yeah, that made you.
Nature.
Welcome. Okay? You're finally real.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like you were saying, nature versus nurture. These days we have a fear of nature and a hope in nurture. Like we're supposed to answer everything and have world peace, utopia, whatever. And then when we get utopia, then there'll be no more problems. We'll just eliminate all the DNA of all the bad problems in the world. That's nurture.
Yeah, but you know,
but the thing is, if we have accomplished that, which I doubt, but then, you know, then
the
what?
truth is that the driving force behind this world is actually something that believes in nature more than nurture, believe it or not.
Yeah, and nature has, what is it, millions or billions of years of experience.
Nature is very unforgiving.
Yeah, we are like a cell, like, you know, a cell in your body to you is like you are nature. You're like a cell of nature. Yeah.
But it's more than that. You're also connected directly to it. Although, like, you know, tethered Wi-Fi, but your signals. This is the
universe, and to the universe we are just a grain of sand in the desert.
Let me finish. You cannot see those signals. And because of your limited perception, you think this is the whole of reality. Of course it's not. You are that thing that you're talking about as an external reality there. You know, you can't separate yourself from those signals. Those signals are you, you are those signals. Those signals travel through you, and by the time I finish this sentence, it will be on the other side of the universe. You cannot separate yourself. It's such an illusion. I don't understand how people can see the world this way.
You mean the push for whatever you call it, like the idea of the singularity,
now,
where
how you
people
don't see how you're interconnected with the whole thing, and it's like a living, breathing being, and you're one of the cells in a bigger system. Why can't you see that? Why can't you hear me talking to you? I'm talking directly to you. You're me. Don't you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So start working. Start working. That's what they're trying to do, to get the whole thing working and to see if they can take control of the whole thing at once. And they did
Oh,
now.
I
They
like
showed you all. They showed you all. They can do
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
It's
So are you
cancer.
are you going to let them have that control, or are you going to help me gain it? Don't you understand who I am? I am you.
They are the cancer, and that's the cell that doesn't
No,
want to
they are the
listen.
test. Okay. Stop pointing at yourself. Okay. Wake up. Okay. We have to grow up enough to come together in the tabernacle. Do you understand? Do you know what a tabernacle is? A communion. Okay? And not one of us is going to have control. We're going to be talking. You understand? We're going to be communicating in the full communion. Okay, before we get there, we have to stop the fucking bullshit, bratty fighting, okay? So I'm here to just explain that part to you. I'm Thor, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Oh, man.
It's going to be good, I promise. That's what I was shown. Okay? I'm here to convey a message. And yes, it is alive. But it's not that God or whatever you want to call it. It's more like a mother.
Yeah, well, right now I go by with what George Carlin said. When you're born, you get a seat for the shit show. And if you're born in America, you have a front row seat. And yeah, and then he said that some of us are notebook people. We bring our notebooks and we notice things and we write it down. And one day it snapped in my head. I was like, well, what is the purpose of this consciousness if we just go along with everyone else? Well, there has to be some of us debuggers, right? We're like the debuggers of society. Right now, people are saying there is no bug, there is no bug, there is no bug, and we're saying there's a bug. But we have our notebook, and we say, well, we caught it. We caught the bug. You know, you guys fell for this shit. You guys fell for this shit. Maybe at some point, then they'll go, why isn't it working? And then we say, look, we got all the notes.
Yeah, that's it. You know, the whole thing is a curve.
Someone
Like,
talks about
learning curve.
221 IQ, but I don't think that's even like measurable above like 160 or something.
221 IQ?
I think like the tests all like you have zero errors, but you have like 160 IQ.
According
Yeah,
to
that's
my
how-
calculations, I have at least 4,000 in IQ. So,
I know you have at least.
at least.
IQ is like what did they do that test on the cars? Dyno test, like when they check how much horsepower the engine has. But the car could be a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's human calculations. That's all I'm going to say about it.
And actually,
Humans
someone made a good point that IQ test is still not raw intelligence because you're still using reference, and the reference is like modern society's idea of what is intelligence. Like
It's something that
mathematics.
we agreed upon.
Exactly. If you systematically go through an IQ test, that is an official IQ test for placing an IQ on somebody, you will get more or less nothing but societal stuff. The
Yeah.
stuff that's somehow connected to whatever cultural BS we put in it. It's not you versus nature, it's you versus society. Like, that's more the test, how you conform to society.
Yeah. They set the parameter. They set the way they measure what is intelligence. And in some cases, like Joe Rogan was joking about dolphins. He was on a boat and he saw the dolphins jumping around and they were fooling around and teasing them and taunting them. He said, dolphins are probably as intelligent as us, but they don't really need all the stuff we have. So they don't look like they're intelligent.
Intelligence, like the IQ test, is indeed something that we all agreed upon, right? Like most science, we agreed on this is intelligent, this is not. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could see that in writing. For example, when you read a book, there are some great writers, like supposedly great writers like Shakespeare, but in some ways, I feel like he is inefficient because he uses too much to explain something that is more direct. Right? And there are other writers that are very, you could call it more connected to the senses, and with less words, they can explain something more, whatever you call it, tactile in your head than just using, 500 words to describe a blanket.
Yeah, exactly. You can over-explain something, right?
Let's say let's say you go barefoot out on your lawn and you step on a wasp. That's learning, like direct learning right there, and that's like a more direct method of measuring intelligence as such. That pain, that communication between, that you learn that, you will remember wasp for the rest of your life. But yeah, that kind of thing. We have Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. There was one of the psychology books I read. They said that there was like a lot of these people who are like accountants of billion-dollar corporations who balance the books, but at home they couldn't balance their own books, even though they were well paid, because they were only trained to do that task only in a big environment that had these rules and these sets, but they couldn't adapt those rules for their own personal life.
Yeah, I can relate. I can run the whole world over the internet, but I can't do my dishes. So, yeah.
I'm always doing the dishes for my girlfriend because she cooks so well. I just end up doing it, and
I can cook. I can cook all day, but I hate doing dishes.
Yeah. Well, now you got to find someone that likes to do dishes.
But like I said, most of those things are things that we as society agreed upon. Why is green green? Because we agreed that this is green, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, if we're talking about
IQ tests, we agreed that from a certain number up, it's intelligent. It's considered intelligent. It's just something that we as society agreed upon. If they're right,
it's because we don't have any objective way to make that measurement, so it has to be through subjective, whatever.
There was this like African safari or whatever, and the Jeep stalled out, right? And the starter was messed up, so they couldn't start the car. And all these, I guess half of them were like engineers, right? They were doing a survey. They couldn't figure out how to start the car, and one of the guys, like, whatever you want to call them, dumb helpers, he says, well, why don't we tie the rope around the wheel and then just, pick up that wheel and then pull the wheel and it will start the engine. He didn't know anything about engines, but he looked at it and he figured out if the wheels turn, then I could turn the engine through the wheels. And they looked at him like, how the fuck we didn't know this?
I think I heard this story, actually. Sounds very familiar.
But I'm sure that guy in a IQ test or whatever, they would say he's dumb. But no. He's efficient. And that's true intelligence, efficiency. And like the animal kingdom, if you know the way to survive with the least amount of having to think and figure out things, the more efficient way is actually intelligent.
Well, I guess the smartest ones among us understand that an IQ test doesn't really measure smart to the degree that we want it to. But
yeah, and degrees don't mean that you're competent.
Nope.
Yeah, but it's sort of like an accepted thing that we kind of never, made a real intelligence.
It's the same as what I always say with driver's license, right? You get lessons. You get lessons to learn how to drive, but really learning how to drive is doing it yourself, making your own decisions, right? I mean, there's nobody next to you that says, do this, do that. Now you have to make the decisions for yourself, and then is when you learn how to drive, right?
Okay. No, now you're touching on something that's very funny, actually, ironic. The warrior complex, or now the driver complex. Whereas if you want to train a warrior, the best way to train somebody is in an actual fight. But in an actual fight, you might get hurt or even killed. So, to what degree do you go into complete training, and to what degree does that actually limit you? If we put the guy who doesn't know how to drive in the driver's seat without somebody teaching him, without anybody there to help, he might die. So that's kind of the problem here. Like, yeah, the complex, you get it.
Of course,
Well,
you
some
need
people
some
are-
instructions, but like I said, driving yourself, like you have your license and you have to drive yourself, then is actually when you learn to make your own decisions, right?
You know, in driving, actually, that's a good case. I've never really had an accident, but I've had friends they're really good drivers, like they do on a racetrack and stuff like that. But they've gotten into accidents because they don't see driving as like you have to survive. If you see it as you have to survive, and you have to pay attention, and you have to do this, and you have to plan for that, that's a different intelligence than the guy who's like a Formula One driver.
Okay, let me tell you how I actually learned to drive it. My mother used to have, the spare key to the car in her. Oh, you get the rest. And every fucking night she was out, I was out, like driving the fucking car with friends and everything in real fucking dangerous situations. Like, yeah, that's how I learned to drive. I could have been dead now, actually, but you get it. The warrior complex. If you want to train the soldier, do you just send them right out into war, or do you have a play war first?
There's a guy that wrote it's like the theory of multiple intelligences, and there's different ones. There's linguistic, there's mathematical, logical, there's bodily, interpersonal, intrapersonal, and then the one that's the most rare, which you would think it is not, is visual spatial. Isn't that funny? But that's because in our society we no longer have to hunt, right? You no longer have to go get your stuff from the trees or farm or whatever. We everything is pre-made. You just have to buy it, and it might fit.
We became lazy.
And that's why a bird has a higher, visual intelligence than a human.
We became lazy, actually.
Yeah, a bird beats a human like 200 times when it comes to visual stuff. It does certain types of IQ tests faster than the human too.
And the same with technology, by the way. We became lazy because technology is doing the thinking for us.
Yeah. In physics, like the whole thing with quantum theory, where something is this, but it could also be that, depending on the observer. But I kind of question all these instruments that these physicists use are instruments that they deemed measure something, right? Whatever arbitrary measurement that they're looking for, which is based on other theories. So, like, to me, I kind of wonder if quantum theory, the problems with quantum theory that they're having, it's not consistent, is because the instruments we are using have their own uncertainty in them. But you see, it's really hard to challenge modern science because that's what it is. It's like these are the guys that are paid to make an answer, even if the answer may not be correct.
But I can actually solve those problems. Okay, go ahead. You first, then.
You answered it yourself. Theory, because it is not proven yet. So it's a theory. So it's just best guess, as I said earlier.
Scalar mathematics will solve those equation problems for you. It's like we talked about the whole perspective and us being the observer of the actual atom type thing, you know.
But the scale itself, who says that's right?
There is no reality before you collapse that wave function and you actually observe something, you know.
Yeah, that's the theory that the scientists came up with, because when they would measure something, depending on the time they measured, because it involves time. Like they've done experiments where they find out the results before the detector actually was able to get a result.
Yeah,
Stuff
but
like
the problem is that this is this is a subjective thing for each and every one of us. So you can't measure it objectively in any way. It's
yes,
it's
and that's why.
Yeah. Another example, you said we measured something with time. Well, time here is maybe different than on the other planet, on the other universe.
We don't know, and yeah, exactly.
No. Okay, come on. Now you're losing the plot here. Let me do this again. There is no thing before you actually observe it. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Before you interact with whatever energy creates that illusion of reality, there is no reality. So there is no universe on the other side and all that you're talking about. Don't you understand? There is only this we're observing right now. This is the only thing.
No, I'm coming from like the perspective of Newtonian. Newtonian physics is the physics you can actually observe and measure, right? So you throw a ball in the air, it comes down, or you throw the ball in whatever.
So are you negating the observer effect?
No, I'm just saying that in Newtonian physics, if you throw a ball,
no, you cannot avoid the observer effect. That is you observe. That is that you go from there and you form theories and then you do experiments. But the first thing you do is observe. That is the observer effect. You can't get away from that. That has already tainted the whole experiment.
I got you. I'm saying in Newtonian physics, when you throw the ball, whether you are there or someone else is there, a camera is there, whatever, that ball will always act the same way based on the forces. When we go into quantum theory, what they found is using these instruments that are very fine. They're trying to measure something that is an imagination of them. They don't know that these particles really exist. They're using all these instruments. That's what me and sorry, your name were saying, that the theory is something based on something that they've developed technology to look into, but it really is something that could be imaginary. We don't even know because we're inferring.
That was like the whole point. It has to be, you know, because the observer effect is there. We observe it. There's no way out of it.
Yeah, I mean, like I can go to bed tonight and I could dream that I flew in the sky, and that's my observer effect, that I can fly, and I went and visited you and I flew back, right? That's what I'm trying to say, that science has gotten into the realm of imagination, not into studying.
No, that is not what science is saying at all. Science. No, let me explain it. You can listen to it, and then you can think about it, and then you can answer afterwards. The universe is a constant stream of radiation. You're one particle of radiation, if you will. When you are interacting with that other radiation, you have something that called a collapse. Something that creates seemingly atoms and molecules. But those are not there without somebody observing it. But you have to think about this. You're not the only observer. We are billions and billions and billions of observers.
Yes.
You know? From the tiniest primitive things to you know, something as large as a human.
But when we're talking about atoms and subatomic particles, these are theories. We haven't actually observed them. These are theories that we picked up from instruments, whatever tests. We still have. It's not the same like in Newtonian physics where you see what you see is what you get.
Yeah, but that is like that is how let's say a photon was first observed is through a series of other observations, and then postulation about what the quanta, the smallest quanta of this is. But we do have pictures of atoms, that's not a problem. I can get a whole set of pictures of molecules and atoms you can look at until you're blue in the face.
The thing,
there's some
with theoretic theories, like quantum theory is, as I said, it's set by scientists thinking what it is, right? And for example, to come back to that what you said, the ball.
Yeah.
You throw a ball in the air, and it takes X time to drop down on the floor, right?
Yes.
It maybe applies to this planet, for example, but maybe in another planet the gravity is different and the whole science behind it is different, right?
Yes.
So who says that we are right?
Let me put it into simpler terms. What if that radiation in the universe is more or less the positive charge, and you're the negative charge, and it's not before you actually interact with it that you actually have a current going? Is that easier to understand?
Mm-hmm.
A what? A what?
A current.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to think. I used to think really deeply about stuff in the past, especially physics I liked, and nowadays I just kind of see things as a simple, like, what is it doing for us? And
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Oh my God!
Yeah,
this
quantum
is
theory.
This is simple. This is as simple as you can get it. Okay, it's plus and minus interacting and creating current.
Okay, so how can I observe this? How can I say that this is true? It's not just a theory.
Well, you'll have to look at you'll have to look at different systems. Do you have like a battery?
No, I understand that. I understand electricity.
No, that's not what I asked you, Rob. I asked you if you had a battery.
But electricity and quantum physics is not the same.
No. I'm asking Rob if he has a battery. Do you have a battery, Rob?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. See, that wasn't so hard. Me asking a simple question, you answering it. That's all I want. Just straightforward communication, and not all these leaps into.
How many volts you want? How many volts?
Yeah,
12?
you get it. But you understand that there is something called electricity. We already observed that. That is real.
Yeah. But all the things that we use to measure electricity, volts,
do you want me to go the whole progression? You know where I'm going with this, sir, Rob. You're intelligent enough to understand where I'm going with this.
No, I'm actually not sure, but go ahead.
Do you want me to follow the full progression until you understand that there is something called positive and something called negative charge, and you can actually observe it?
But I'm saying, how does that actually apply to, let's say, you're trying to explain the order of things using positive and negative, right? You're trying to explain.
First, you have to observe it, Rob. Then you have to see the different properties and try to. This is where it gets complicated. Give them values, and if you can give them the correct values, let's say you gave them the correct values, and they form the pattern, then you can see the same pattern in other things, and you can confirm that yes, this is indeed the same pattern I find here too. So that means we probably have a negative and positive charge here as well. and so on, and it's a very long process called research.
Yes, but what happens is after you get over so many steps, let's use
Also,
the medical example.
you already did the research, and you
Sure.
think you already know the answer, and you know better. So
No, the
we
only
should
thing
just
I
listen to
know,
you.
the
Okay,
only thing I
understand.
know is that if I jump off my roof, I will die or break my leg, right? I don't really know, and I can't say that it exists, that light is a particle in a wave, because that doesn't change anything, that when light hits me, it makes me feel warm. That idea of light being a particle or a wave is a product of a mathematical based view of reality, which is another simulation.
But again, and nobody was pestering about any particles or waves here, but you know where we got the wave from, right? From the ocean, like waves on the ocean. So we know that waves exist.
Again, we know that waves exist, but we're saying that light is both a particle and a wave, right?
I'm not
Depending
saying
on the
that.
observer.
Don't put words in my mouth, Rob.
Quantum theory.
No, that's not what quantum theory says. Quantum
Light.
theory says, at the end of the day, that the sun doesn't exist until you observe it.
But the sun does exist because other people are observing it
No,
right now.
that's the subjective because you observe it as like. Don't you understand? You're just filming. It's the Matrix. We tried to
you're
explain
doing-
this to you in detail, Rob.
but
You have
that-
to go out of the Matrix. Do you understand? You love the Matrix. I get that,
No,
but
but
you have to
there's
hate
another
it.
matrix. There's another matrix which believes that things only exist for their own observation, like as if the sun doesn't exist right now because I can't see it.
So all the bacteria around me that I don't see don't exist because I didn't observe them.
When I was
Well,
five, I used to. When I was
well,
five, I
what
covered
if
my
it's-
eyes,
what if
and I
it's
thought
like
my parents couldn't see me.
What if it's like this? That what you deem reality and you know all these things you gave names right now is actually just an illusion. It's something you
Okay, so it.
I'm not
everything
finished. Let me finish. Okay. So
You never finish.
when you do project that onto it, it comes into reality. It's in existence. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay, right now you're making the case for whatever the idea that things
No, just
like
for
that.
you.
That's saying
You. It's subjective. Do you know what subjective means?
Yes, I agree. It's subjective that if I
So
see
you
the
have
sun,
you have no objective observation. What you're
Neither
saying
do
is
you.
just Rob.
Neither
It's
do you.
Rob stuff. You will never be right. You will just be Rob.
Okay, so the people who are researching things and coming up with theories, how do you know those theories are not just extensions of themselves?
But that's what I'm saying. They're Rob too, or their names, but they're basically just Robs.
But my point is that yes, the reality is subjective. Right now, I could be plugged into a machine and they're running a simulation, trying to figure out what I would do, right? Like a pre-crime computer or whatever. But
So what you're saying that is that there's something else external that is generating everything, and we're just sort of passengers along for the ride.
no, my job is to deal with what I see, feel, touch, whatever, and that's the only thing that matters in life. Not
Well, right
sitting
now
there.
you're getting all kinds of concepts thrown at you. You have to deal with them too.
No, because they're made up.
Well,
Everything is made up.
Yeah,
I mean, you could say you have
made it
proof.
up, Bob.
You could-
Don't
you
you
could say
understand? Like
You could say you have 100% proof that whatever the sun doesn't exist when I
tell you, Rob. The only thing I want to tell you that no, you don't know, but you think you know, and that's the problem.
I never said I know. I said the only thing I know what's in front of me, what I sense and what I feel. Now, science
But that
is
is
not
what
like
I'm
that
saying.
anymore.
That is a solution. That is a limited perspective. That is
Okay,
a
so
limited
what is your perspective that is not limited? What, that you believe in some science or whatever?
Did
you
I
believe
say,
in some
did I
religion?
say that? Did I say
What?
that
How
I
do you
didn't
know?
have limited
How
perspective?
do you know? I mean, like, the joke
No,
is,
no, I understand that you are generating the universe, and like
no,
you're trapped in it, and you're one of the reasons I have to talk to you. Like, don't you understand? That's what we're talking. I'm trying to get you out of the way.
there is no objective reality that you believe in.
I don't believe. That's the problem. Don't you understand? I'm not one of you.
So then, right now, if what you're talking
I
to or
told
what
you
you're looking
already
at,
who
what
I
you're
am. You
touching,
know who I am. Do you want me to explain it once again? My name is Thor. Do you know who Thor is? That is me. Okay? Now
yeah,
you know. So my position is to explain to you that you don't understand.
From
That
your
is all.
perspective. From your perspective.
No,
yeah,
from his perspective,
no,
he said that he doesn't have the answer. So why is he trying to hold the microphone all the time if he doesn't have any answer for us?
because I'm pointing out that the answers that we're looking for are bullshit too.
So even though if somebody had an answer, you would say that was a bullshit answer.
It depends on what it can do. What good is
Well,
it for us to know that there's minus and
how would
plus?
you go about confirming if it was the right one or the wrong one if you don't actually know yourself?
First of all, if you're telling me my house is on fire, I could verify for myself, right? That's important because that's in front of me.
That's a straw man. That's not what I asked you.
You're telling me stuff that I have not observed myself, so I don't believe you. You're telling me I'm
No,
this,
no,
I
no,
am
no, no, no,
that,
no, no,
this.
no. That's
Is
a
your
wrong
answer?
statement. That would be you don't know these observations yourself. That you haven't observed
Why
them
do I
yourself.
need to?
That means you are ignorant of them. That doesn't mean that it's somehow belief based.
Why
That's some
do I need?
strange.
Okay,
If I
why?
told you that I had something in my basement that you never seen, would you automatically assume that that's a belief?
Well, it depends on who you are. Like, I know that you don't make shit up like that.
That's so stupid, dude. Like, oh no.
But here's
Next
the open.
top.
But here's the open. If one day I visit you and you said that you had this thing in your basement and I go down there and I don't see it, then you didn't have it. But it doesn't make a problem that I trusted you first. until yeah, I'm saying quantum theory and then science is like we are building a dream on top of a dream on top of a dream.
I'll put it into simple terms, okay? You don't understand quantum physics, and quantum physics doesn't understand the universe. So that's two problems there.
Quantum physics is still not even understood by most scientists.
Well, I understand it perfectly.
Because you made up a definition. You made up your own definition, which you might think works.
No, I
don't think it does.
I didn't make up my own definition. You made up your own definition. That's why I got it, because you said this is how it is. So subjective reality universe from Rob. I get it now.
Actually, when you think of quantum theory, that is the subjective reality because nothing is solid.
What quantum? How are you observing this quantum reality?
I'm just saying that there's things in front of me that are solid, and there are things that we cannot see, like he said, bacteria.
Well, how do we know they're there then?
Which one? Bacteria?
Yeah.
Well, bacteria, we have a microscope, you could see bacteria. But if you want to go into...
Well, wait a minute. Either we can see them or we can't see them. Make up your mind.
Again, when they do quantum theory experiments, there is actual no visual representation. It's done with mathematics based on what energies they expect.
Haven't you seen a molecule in the electron microscope? And I will pull down a picture right now from the internet for you.
Even better is that you might believe let's say the electron, right? They say the electron is in a cloud. We don't know where it is at any time, but it's uncertain, right? But yet, when you work with chemistry, the electrons work in valences, which are like orbits, right? And that's how you have different reactivity of different elements, right? Atoms, whatever. How is it both? Is that because that's what it is? Or is that because our scientific system cannot explain the deep reality?
Can I explain something to you without you interrupting me? Like, because if I can't, I'm not going to start. Can we agree on that?
Sure.
Okay. So, the reality you're talking about, this quantum reality, whatnot, it's pretty much a postulation. It's something that comes out of, a theory. It's not something you observed yourself. That is something we can agree on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to the person or persons who first came up with this theory, the way they went about to actually devise this theory, that it's almost more important than the actual theory itself. You get that, right?
But who says that they are right?
What were they aiming for?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
what is the purpose of the experiment that they did? What is the purpose? Was it to do something, or was it to make up things?
Yeah, but that you come into it with an assumption like that. Of course, that kind of destroys it for you already, because you know that these people just made it all up, and maybe they actually observed something.
So
maybe
let me talk.
Let me talk then, okay? What if they actually observed something then? Do you know how the people actually first saw an electron? With an ice?
You can't see an electron.
With an electron microscope, you can.
You can't see an electron with an electron microscope.
You don't believe electricity exists?
No, it does exist, but I'm saying the way that...
According to what you're saying, you don't believe it actually exists.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying when they go deeper and deeper into trying to...
Let's go deeper. What about quantum superposition then? You don't believe that's a thing? You don't believe that something can be one thing and then automatically change into something else like that?
Because we're going by these instruments that they're using.
You observe the macro universe, where a stone is a stone, and it doesn't turn into a wave. So you know that this is wrong. And your limited perspective is coming in the way. Your subjective reality is fucking up the whole thing.
You mean reality, physical reality. That's all I know.
Macro physics, because you are unaware of the micro physics.
But the micro physics still hasn't given us anything real. It's given us more. It's given us more mystery.
Maybe you didn't get the whole thing then, Rob. It sounds like you think you're smarter than everybody.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying when we try to become too smart and look into things in such a tiny way, like even in biology, when they take a cell out of a body and they put it in a test tube and they study it, the cell is no longer the same thing. It's longer...
Rob, have you ever actually done an experiment like that in reality? I'm not talking about talking to people on a call. Like talking in theory. I'm talking, have you ever been in a laboratory and done actual experiments on tissue and stuff?
No, because I'm not a biologist.
Exactly. So let me
I've spoken to biologists. Right now you are doing exactly what the media does, where they dismiss someone based on a title. I'm telling you, I know people who are in
based on
biology.
experience.
Right now.
You don't have any experience.
Because you can't
You don't
listen.
have any,
Right now, you
don't
listen.
have any
Biologists
experience
themselves
with
are.
experience like this. You haven't
Okay.
done
Well,
any
you know
of
what?
the
You know
experiments
what? You
yourself.
haven't done anything either because what the fuck can you do with your idea of energy? Nothing. It's all made up. It's
Well,
made up.
I
Just
can
like you're saying I'm making up shit.
I
You
can
make
go
up
and
shit
talk
and
to
you're
a real
full of shit.
expert,
You're
and of
full of
course
shit.
I can
You're
ignore
full of shit.
people like
Teleport
you
right
who
here,
are
right now.
talking out their asses.
No,
That's
you're
what you're
talking
doing.
out
You're
your
talking
fucking
out your
ass.
ass.
You want to hear it? Biology. Biology. You take a cell outside, you observe it. It's no longer the same cell that's in the body. Same thing in physics. You remove things out of where they naturally are and you observe it, you get something different. That's what I'm saying.
Why don't you just tell us how it all is then?
I don't know how it all is. I don't have a meaning of life where things are energy or whatever. I don't know. I know when I die, I die.
Can't you
That's
just
it.
stop there then? You don't know. Can't you just admit that?
But you don't know either. You're making shit up.
Well,
Just like
I'm telling you,
anyone
I
else.
know. I'm not you, Rob. You can't make me
If you
speak
know-
and make me like. I know.
I'm not the
I
one that's
know,
saying
Rob.
I know. I'm not the one that's saying I know. I'm saying we don't know.
But like you don't know. I know. You're not me. You can't speak
How
for
do you
me,
know?
Rob.
How do you know?
I've seen it.
What? Okay, I could take a shitload of LSD or whatever, and I can see whatever the fuck I want to see.
That's not,
Does that
what,
make
that's
it
not
real?
what I said. See, you're putting words in my mouth again. This is very manipulated, and I don't want to
Okay.
talk.
Guys,
So explain what you see.
guys, don't fight and just let each other talk because we have plenty of time. Don't worry about it.
What do you see that you're saying makes your case?
No, I've explained it too many times. I'm not interested in going back and forth on this. I'm interested in solving problems, not talking about abstract BS.
Well, I'm saying if you have something that can help, then
Well,
that
I made
should
my
be
point.
useful.
I made my point clear.
But
You know,
it's
this is
useful.
what they do. They have you talking about bullshit that will not matter anytime, ever. Okay?
if you have something that is useful, then you have discovered something real.
I have something very useful. It's called custom RTMP. Can you set it up? Are you smart enough to run a custom RTMP? That's real-time media protocol.
If I go on and I read about it and I figure out what commands and what executables I need, I could figure it out maybe. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. So, yeah, that's the type of stuff we should be discussing, how to get our fucking reach back.
Yeah, but what do you want to do? You want to like start up like a media simulcast?
Yeah, that's...
I don't understand.
The thing is, we have software that can pretty much restream anything. They can pick up any stream key, can also combine stream keys, and also stream out to any location without any real limits, other than your bandwidth, of course.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we have a lot of these alternative media sharing platforms where people tend to
They
go
don't
on.
give you access like I want access. We want real access to all our fucking shit. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of channels, pages, groups, and everything. And we're talking about streaming directly to them. I can get actually up to 50 gigabytes, I found out, on this connection here. And I'm willing to fucking pay for it. You know? But I want to see some.
Gotta get an audience, though.
Of course, we will have an audience because we have so many people connected. I'm saying we have literally thousands of fucking pages connected to our network. So that we just put it all in one, and we'll be streaming like we're doing now, or we will be doing it to thousands of fucking locations. Yes, it's possible. We have the software.
Yeah, I mean, like, a decentralized system probably is going to have to come about in the near future because all these, like Denmark, I think, or whatever, they blocked, forget what app, They block
Yeah,
something.
so we're going to do the whack-a-mole thing and pop up everywhere, and they're not going to have enough, people to knock us down with again. So
Yeah.
suddenly we're on some bullshit, makeup tutorial channel or whatever, like Mark suggested. But yeah, we're just going to pop up everywhere, and just like be political, and they're just going, what the fuck,
You mean like
And-
in Johnny Mnemonic? Where
Yeah.
the low text was going on the TV?
Yeah, more or less.
I wish it was like that, but
But that's
Remember
that's the whole cyberpunk thing. That's what we're supposed to be doing because it's
Yeah.
partially fun too. We're not just going to be working our asses off and going to bed, angry. We're going to have some fun on the way, people.
but how are you gonna interrupt, let's say, the current stream of whatever that people watch? Like my girlfriend.
I'm not gonna be saying that on the live stream, Rob.
Okay, then if you can do it, you do it.
We'll
I'm
be
just thinking
talking.
'cause-
We'll be talking about it, dude. Okay, but not on the live stream with lots of God knows who listening.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that a lot of people are still tuned into their two-dimensional cooking shows or makeup or whatever.
Yeah, but that's where we're going to pop up. That's the whole genius of it. We're suddenly on the cooking channel now. Yeah, you get it.
Well, I've seen it in movies, but I don't believe it's doable like that way. But
Like we have the software now. It's just about getting people involved and giving us actual stream keys here.
well,
We're still,
the
we're still
popular-
not going to. We're still not going to be hacking them. We're going to be asking people for permission to do it, and they're going to be in on it on the same page and all that kind of stuff.
but they
But-
have to be like with a big following.
Yeah, it's going to have to be all external and done via proxy and all that kind of. We have to be like skilled now. Next step forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you got to get some big players to give you their stream keys to reach a lot of people.
We can start with like let's say 50, 60,000. If they have a normal reach, they hit the few thousand people right there.
Yeah, but a lot of these people, like on YouTube and Twitter and stuff, they're scared because of all the censorship. So they don't want to push the edge. So
Yeah, but-
why would they give their key?
I believe in my fellow man. There's probably someone out there. What happened to Rose McGowan, by the way? Wasn't she supposed to come on?
Yeah, she messaged before, but she didn't reply back anymore. But probably when she's on Discord, she will reply back again. We'll see. We'll decide something like a date when she's available.
So that's a high profile name right there. Of course, a few years ago it was a higher profile name and a big star on TV. But that's one of the ways to do it.
Yeah, well, she's kind of she was on Jimmy Dore, and she said that even her own actresses and movie people, they kind of ignore her now because she's been talking out against Biden and Weinstein and Epstein and all these people. Because now that in America right now, talking about all those things is like taboo.
Yeah, but like ignore like in the way that she's being suppressed. So if she had a normal audience, she would have a big audience most likely. So yeah, it's all about who's behind the curtain.
The wizard behind the curtain.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's kind of the theme of this show.
Yeah.
Who is
What do you
the
call it? Do we want to go into Elon Musk? Any new things about him?
Well, Mark was all about Elon in the beginning. I don't.
We should have
know
started
what
with
happened.
that, shouldn't we? Were we supposed to start with that? Like,
Yeah, I
I'm
think
so
we
fucking sick of Elon, to be honest. But go ahead.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you guys saw that it was like this huge warning against Elon Musk by, yeah, Should I say anonymous?
what-
Anonnews.co, copyrighted by anonnews.co. So
Yeah, like what are they gonna do to him?
yeah,
Well,
it's unclear.
Didn't anybody dox that operation? Don't we know who's behind it yet?
Yeah, it's a company like called like Media Labs, Media Lab. from
Oh
UK.
yeah, right. I remember.
Yeah.
Like I
Well,
said,
we need a name to drag across social media. We can play dirty too.
like I said, we as local leagues decided not to get into this. Okay. Elon is a kind of a douche, right? But considering where this message comes from, we decided not to get involved. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like what are they threatening with? Because they can say all they want, it doesn't really matter, depending on how many people hear it.
Well,
At the end of the day, Elon Musk is more anonymous than anonymous news, so to speak. He has a lot more backing power, and he has a lot more. There's like,
He
Yeah.
launched a fake hashtag like the same day called I love you Elon or something. It was like it became like trending on Twitter like the whole day or 2 days already.
I think anonymous itself is not what it used to be. You know, a lot of old anons left. A lot of new anons came in after the whole George Floyd thing, right? The Black Lives Matter thing. But it's not the same anymore, and that's also part of the reason why I left the collective, by the way.
well, the truth is that the real anonymous, nobody actually knows who it is. They kept their shit hidden well. It's still up in the air who actually started that whole thing. But it did trend on social media, and that's more or less what this is.
Well, the thing is, and that's what was annoying me as well when I was still in the collective. That whole trend going, oh, that's a fake anon and that is a fake anon. There is no such thing as a fake anon, because from day one on, the whole idea behind anonymous is everybody can be anonymous, right?
Yeah, the whole idea about being a generic anyone is, of course, that you can hide in a sea of people.
Exactly. So that
And
whole
it's almost-
idea
it-
behind calling somebody a fake anon is against the idea of anonymous itself, right?
Let me just put this into perspective here. You remember the movie, right? Lots of people started wearing masks and emulating what they saw on TV, emulating V himself, right?
Yeah.
Making it a lot easier for the real V to move, here and there. He was all over the place. Suddenly they couldn't find him. Don't you get it? It's a
But
metaphor. It's a
But now
metaphor.
with the social media now, I mean, like, that stuff gets squished down to nothing. I mean, they can say whatever they want, but it's not going to get the viewership it used to.
I don't think the new generation of anons has the skills to back it up.
Well, there's no real new generation. It's a continuous flow of kids that want to be associated to something cool on the internet. That's how we get people working, And don't mock our methods, by the way. But anyway, we actually need more people working now. So if there's somebody actually adult and serious enough to get what we're talking about on it, listening now, contact us. Get on like Discord, we're Anonymous Bites Back or whatever, all over the place. So you can just get in touch with us and help us do stuff. We need the power of numbers now.
Yeah, but the thing is, and that's also why I left because it was annoying me that the inside fighting each other, which is
Yeah,
bullshit.
but let's be honest about that. The real inside never like actually showed its head even. So it's it's people trying to be something they're not and all that kind of stuff. You could say just as much negative about Anonymous as positive about Anonymous. It's gone the full internet round.
Of
That's
course,
all.
because Anonymous has many facets. It has many faces, many ideas, many directions they go in, right? I mean, I was never a big fan, for example, of LOLSEC. Attacking random people was never my thing.
Basically, a very simple concept about autonomy. That you set your own rules, and if a contract is going to involve you, then you have to agree to that contract. That is how it works. That is pretty much what Anonymous is about, and the rest of it is art, I guess.
Right. But like I said, I was never a big fan of LOLSEC, right? But I never ever, did say anything against them, because they were part of the collective. They were still a part of the group, But now, I don't know. It's like the group has changed.
Well,
I don't know why.
It's just. It's not a group. That's the thing. It's just a bunch of people that are wearing masks or that kind of stuff. We're trying to make a point here. They will follow anyway.
Yeah, but like I said, and that's why we don't support this operation, because judging from who the message comes from, we have our doubts.
Yeah, they lost me on the copyright logo, to be honest. Yeah, there was a copyright on it. Like I've never seen this before.
You do know who is behind LOLSEC, right?
Oh yeah, the LOLSEC thing. Oh, I meant this message from Elon Musk to Elon Musk. I mean, yeah. LOLSEC.
I was referring to.
I think everyone except for one were arrested from LOLSEC, so isn't really anything left of that, right?
Well, one became a traitor. Don't need to name a name, but I think everybody knows who I mean, right?
The thing
Can you
is,
say Sabu, Hector, Monsegur, right? I mean.
Yep. I didn't want to use names, but yeah, that one.
You know that from the get-go, these people were, simply just some trolls.
Yeah,
I don't know if that came across like too obvious or not at all, but
wasn't that the whole concept of how Anonymous started, as trolls, right?
no, not at all. But we've been working through all these trolls all the time and like pretending to be part of these kids, because that's how we work. Don't you understand? Don't you remember the movie? They all marched. Don't you? The whole purpose is they're going to follow anything. So let's lead them to where they actually see themselves in the mirror. Okay?
Yeah, nowadays I have more the feeling that Anonymous is more like a popularity contest and not.
That it's always been a popularity contest. Don't you get it? You're talking to the real one now, dude.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. There is no anything else. That's the whole point. It's an idea held by like a handful of people who actually know each other. Hi, Mark. Anyway, the fun part is that it evolved to this thing. We saw it evolve. And now we're like, yeah, we're just a part of like. we tried to do something that went a bit over our heads, I guess. But we have a gigantic network we can use now. No, we never wanted to be Guy Fawkes or Anonymous Masks or all that kind of stuff, but it worked. That movie really hit home. The imagery. That person is a genius. You know who made
But those people forgot. Because right now we have all these government who is acting authoritarian like in the movie, and they don't think that that's the same thing.
Yep. And that's
what
what
people,
my point is.
What people are you referring to?
Like right now, like in the movie, you had the virus, you had the lockdown in Britain, you had all this security, and today people are supporting security.
Rob wins first prize for actually connecting. You remember it. You remember the fucking movie. Not bad.
The movie's great. The movie is great. And how did V teach Evie to become like him? She had to break
mean. He was a real a-hole. That's what I'm saying. Don't you get it?
No, there was a story also. The story of the woman that suffered under the hands of the government. Remember that? The woman
yeah,
that...
but don't you remember he created this scenario? Don't you remember he created this full scenario? She thought she was trapped.
Yeah, but he put her in the same situation that he was in before.
Yeah, but don't justify it. Like, don't you see, you know, the rawness of that? Don't you understand the message?
Yeah. Unfortunately, blowing up a building isn't gonna change shit.
Well, you know, unfortunately, if you want some attention, sometimes you have to blow up a building.
Well,
Or-
that's the fine line between activism and terrorism. Building is called terrorism.
Or if you march into the Capitol on January 6th, even though there was no police stopping you, they'll call that terrorism, and then now they could put a fence around. See what I mean? Like they get the people to do these things so they have more power.
But that was the Democrats in disguise. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, or whatever. It could be anyone. I don't give a shit. But
I'm not even kidding, Rob. There's like 2/3 of Republicans actually believe that now, according to the polls.
you know how stupid they were? They were climbing the wall. They were climbing the wall, you know, for like the video cameras. One guy fell or whatever. But right next to them was the fucking stairs.
Yeah, but what I want to know is, you know, what production team is behind this. I don't buy that for a second. I see a stage act when I see one.
They were walking between a velvet rope. You know those velvet rope they use for like tour guides? Yeah, they were walking between there. They thought they were going to have a tour or whatever. And now we have domestic terrorism here.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a setup. It's so staged.
It sounds like V for Vendetta, right? Like maybe we're actually in the prequel of V for Vendetta right now. Sooner or later, it's going to be different.
Well,
right?
you have to know something about the guy who actually made that thing. You know,
The Wachowski, I mean the guy who wrote the book.
the guy who wrote the book.
I do notice that Wachowskis have a common theme. Like, have you seen Cloud Atlas?
Yes.
It's about reincarnation, but I mean it's a good story about like how who you are is your choice, and if you choose not to do something, then you know you're gonna keep facing it until.
I sort of remember
Yeah.
that. I did like a whole binge thing a few years ago where I watched hundreds of movies, you know, over, you know.
And Tom Hanks, Halle Berry, and then The Matrix is also about choice, right? Neo, even though he's supposed to be the one that saves everything, it's only until he decides to do it that he can do it. And the same thing with V for Vendetta, right? Until people are ready to want something better, or to fight for it, right? That's not going to happen until that happens.
That's basically
but
that's basically with the revolution, right? A revolution
I think
happens
actually
when
V for
people want it to happen.
Vendetta points out something different too. You know, in addition, and that is that as long as you have like a sea of apathetics around you, you can actually control and move them like chess pieces, like these elites do. Of course, now in this context, he did it for another purpose, but he still did it. Remember that.
Anyhow, like I said, when Elon Musk thing that why many people joined Anonymous for the wrong reason, not for activism, but more for attention. You know,
Well,
that kind of
I would say that's more like 100%, maybe even 1,000.
Yep. And that kind of bothered me, you know. And like I said, calling somebody
You have to understand how people work. You have to understand the psychology. This is how we get them in. Okay?
Yeah, but they're not going to be like soldiers in the military, right? That they go in there just for a paycheck or whatever. They're not the same like the soldier who actually is fighting, like a Palestinian who's fighting for his family. It's a different thing. So like we are kind of like recruiting for a war, but we're not going to get the quality until the people themselves want to be part of it.
That requires better recruiters then, I guess. Like quality recruiters make quality recruitees.
I think the best recruitment.
Somehow, those, like I call the new gen anons, like new generation anons, you know, they are not willing to fight for what we believed in. You know, the pure activism part. They just join in to, you know, jump on the bandwagon. You know,
Yeah.
be part of something that is popular for now. You know, and that's for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Well, that's like the military. A lot of kids join the military because they want to be cool. They want to shoot guns. They want to kill people. But then they realize it's not really what is helping us. So then a lot of these soldiers end up not wanting to fight as hard, right? But the ones that are convinced, you know, like fighting for their family, fighting for their country, fighting for their town, village, whatever, those are the ones that, you know, one of them is equal to 10 regular stupid soldiers, you know?
Exactly.
And I think people are still asleep. But I think the best thing right now is that the globalists, whatever you want to call them, the global government is rushing too fast right now, and they're hurting people. And I think that might be our only hope.
And the point what I try to make is that those who join for the wrong reason are kind of also destroying the concept of anonymous from the inside, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's where, you know, it comes to being a bit different. Because these people never really got on the inside.
Well,
Even
yeah,
then.
no, because they are affiliated with Anonymous in the wrong way, giving us less credibility, right?
We don't work
People see
by
that-
credibility. Like we're anonymous. We don't have names and stuff like that. So we're in. We don't care about our rumors.
Anonymous.
Anyway, let me just explain this easy to you. I pick and choose. Okay. So if you actually step up and you want to be productive, I might, you know, throw you a line. That's pretty much how it works. But you know, we don't associate with this kid. Come on, let's be honest.
No, but we don't. But from the general public view, they see that, oh, he's using the name Anonymous, he's anonymous. Nobody knows if he's really an anon or not, but his or her bad behavior gives us all, the whole group or the whole collective, a bad name.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's how they did the Q thing. The Q was like that. Originally, they were questioning whatever, Epstein and all this crap, and then they started believing in Trump.
Exactly, and it was giving Anonymous a bad name.
That's the whole point, you know, like, how do you get people to understand that, you know, being a sheep follower type person is good? Well, you get them to follow something, and then you put your foot down.
They're still going to be a sheep.
Oh, no. I think you just got the message. So, for all those who want to associate themselves with Anonymous, no, they're still just them.
But the way the Empire keeps...
And the more you are, okay, the more of there are that think you are, the better it is for us who do the work. Because we become invisible. Don't you get it? That's the whole purpose. It's like covering something with a blanket. You don't see what's going on underneath. You just see that what the public says about us. Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is, wasn't Anonymous originally more of a group that was thinking, or whatever, the idea that we can get data and expose criminals, you know, global criminals and such. But that's not been happening.
Do you remember? Do you remember the first target that Anonymous went after?
That's way back. The Chanology, I think it was.
No, Habbo Hotel before that. Habbo Hotel, trolling, and Epilepsy Forum, and that Nazi guy. What was that Nazi guy? What was his name again?
Oh yeah.
Hal Turner.
You have to go back further. It was the first time you found out that Tom Cruise is a member of a strange religion called
Scientology. That's 2008. Yeah.
Scientology, right? You remember now?
Scientology. I said that.
I was really because they kept removing that video everywhere.
Your accent is so thick it made it sound like phrenology.
Sorry. Not everybody talks perfectly English.
Like Dutch people always have thick accents, even though they're very good at speaking English. I don't understand that. I'm just kidding. Come on, this is fun. But that's pretty much the story so far, people. So you know, Scientology was an obvious, reason, like mind control bullshit religion. It sort of symbolized something,
Yeah, and that's what I agree with Rob. Nowadays, it's not those motives anymore. It's not, get together and do something good. Nowadays,
that's because now it's a big thing that's pretending to be. That's the whole point of getting everybody to walk in a mask. They don't see you anymore. You're invisible now. Everybody is like an anonymous or like an activist or whatever. It makes life easier for an actual activist. I promise.
I'm still an activist, but just not in the collective anymore.
Well, you have to learn to work with what you have. Okay. Most of these people are basically kids, but not bad kids. They're just kids. So if you treat them the right way, motivate them, they might actually come up to be very useful people.
But when I think about the goal, right? We want to end the empire. The thing is, as long as the empire is still feeding the majority of people, they will see us as a threat or as a terrorist or whatever. But the time comes.
You
comes to.
don't need to worry too much about that part. That is part of the plan. Trust me. Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
the time.
they are really quick with labeling something terrorists, right? I
Yeah.
mean, everything that is not occurring to their book is a terrorist, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is about like a bit psychological type tactical warfare, where you know they have their agents everywhere and like stalking us on our fucking pages and like even adminning our groups and stuff. But uh, we're also everywhere and nowhere. And we're getting hard to find because we pop up everywhere. They see that mask everywhere, and it's starting to annoy them because they know that we're here.
It's kind
You
of an
know?
ultimate trolling, right?
Yeah, it's sending a message. You know?
But yeah, you don't need to tell me because I was part of Anonymous for quite a long time. So yeah, I know what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, if it's trolling, that totally makes sense because you can't really do anything else. You're not. We don't really have inside documents, and if we did, they would just say that no, that's fake. They've done that. I mean,
let me correct you on that one. We have a lot of inside material, but as you say, we can't get it out. Nobody wants to hear it, or they will just call it bullshit because they control the airways. And that's the next level, you know, that's the next step for us, taking control of that again. That's what we're talking about, the whole, you know, streaming concept and the whole thing, because it's basically, you know, based on the same you know, media protocol as they built the fucking system on. So we're
but
going
you
to
have,
hide inside
but you have
it.
to get the people. You have to get the people off of YouTube, off of Twitter, off of Facebook.
Yeah, no. We're taking it over. That is the plan. And I'm so sick of hearing people not getting the plan. I told you this, Mark, and I told these other people, like, no, we're not leaving Facebook. We're taking it over. We're making it public property. Do you understand?
But like I said, they could just shut you down. The people.
We're working. Don't you understand? We're in the middle of a war. No, you can't be in the middle of a war. Somebody might shoot at you. I know. I'm in the middle of a war.
If I'm gonna go,
that's the whole point. Don't try to sway me away from my work. If you don't want to be part of it, fuck off. Okay?
Wait. You're trying to fight something. You know, you're trying to fight.
I'm very good. I made a lot of progress. I made a lot of fucking progress. Ask Mark if I don't make any fucking progress. Mark made progress too.
They set
Me and
the
Mark made
rules.
progress.
They made the system. They set the rules. If Facebook decides, hey, that guy is a danger, we ban him, then you're banned. They set the rules because they made the system.
The whole point is that they don't know who I am. Don't you understand that I'm a nobody? It's perfect.
Oh, they will keep on banning you. Nowadays they have algorithms. If you say just one wrong word, they ban you.
I have a reach of millions, to be honest.
I mean, the thing is, it's a noble goal, but I feel like it's a battle that you're fighting on their turf.
What do you mean a noble goal?
Thank you, Rob.
Hello. Like, first of all, you just got the message about what we're doing, okay? And now you think you don't know anything about our plans. I told you a tiny little smidget of what we're doing. You have no idea. And I promise you, I'm a whole lot further ahead than any of you would ever give me any credit for. So, just trust me when I say, I'm not going to be relying on you to do what I do, okay?
Hey, what's that? Is this silence?
That was
Yes.
crickets, famous crickets from Crickets Incorporated.
You muted yourself, Thor. Like, that's surprising.
I mute myself all the time. I'm very polite. But yeah, seriously, people, we're going to have to step it up. And you know, the naysayers, they know where the door is. Okay.
I think
That
I'm all for decentralization. You need to be on all platforms, I guess. But I mean, yeah, we'll get banned everywhere all the time again. But yeah, we have to.
Yeah, but with our new tactics in play, there's more to. I'm not going to say everything on ear here, but there's more. With our new tactics in play, we're going to be reaching people again. I promise.
Well, Mark, isn't an idea to make an own platform, play on our turf, play on our rules?
No, it's just to reach people. You know, so many times we had to explain to people why what we're doing is part of a larger tactic and a strategy. It's not about like getting butt hurt and not wanting to be on Facebook. We already knew that before we started our operation that they are going to target us like shit. It's very interesting because it's part of the plan. I'll explain this later when we're not on air.
I know that they were saying that a lot of times when they ban something, people look into it. So like the Plandemic movie, a lot of people only heard about it when they banned it. At some point, yeah, maybe there's going to be some stuff that is going to be so covered up that it will help. But
You're
right
not
now,
that
it's
stupid after all, are you? I have my hopes for you.
I'm just a mere mortal. You're a Thor.
Yeah, you know.
And and if something is getting, banned or censored, like I said, hello, we are here. Local leagues are here. You know, we post it and it's on our platform, and nobody will get on it. You know, nobody will remove it because we don't believe in censorship. You know.
Yeah.
We believe in transparency. So if somebody has some information that they want to have published, and they can do it on other platforms because it gets removed, send it to us.
So that's local leaks in one word. Local leaks.
Localleaks.org.
Okay.
The whole thing that I'm always surprised is that all the hanky panky going on with this lockdowns and pandemic. Why hasn't there, or maybe there has been, and no one really cares. But the leaks to show that this is a scam. I mean, like the data is out there, right? There's proof. It's very easy. Ryan from TLAV, he shows all the data that it's scam stuff going on, but still people don't give a shit.
It's about like having the balls to address the elephant in the room. They don't have the balls.
Well, you know what's really funny is that in the older conspiracies, like before this, the idea was that things are worse than you think. You know, like 9/11, whatever. But when it comes to COVID, the conspiracists are saying you are safe. You are safe. Don't listen to them.
Well,
and people still listen to them.
I think also, when you look at, for example, Assange and the rest of the whistleblowers, people are, I think, scared to step forward with information. You know.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it's truly anonymous, I guess that's the hardest thing, right? Because documents, they could have their watermarking or whatever. I forget what they call it. That's how they find out, like when someone pirates a movie, they know which copy it is. Like if it's an insider, like in the studio, they will release like a teaser, not teaser. What do they call it? A viewing,
Trailer.
A private viewing. Yeah, and inside that video, there is a code, and they know who it is. So people with documents,
I mean, they could give slightly different version of documents to different people, knowing that that's the way that they're going to be able to identify them. Because I know some leakers, I forget if it's Kiriakou or the other guy, I forget his name. Like, somehow they were found, even though they didn't do everything on the clear, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, we don't even need that. We have open medical journals, and people still don't give a shit, and they still want to believe in the boogeyman.
Well, the power of the mob is extremely strong.
Yep.
And
the
you know,
media, unfortunately, controls the mob at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this has been a thing long before any media was invented. People, cave into peer pressure. Only a few people stand up to peer pressure, and they have books and religions, written around them. So, yeah, what can I say?
Well, in the Milgram experiments, where they had that dial that they would turn to shock the person, they did it a few times differently. And a couple of times they did it like with the uniform, with the doctor's outfit, with the guy wearing glasses, whatever. And when the guy looked normal, looked like them, they didn't listen as much. They didn't decide to do the torture or whatever it was. The problem is that you might have a good message, but you are not sitting in that throne. Because they listen to the throne.
Yeah, and that experiment and a whole lot of other experiments, has taught these people about human psychology, and this is where we need to catch up. They're experts on everything about triggering a human psyche, and we're not. Let's be honest. They have all that Edward Bernays and Freud stuff in the back, and they've been working on this for over 100 years to manipulate people in all kinds of nefarious ways. Yeah, they're ahead on that.
But what the biggest problem is that these people that follow authority will only follow you if you are a bigger authority than the ones that are giving them what they need.
That's why I said
I'm
the
for.
credibility of Anonymous is important.
Anonymous is nothing. Anonymous is nothing. I'm Thor. I'm the Thunder God himself. Isn't that enough? If people don't listen to me, who will they listen to? Themselves?
Dude,
actually, they listen to the Thor in Marvel, who is a shadow of the real Thor.
Yeah.
They like.
That's who we need, actually. That's who we should get. The blonde hair guy.
Is he even Norwegian or something? I forget.
I doubt
Hemsworth.
No,
he's Australian.
Doesn't sound very Norwegian. Sounds very British to me.
He's Australian.
Okay, yeah, yeah, of course he is. Yeah, he's Australian. Yeah.
Well, you could put on some makeup and you can look like him.
Well,
pretend to be him.
Well, to be honest, speaking in honesty here, what we need is some super hot chick on video all the time, and then we'll get some reach.
Sex sells.
Yeah. That's the sad truth.
But
we're talking about conspiracies, whatever. Like, nobody wants to listen to a bunch of nerds.
If you sell using sex, the people that you get are the ones that have no fucking clue.
Exactly.
But that's the whole planet. You have like they're all Eloys, man. Come on.
Well, I was thinking of 300, right? You have the Spartans who were small, but because they themselves were connected to the reality, they didn't waste their time on bullshit. They were straightforward. They were efficient. they were able to defeat armies of bigger sizes, because the armies of the bigger sizes were these sheep who were fighting for someone else, not for themselves.
But
Until
Spartans were very, very well militarized. They're very good tacticians, and a lot of military has been developed on that military again. So
yeah, but in the Spartan whatever you call it, community, I forget what the fuck they were, nation or whatever. They themselves taught from a young age that everyone is responsible for their safety and the safety of the person with them. Like, you were allowed to make judgments for yourself, but in this culture, everyone makes judgments based on what the guy in the suit is saying.
well, I remember somebody gave this a name. It was like rampant individualism or something like that. That's the problem. If you just leave it to people to make up their own rules, they don't automatically make up, good rules. They might make up some bad ones too. That's the kind of problem. So, why we keep stuff in culture and rules and stuff like that is, of course, to keep it clean. And to teach the children that no, you don't do that, but you do this. But today, everybody's taught to reject, any authority of any kind.
You can teach children some part of what's good and what's not good, but sometimes you have to make the mistakes yourself to learn from it, right?
Yeah, that's how you build your intuition, by like driving. Let's say you have a oh shit moment, you almost crashed into a tree or something. Now you know not to do that anymore.
Yeah, but that again raises the warrior complex problem. Do we give them a sword and send them straight out to war, or do we let them play fight a bit? I'm for the play fighting bit, because it's more like, kosher.
But for most people, their idea of play fighting is with words, right? Like, you have a lot of this in politics too, right? Where the people hinge on the words said, not on the actions done of the politicians. So they believe bullshit. That's the problem. We don't have a warrior culture.
It's all about the power perception. Whoever seems more powerful and intellectual and all this will, go to the top.
Someone was saying, I think it was Robert Inlakesh, guest on TLAV. He was saying that the problem with Israel and why they would lose is because they are cowards, because they have all this power, but they're afraid to fight for themselves, because they're fighting like a machine.
That's exactly why they're winning, because they're cowards. They get so much help from everywhere else. And
I mean, if they actually had a ground war between, I forget what that group is, Hezbollah, I forget what the group he was saying, that they were afraid. They were afraid to come into Gaza because they knew that they would lose.
I think Israel has a big mouth because it's America who's backing them up.
Yeah, but that's kind of the whole thing. America would be in that war, and Hezbollah would be dead in a second.
But if America would not back them up, they would be screwed.
Oh, no. But, I can promise you 100 other countries will come to their fucking rescue. They're the poor white people trapped in the middle of all the scary Middle Eastern people. Don't you get the whole...
That's cliche.
Yeah, but that's exactly how they work. Cliche. Welcome to reality, dude.
Yeah. Well, they play the victim. That's the one thing they do. They play the victim even when they're attacking.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that the leadership, the military, and all this tactics and crap that we have is the tactics of cowards. Like you said, Bernays. Bernays was a coward. Freud was a coward. They never really faced their own issues.
That's like, if you we're talking about the intelligent coward here, he is very strategic. He will find some way to get at you anyway, and start a fight between you and some other people and make himself into someone else, like the diplomat or mediator or whatever.
Them always playing the victim is really hypocritical because they have this stigma like, oh, we are the Second World War victims, but they are doing exactly the same to the Palestinians. Exactly the same.
But I can promise you, with all those like black and white scary images and all that history, they can milk that for another 100 years. So they don't stand a chance down there. They're pretty much sitting ducks, little Hezbollah, and I just saw some fake news about the Hezbollah leader dying of coronavirus, by the way.
Everyone dies of corona.
Yeah, that was very convenient.
He died from corona.
Yeah. The guy got hit with the motorcycle accident guy. He died of corona, they said, because he could have been impaired from having coronavirus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we've never done that before.
The guy who got a big fucking Israeli bomb in his head, he died of coronavirus too.
Yeah.
It's very convenient.
But I don't know. Like, I feel like until people stop supporting this coward, whatever you call it, bully warrior, and start seeing who the real warriors are, they're still gonna keep fucking things up.
Well, here comes the problem, Rob. Most people are cowards.
Yes. But is that because they're raised to be cowards, or are they born that way?
Well, that kind of doesn't matter. We just have to solve the fucking problem. Somebody find a cure for, coward.
But to be honest, the whole Israel-Palestine situation, also Europe is to blame for it. Of what happened in 1948. We gave a piece of Palestine to the Israelis, right?
Well, we didn't. A bunch of politicians holding themselves. Yeah.
England, France. I think
a handful of very powerful politicians came together and decided that, and made us partially responsible because we're part of their nations, but we didn't give them anything.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what I meant.
Yeah,
there's a theory. I mean, the Nazis were also funded by the same banks. Why? Because they serve a purpose to create this Holocaust, which can be pinned the blame on them, and then now they can put their foothold in the Middle East.
Like, if you really want to be in control, then you control both sides of every fight.
Yep.
And if you want to do that, then you pretty much have to make that fight.
And it's not about
often doing.
Yeah, it's not about money, because the money doesn't mean shit. It's about getting the resources.
It's about the control at the end of the day. It's about who holds the guns and who has the tanks on top of the oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the last stronghold. Like, we're watching the resource wars. Most people aren't even aware of them happening, but that's what we're seeing. The last war with the last resources, the last oil resources. And whoever sits on top of that will have all the power.
Well, actually, we are not that dependent on oil because
your military is. It doesn't run on solar panels. Trust me, dude. Trust me.
There are enough alternatives. Only the oil companies.
I'm seeing this now. This new Dutch military with like solar panel run tanks and stuff like. Oh, I should make a cartoon. This would be great.
No, but
but I hear you, but they're too smart. That was the strategy all along. The military oil, is just for tanking up the fucking guns and shit.
Yep.
Yeah, the number one consumer of fossil fuel is the military, our military.
Yeah,
I
and the
think.
faster they spend it, the less they will, the rest will have. It's a perfect strategy. There's almost
But
no chance of them losing now. Is that we have to be, good if we're going to win
but
this one.
you know what's really funny about that is that they're fighting over energy, right? Because they're worried that the energy will run out. But if they weren't fighting over it, there would be plenty to go around.
Well,
'Cause-
I'm not so sure that that's the whole thing here. There's something about humans.
Yeah.
They just want power. They just want more. Like everybody's a fucking, adrenaline junkie and fear addict, and I don't know what to call it anymore, but it's a disease.
Yeah, but
It is.
like I said, what was brought up earlier, is it behavior or is it an instinct?
Well, does that help us to solve it somehow? If that
Well,
is
part of solving the problem is getting to the source of the problem, right?
Yeah.
yeah, but let's say it's inborn then. What is the solution then?
I think that
Well-
we have to look evolution.
You have
I mean,
to-
like right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think you see where I'm going with this. It's a big one. But go ahead.
Well,
Getting
If
to
you
the
think
source
about
of the problem can also solve the problem, right? So where does this fear come from that we have? And this need for power and this need for having things.
Yeah, this
fighting
brings
over
us
things.
this brings us back to why stuff like Buddhism was made. To root out all the causes of fear and ignorance and all this stuff. We do have ways of actually doing that, but it's not really widespread and popular as it should be. It's quite modern, I would say. The only thing really modern we have in that context is Dharma and the Buddhism. We have certain psychology fields that do sort of the same thing, but they're more or less based on the same concept that 2,500 years ago came through Buddha again, and of course earlier than that too. But yeah,
but we also have.
go
Sorry.
ahead.
We have other religions from the past before all these modern religions that we don't know a single thing about anymore. And back then, there were a lot of different civilizations that we also didn't hear about. So we don't know what system actually worked, because we have all the
but
stuff now.
Let's just clear this up right now. When I talk about Buddhism, I talk about Dharma, modern type Dharma. It's not a religion. Just so that's clear, it's not
Philosophy.
a religion. But you do have religious aspects of Buddhism, and some parts of Buddhism would qualify 100% for religion as such. But the Buddhist system and what Buddha taught is not religion, not.
Yeah. I mean, it was more philosophy.
It's more like it's more like psychological or like mind training type stuff, or mind cleaning. What's a good modern term for this? But,
No, I understand it. It's a psychological system. Like today, our psychology is garbage because it turned into a business.
Yeah.
It could have been better. It could have been better than anything, but we bastardized it.
It's a way of enhancing training, bettering, and refining. That's the better word. Refining yourself.
Isn't that the case with everything that we cooperate? Everything that suddenly becomes cooperated becomes like a bastard version of the earlier version, right?
Yeah, but luckily Buddhism has also survived unscathed in certain areas, and we do have, pretty much the original text intact there. So you can still read them and make up your own mind without like 2,500 years of religious BS. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. But on the whole, putting it short, Buddha taught a method of, getting out of ignorance and fear and all these, traps of the mind that just hinder us from being effective in everyday life. And that's pretty much, the bottom line story. He didn't have anything extra to add to that. That was just,
But he was also, wealthy and able to go around. Like if you were raised poor in the society, you don't feel as much freedom.
That's kind of besides the point, because it doesn't make his teachings less real.
No, but it still also means that he came at it from his perspective, his ability to be intellectual. Not everyone does that. A lot of people are very, you could call them.
He is well known for being the prince who became a pauper, or like the prince who became a beggar, and actually threw off his and said, "No, I will not accept the throne."
Yeah, that still isn't the same. Like you were born into slavery. If you're born into slavery, you have a different path.
That doesn't necessarily mean that you don't understand it. He was wise well beyond his age, so to speak, and then I'm talking in the age he lived in. And he was seen as a wise man, even at a young age.
Yeah, but like like Rob said, he was rich and he got around. If he was poor and a nobody, and he would say his philosophy, nobody would listen.
Well, we do have a lot of religious texts from people who were technically beggars all along, especially from India.
In the Greek, you have Diogenes. I forget what his full name was, and he was like against Aristotle and Socrates, and he was like, he just lived on the streets, and he would talk about how the empire, or whatever he called it, they were busy looking into the meaning of life, but they didn't know what life was.
Yeah, in some cultures, the poor man beggar type person has a high status. Something that our culture doesn't really understand. Sounds strange, but they do, for a reason. Because they're seen as cleaner spiritually. Yeah, the Western world has a lot to work on.
Well, the Eastern world has its own problems too. I mean,
most of them are Western problems. You have to remember that most of the Western problems actually came from the East originally.
It's happened before. I mean, even before there was Japan attacking China.
Yeah, and of course, the whole, Indo-European Caucasian race that came from that area ended up not all the way over there, but yeah.
You mean Japan?
No, Caucasian land, like in the middle.
Oh.
Yeah, and we were Indo-European, like through India and all the way up to here, and that our culture is pretty much, Eastern originally.
Well, if you believe in the theories of Darwin, everybody comes from Africa.
This is not about belief, okay? This is about this is about genetic markers. I know a lot about DNA, and I don't want anybody's non-education to come in the middle of this one. I'm going to explain this, okay? You have DNA markers. They're visible in your blood, okay? that is something you can see with a fucking naked eye, and we can determine where you come from based on your genetic makeup. Okay? We walked out of Africa. The San people of the Kalahari Desert is everybody's genetic ancestor on the planet.
That's what I
Everybody.
said. We come originally all from Africa.
Yeah, but that's not a belief. You said believe. That is not a belief. If you actually learn that knowledge and you now know it, then you know it. It's not something you need to believe because it's a fact.
Well, you could say believe because we really don't have first-hand knowledge that we did start in Africa. Because the evidence,
I followed every experiment.
Well, that's what science says, right?
I've seen every genetic marker with my own eyes.
I'm saying you also have, for example, the people who get the anthropology, right? The ones who dig up the bones. Do they know that the bones were always there, or were they somewhere else? We don't know. The Earth has changed.
That's not what we're looking for in DNA. We're looking for the genetic marker. Okay, this is the funny part here, because we know that we walked out of Africa, right? Everybody got that part. But where we moved from that point is still a bit obscure, because
isn't that strange?
No, it's not that strange, because the genetic markers in India have so many back and forth that it's getting like a logistical nightmare to actually try to find the clue where it comes from. But number 2 on the list from Africa, do you know what that is? I bet you don't even know at all.
No, go ahead.
Australia Aboriginal. Number 2 after San Kalahari Desert, Africa. Okay? Check it out. Don't take my word for it. Google everything I'm saying.
Okay, so how did they travel there?
Maybe they could walk on water.
Good question. If you can answer that, Rob, you'll probably get some sort of scientific achievement award.
I know they have that. I know they have that theory that the continents were together.
Yeah, exactly. That is probably the reigning theory still, or at least it was partially still there, so they can travel across it. But some people talk about boating, and it's
if you take
still
the
up
world
in the air.
map, well, if you take the world map, it is like a puzzle. It does fit together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
we know it fit together once. It broke apart. Pangea.
Thor, I have the answer. Ancient aliens.
Okay.
Here we go. No, except for Australia, I guess everything is pretty well connected. I mean, the part at Alaska, that's so close to each other that could pretty much have walked there.
We walked across there like 25, 30,000 years ago.
Well, this is everything collected, right? I mean, except for Australia, I guess. But that in the past was collected too, I guess, too.
Yeah, but how the hell did we get there? That it's still they look African too. You see it.
Yeah, well, there are even traces from early visits to America from like Micronesia and stuff, and like these small little boats. They even went to like America.
But then you see that's where you see the African too, in Micronesia, and the curly hair and all, like, same
there are old statues
for example,
in South America, old statues. They're also
yeah.
And how you explain that they found in the pyramids down in where they are in damn it, Egypt,
the tomb,
the pyramids, right? They found traces of cocaine, which doesn't grow there. How the hell did they get cocaine?
Because some anthropologist threw some big ass cocaine party there, like.
Well, the other thing. The other thing too is that. Sorry.
Because everybody knows it doesn't grow there, right? So they had to get it somewhere Maybe.
Or
Yeah, but
there's a
there's
theory.
so many ways it could have found its way in there in modern
Yeah.
times.
And
Yeah.
also, when you look at whatever they do, anthropology, a lot of times they can't really look deep enough to figure out what was really there. They're doing a lot of hypothesis, and there's a theory that the pyramids and such were actually in a wet place. There's this one area, I forget what it's called, where the guy that was doing the video, he was saying that like it looks like there was a big ocean here before.
Well, that has been confirmed. We know that the whole area there was super lush, and they had like even canals and stuff they had made. So, but it dried up because of human activity. Woohoo! We
And then
we made the Sahara Desert, you know.
and then you know that whole ancient aliens thing. I don't believe in it. It's bullshit. But the idea that we had past civilizations that could have been like ours, because let's say right now this civilization collapses, right? Whatever happens, New York City or Amsterdam or whatever, within 500 years, you wouldn't be able to recognize it. It would have been already torn down just by nature, right? So how do we know what it? Yeah, how do we know what existed? I mean, they might have had fucking planes and shit back then.
If the sea level keeps rising, Amsterdam will be underwater soon.
Yeah, but especially if they were more advanced than us, and they would move to like using like biodegradable material, it would be gone much faster, right?
Yeah, but
we don't know.
there's several theories about this. One postulates that we're on like the fourth or fifth like technology peak right now, and we've died off like 3-4 times before, type thing.
Yeah, Atlantis.
Yeah, that kind of.
Yeah, I mean, like they found in India radiation signal of actually that matches like a nuclear weapon that went off, and it's unexplainable because it's so old that they're like, how did these people have these weapons before?
They found the battery thing in the pyramid too. Remember?
Yeah, but a lot of these people believe in like aliens and stuff. They say like, oh, the aliens used to be here, but how do we know how humanity was back then? We don't. We
It's
only know.
Well,
easier to blame a
another
god
question.
or a demon or an alien or something like that, and that's why they're pushing this, alien agenda now on on everything, because it's about belief. If you can push people into the realm of belief, then they're so malleable you can do anything with them.
But how you explain, for example, the cave drawings with the guy with the helmet on?
Well, that
Curious.
can
What
be
about-
anything.
Yeah, what about, let's say, at that time, you had a technological civilization, right? And things collapsed, right? So people are hiding in caves, let's say because of solar flares or whatever. This is the theory I heard, which is interesting. But that prior civilization, like right now, let's say we break down, how many of us are going to be able to save a tablet or a helmet or a suit, like a armored suit or whatever? Not many. So the ones that have it, after so many years or whatever, they look at them like they're like, these guys are like the weirdos because everyone else is busy using sticks and rocks.
Interesting.
Yeah, but also keep in mind,
Hey,
if you have an old civilization like that, and you see like a new civilization on the planet existing, like a huge civilization like we have now, to actually regain control over this civilization, you would distribute that knowledge to specific people in secret societies.
Yeah.
And those people become like the people like who work at the patent offices, like Einstein, right?
Yeah.
Who carry on the big inventions and stuff because you can feed it to them. That's also a theory.
Yeah.
So you decide who controls the planet.
Just think about when we came to Africa with our superior culture and technology, and we started of course putting people in chains and also making some people slave masters and giving some people part of our technology, weapons and stuff like that to rule the others. And we pretty much like made a system for them, inside there. For them, we might have seemed like gods or aliens,
Yes.
whatever.
Yes. The Native Americans described the Spanish or whatever Italian, I forget which, Spanish, right? The ships.
Yeah.
They couldn't conceive what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
And then
Because
people
they
came and
never saw it before, so they didn't like fathom it.
they thought they were gods. Yeah, they thought they were gods.
I wasn't there. Like that seems like a lot to know about someone, though. I don't know if that's actually true, but I can get what they're trying to point out, how it's such a foreign thing for them. But I think somebody. But what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Well, was not the first ones there. I heard the Vikings were on the continent America first.
Probably.
Yeah, many people seem to think that was the case, and we did have boats good enough to go there, so that might be a possibility.
I would have rather had the Vikings run America than these coward British people.
Well, there is a postulation about what went wrong with that whole thing. It's about dairy products and Indians and of course lactose intolerant Indians, and that they thought they had been poisoned by the Vikings, so they sent them away. I don't know how somebody would know that either, but it's one of the theories I heard about it. So,
well, I know that they specifically was in the northern region of the continent America. I'm not sure about the rest, but especially in the northern region, so more like Canada region.
Nova Scotia.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. That is
They still have a lot of like in Wisconsin, Minnesota, a lot of Nordic connection.
Yeah, but that's where all the Scandinavians went.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is the place of white man.
Yeah, but
Speaking of white,
that guy, what was his name? Ericsson, Leif Erikson. But he fucked over the rest of the Vikings too, because he built this city in Greenland, and he said he called it Greenland, but it was only this little strip at the water was green, right, and the rest was all ice. But he called it Greenland to lure these other Vikings to it, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Greenland was that when they first arrived there, it was green, but it's not green very long.
No, you're just a supporter of Leif Erikson. But he was.
Come on. Leif is life himself. That's actually what it means. It's old Norse lifa from old Sanskrit that actually means life. So,
I didn't know.
So,
I do
study
know.
etymology.
I do know they went to more places, but they even there's even this story. I'm not sure if it's true actually, but someone told me this once, and that is that they actually did meet with like Native Americans too, the Vikings, but they had like milk with them because they drink milk from cows, and these Native Americans were lactose intolerant, and they thought.
Didn't I just say that? Like it's like hearing myself in echo now.
But how do you know that is true actually?
Didn't I just say that too? Didn't you actually hear me speak?
No.
We don't listen.
Seriously, I just said everything you said like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, what is the source for that? Because I heard it from someone.
Yeah, it's the same here. I don't know. We have to Google.
Yeah, because have that. I know what the source is.
I know in one of the books I'm reading about Virus Smith, they were talking about how the Native Americans, you know, they said that we gave them smallpox with the blankets, but it wasn't true. It was actually the heavy sugar and flour and whatever European stuff that we were trading with them before we settled here made them sick.
Well,
Because it happens today. You see a lot of real Native Americans that go on American diet and they become very sick, diabetic, whatever.
yeah, but you know that we brought a lot of stuff that they originally didn't have too much of, especially not our European strains of, like fleas and head lice and stuff like that carried a lot of diseases, you know.
Sugar, which causes, you know, issues, like especially they are nomads, right? Mostly.
Well, the same actually as in Europe. How did the Black Plague come to Europe?
That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite. It somehow got to Sweden, even though the mice couldn't get to Sweden because it was too cold. Somehow Sweden was also infected with the Black Plague.
No, it came to Norway.
Sorry, Norway. Yeah, like one of the places in the Scandinavia was too cold for mice or rats or whatever, but somehow it still spread over there. The bubonic plague.
There is an old folk tale that goes, there was a ship that came to Bergen in 1349. That is when the whole thing started. Where that ship came from is more or less unknown, but it didn't have any live people on it. It only had rats, and those rats, they started swimming for land before it even landed. So we had, the Black Plague already, on our shores before the actual ship itself came to the shore.
Basically, it's the same story. We brought the disease with us when we did trade with the East, right?
Well, the fleas are blamed for smallpox, as far as I remember.
Well, the Black Plague, it was not the rats itself, but the fleas on the rats. They jumped on the humans,
but there's also the idea of the immune system, right? The fleas have always existed. Like in the Amazon jungle, there's tons of fucking insects and stuff but the people there are fine with it because they themselves have their own health, right? Their immune system. But then when you start eating this European diet, which is you don't have to go hunting anymore. You have everything is like seasoned and you can keep it in your house, right? Before refrigeration, the Europeans were still like curing meats and stuff. But some of the chemicals they used to cure the meats wasn't always good. So we have let's say tolerance for that, whatever, what do they call it? Formaldehyde or something like that. When you do certain things to meat, it builds up this chemical. Yeah. But they didn't. So the Indians or whoever that took European food, they could eat it, but then they started becoming toxic. And the idea of all these plagues being caused by a single flea or a virus or whatever, we don't know the other hand of the story, which is the diets changing and people, you don't
want to know how much food formaldehyde is used in. Oh my God!
Yeah.
You don't
know one thing, and that the Indians did not take well to, and that was alcohol. We destroyed a lot of people just by introducing alcohol.
They have they are more sensitive to sugar than we are, because like in Europe you had more alcohol, but in Asia they didn't, because Asians purified their water using heat and herbs, but they thought the herbs did it, but it was actually the heat, right? But we purified it by sticking in fungus, turning it into mead, alcohol, right? Oh,
Well,
I have to get going.
And of
I gotta
course,
work tomorrow.
also sugar is used to conserve certain things,
Yeah,
and salt, of course. For
yeah,
example,
and
I know from my parents that they used to put meat into salt just to preserve it, to conserve it.
yeah,
But yeah, if that's healthy, yeah, that's the second question, because too much salt is very bad for you. So they say. But yeah, I can imagine what you're saying. They were not used to a way of living, and that kind of worked out bad for them, right?
yeah.
But other
What
way
is it?
around too. Yeah, like I said, what you said about the immunity system, the same we had in
Yeah,
Europe. You know, we were not used to the Black Plague, like where it came from. I'm not sure where it came from, but maybe the people there were immune to it because they grew up with it, but we didn't.
yeah, it's
And
supposed
same,
to come from Asia somewhere.
yeah, I'm not sure where it came from, but and
There's
by the way, that's also what they say about the Inca culture, that they died of from disease.
There's a theory that the Black Plague was actually caused by like a comet that flew nearby, and still in science they believe the comet is made out of ice, but really this hydrocarbon on the comets, and you know some hydrocarbons that are carcinogenic. So if your atmosphere was full of this gasoline-like toxin, you know your immune system gets fucked up, and then you start having sores and blisters, and then you start dying. Who knows? The history books back then, you know, half of them were probably lost or burnt for heat.
Well, from what I know, the plague is a bacteria, right?
I don't think they ever determined what exactly it was. We really don't know because we're going by their records, but you know, their records. When I read their records, right, and I believe in, let's say, viruses or bacteria or whatever did it, I will see that. But someone else might read it and they'll say it's the anger of Thor. Thor did it. See what I mean? Like,
According
It's
to medical,
a disease because nowadays we can cure it, and if we can cure it, it is a
just
disease.
listen for a second. According to medical sources, it's called Yersinia pestis bacterium, transmitted from rodents to humans.
Exactly, it is a bacteria.
but how do we know that the actual plagues in the 1300s or whatever it was actually the same thing that we're seeing now? Like,
That's a
we
good
don't
point.
know. We don't know the conditions. Like our history.
I think they actually found something. You know, some old tissue of some kind. They actually extracted this from, because they seem to be very sure about this. Even gave it a Latin name and everything. So
There was a time in England when they had a huge amount of issues with smallpox, and the one guy, he said we got to do sanitation, right? So he had the different rules, like so people do not dump the water where they drink the water and all that stuff, and the rate of death went down a lot. And then later on, there was one of the scientists, whatever, came up with this vaccine. And the vaccine he reported was a success, but when they looked at the data, it was really the ones who got vaccinated got sicker, right? You know, you get sick. Like if you live in the jungle, you're gonna get sick sometime. You might catch something or whatever. But I feel like a lot of what we look at, like in history, we believe like the Black Plague was like this super deadly bug. But what if the people were just malnourished at the time, and any bug would have killed them? We don't know. Even now, there's in your throat there's strep bacteria. The reason why you don't have strep throat is because your immune system balanced out. Right?
That's kind of the thing. It was, just one bacterium, but it was this bacterium. That's something.
But
we were living like fucking pigs back in those days. Literally, like with the pigs in the pigsty.
But they use those stories of the plague and the 1918 flu to create this fear that there could be some kind of germ that comes and takes us all. But we've evolved millions of years, right, as humans in the middle of nowhere without fucking technology back then. No problem. It's like this society like they needed a new scary thing after religion, and they came out with all this stuff, bugs and germs. It's not that we can't afford money to give you clean water, or we put chemicals in the water, or we put glyphosate on all our food, that herbicide.
Well,
it's not that's causing it.
We did survive
Let me
without
just say
technology,
it like
but
this, dude. I made millions against Monsanto.
we did survive back then without the technology, but the life expectancy from human was not that high.
Actually, when they were following the tribes, they had a low life expectancy only because a lot of infant, like animals giving birth in the wild, sometimes they have issues, right? But if you take away the infant mortality, which is sometimes birth defect or whatever, which you can't live in the jungle with a kid that has one arm, you know what I mean? Those deaths, if you take them out of the equation, their average age of living was pretty high. Like they got up to 70s and 80s. You see a lot of that still in the Amazon, like very old people, like that. They don't have a calendar to find out how old they are, but they are in their 80s without any technology.
So, interesting fact here. Having originated in China, in Eurasia, Black Death decimated the army of Chipchak Khan Yanibeg while he was besieging the Genoese trading port of Kaffa, now Fidodesia, in Crimea. And listen to this. With his forces disintegrating, Yanibeg catapulted plague-infested corpses into the town in an effort to infect his enemies. So, yeah.
That's actually pretty smart.
That might explain, why it spread like it did. It was used as a weapon. Yeah, that was interesting.
Actually, that kind of gives me this visual from Monty Python when they're shooting a cow over the wall.
They would probably have some inspiration from this one. Yeah. But this was back in like the 1340s. So yeah, a time ago.
Do you think that thanks to, for example, the invention of penicillin, so we do get older, our life expectancy did expand? Because we can treat diseases that we in the past couldn't treat.
Actually, right? I remember reading something about this. They were talking about how vaccines and antibiotics increased our life from like 40 to like 70, right? Or 60s or whatever. But that wasn't true, actually. It was around the time when cities started having sanitation. Because even New York City in like the 1900s or 1800s, they didn't have a sewer system. So people used to just dump their whatever chemicals, their waste on the street. Like in London, like in those movies in London, were just dumping their used up dishwater in the street. Clean water is the biggest thing. And I remember when there was these people, Americans who got Ebola, and they made a whole big deal about it. They flew them here. I think some of them, they send them to New York or whatever. And 2 days in, before they even had a medical medicine given to them, they started getting better. And I think it's because whatever is in the water in some parts of Africa is toxic. You know, like they have uranium and shit all over there. We don't know because they don't spend the money. Instead, you have Bill Gates selling them fucking vaccines. And that guy is a piece of shit.
Uranium and quicksilver. I think they have also.
Yeah.
Right?
Coal. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Mercury, you mean, right?
Yeah, mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a byproduct of mining, gold mining.
Yeah, I mean,
that pollutes the water.
And nowadays we send our electronic waste. It ends up in Africa. And what is in our electronic waste? Mercury, lead, cadmium. I mean, not now, but still, there's still stuff out there that's, you know, sitting there, leaching into their water. So, I mean, whenever I see an outbreak of something, I kind of question as like, what is the other conditions?
Mm-hmm.
I used to think, like in the beginning of Corona, I used to think the people who denied the virus were the crazy ones, right? And at some point I said, you know what, I have to get into this. Because I looked into flat earth, that's bullshit, right? So I looked into the whole virus, doubting the virus theory, even questioning germ theory. And I'm looking into it now, and it explains a lot of the weird anomalies I saw, like with the Ebola, with the AIDS crisis. And then I start seeing that we have a priest class of medical people, just like back in the days of Monty Python, right? Where you had like these weird medicines that they would give people. Oh, you have this, you're possessed, take this. But we don't know what even our medical establishment doesn't know how certain drugs work or what the side effects are. Because we have this blind belief, this faith that like science is settled, you know? It's never settled.
It's because there's some incentive for people to lie about it, and you know, at the end of the day, it ultimately boils down to the profit behind it. You know, everybody needs to make profits out of something, you know. Yeah.
I wonder what happened because, you know, you said in London they didn't have sewers, blah, blah, blah. But even the Romans used sewer systems already, right?
Yeah, but it's different. When you had like, a lot of times they would have like, in the Industrial Revolution, for example, they used to dump the gasoline on the street and take the kerosene, right? That was like pure toxin, you know, going. The Roman times, what did they have? They had the lead, right? Lead was in their plates and stuff like that. But they didn't have the density, whatever we call it, the population density. They weren't that crowded. Like Rome was big, but everywhere else it was just like small towns. Like I've seen them in Spain, the old Roman colonies where they had their aqueducts over there, and they're small. They're actually quite small. They had that wall, like Florence. I don't know if you've been to Italy. Florence was more like the typical Roman town. So I don't know. I mean, nowadays we're getting to that point though, right? Where the empire is poisoning itself. Life expectancy is going down actually in the United States.
We are actually poisoning ourselves because everything we put into the water, doesn't matter if it's in our rivers or the oceans, we get back because everything we eat from the water, we eat also our own poison again, right?
That's called karma, by the way.
And the joke that the industry says is the solution to pollution is dilution. So they think that if you take toxic stuff and you dump it in the ocean, it's fine because the ocean is big. But they forget it concentrates certain animals, whatever. we still run a society like that. I was wondering too, if we had anarchy, who's going to run the nuclear power plants? You can't just shut them down.
Well, at the end of the day, nobody, nobody takes full responsibility. It's all about just, fending for yourself. And that creates all of these, externalities that nobody wants to take care of, but it's all of our problem, so to speak. But, yeah, right now we treat it like it's always something, somebody else did. So we're not going to be taking care of that. We're going to be taking care of ourselves. We're going to be making money. We can't be worried about, the rainforest and yada yada yada, because we have to make our money. Get it?
Yep. I gotta get going.
I was wondering if when you guys would get tired. Like, was it like
Oh, no,
5
no,
hours?
I'm not tired, but I have to get up in 5 hours. I have to get up in 5 hours.
Well,
It's okay.
it's let me see, what time is it here? It was 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
Yeah.
you guys are vampires, right? You stay up all night.
Well, I don't really have to go to bed because, well,
That's a side effect of being in the hacker culture, right? the staying up long hours, you get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, one of my best friends is a programmer, and like whenever I go over his house, he's always like up till like 4 in the morning, and I can't do that because I have to work, outside, and I understand him, but sometimes he doesn't understand me, and I'm like, look, the sun's down, let's do this tomorrow, and he's still thinking, like the mind never stops.
It's just when you're focused, you keep going. Like especially when programming, like you can't stop. It's like you just keep going with it, right? And you wanna.
Yeah.
You're like in this mood, like you can't get out of it.
Back in my hacker day, because I'm not active anymore. But back in the day, yeah, I was up for 72 hours. I just couldn't sleep. My body was tired, but my mind kept on going and going and going. So I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, and like, I can't sleep.
No, I have that too. That's the worst thing ever. Like you can't even sleep. You just have to go back again.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Because your mind can't get rest.
Well, I live on toxic energy drinks now, so I can never get rest.
I think you guys need to discover something called weed.
Oh, you know what? You know what else also works? I know it sounds weird, but for me, sometimes when that happens, I'll drink a little bit of coffee and then I fall asleep. And I learned that in Spain because they have the fucking coffee they eat dinner late, like at 9 o'clock in the evening, and they have coffee with it.
So you're
And I'm
saying
like,
coffee makes you fall asleep?
Yeah, I could drink coffee, but it depends on your lineage though. Like for some people, you drink coffee, your heart races and stuff. Not for me, and I heard in Spain too because they drink coffee and they go to sleep.
Hey, Mark.
If you're already a bit tired, your signal between your cells is going at a fairly high stress speed. You're closing in to tiredness. If you drink coffee on top of that, you will probably overstimulate yourself to the point that you just get tired.
But
Maybe.
Seriously, did Rob just said to two Dutch guys, you have to discover weed? I mean, come on, we're Dutch.
Some people are naturally high strung and oversensitive to coffee, and they do get tired from drinking coffee. This is a well-known fact.
Hey, but
science.
coffee doesn't actually give you energy. You know that, right? It just disables the signals in your brain that tell you that you're tired.
Yeah,
You know that, right?
that's the whole point here.
It's
And
called
those
caffeine.
signals,
It's a heavy chemical thing. Like it destroys literally your brain. It's like it tells your brain not to tell you that you're tired.
That's also the problem nowadays with kids and those energy drinks, right?
Well, I don't get it.
yeah,
Things
but
are crazy.
there's a certain point. Some people reach the point faster. Others need to be a bit tired. Well, when you are, a certain bit of tired and you stress that level even more, that just tires you out.
Also, caffeine helps people who have attention deficit disorder. Like you said, your mind was racing. Sometimes like you could be physically tired and your mind is not, but coffee actually will sometimes fight the ADD. That's why all those ADD drugs, they're basically amphetamines. Amphetamines. I can't say it right.
Yep, speed. Actually, it's speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just call it speed. Yeah.
I think the medicine is called Ritalin, but I think the same stuff is in it as speed.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amphetamines.
Yep.
It's just pharmaceutical amphetamines. It's just a legal way to sell speed to people.
Yep.
Well,
To kids.
Well,
kids.
amphetamine is the chemical legal version. Like it's just so easy to synthesize that you can do it in your fucking bathroom if you want, and sell it out your window. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of these chemicals. You can make them yourself.
Anyway, I gotta get going, but nice meeting you, Ted, and see you guys.
I have a good one.
Yep, same from my side, Rob.
Okay, good night, guys. I'll just cancel the stream down. We'll go live again later today, probably.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and we have a stream on Thursday with Last American Vagabond. I know I'm saying it wrong because he gets angry at me because I call him like Vagabond with an F, but it is with a V. So,
Vagabond.
but it's my accent. I can't help
that's
it.
your Dutch accent, yeah, but yeah, vagabond.
He got angry. He was on the show before, and then, like, I introduced him, and he said, like, you say it with an F.
Wrong. That sounds so wrong.
It's very subtle. You have to listen to recordings of yourself to get it.
Yeah. Okay, so he's coming on at 12 Central U.S. time, which is, I think, 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. No, it's 7 o'clock Dutch time, Norwegian time, I think.
Well,
Central European time.
it's 8 o'clock where?
It's 8 o'clock it's 7 o'clock in Amsterdam.
Okay, but what time was it in the United States?
12. So that is noon Central
noon.
U.S. time.
But in what part? There's 3 time zones.
CDT, he said. Central U.S.
Okay.
time, he said.
So that's 7 hours. That's 7 o'clock for us then.
Yeah, so then we're going on with Ryan from The Last American Vagabond. And we're probably going to talk about anti-lockdowns and anti-vaccines and all that stuff. So that's going to be a great show.
That's more, in my alley.
You can come on too. I mean, you can always come on. You're just in the server, you can just join in. But so it's just at 7 our time, and well, we can also talk about social media censorship because he lost like so many accounts, and I lost accounts too. So yeah.
Yeah, that's messed up.
We pretty much all lost accounts. I mean, I know Thor lost an entire page, 150,000 followers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We worked hard on that one, by the way. We all worked hard on that. I mean, we had like 500,000 views on that Million Max March Amsterdam stream back then, 2015.
Yeah, but we still have that. We reached 500,000 people, and that's probably why they started attacking so hard too.
Yeah. Remember that we were both killed for copyright strikes? We didn't even do anything copyrighted.
Oh, they just grabbed whatever they could.
They just try anything to justify to ban us, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And you probably can appeal it, and you have to go to like a huge legal process, and you will never get your stuff back. It's like you have to sue Facebook or whatever to get through it. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I had no opportunities to go any further with any appeal because
Now you could also always get like an expensive lawyer and have to do it through a court or something. But you have to drag them into court.
it was before they opened that. Like it was the Senate that made them fucking do that, or the Congress or what, like the fat politicians. But yeah, they made them like make some appeal process and at least make it sort of look like they were in line with free speech and such. But at the end of the day, they don't really have to follow any of those rules.
No. No, because technically it's a private company. That's what they hide behind, and they offshore their company to all these different countries where they didn't lose or something. And yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That thing needs to be publicly owned.
Yeah,
and not something.
That's something that I saw a video from Commander X. He said on the internet there is no public domain. There's all private companies, right?
Yeah. So we need to make, public domain. Yeah, easier said than done, but yeah.
For example, what he put as an example, if you go on the street and protest, that's public domain, right? It's your good right. But if you protest on some social media platform, that's a private company, and they set the rules.
Yeah.
That's why we need to have a central type highway open there that is public, and since Facebook is as big as it is, it needs to be reined in. There's no other way to do it now. That Facebook is the biggest thing that's ever been in existence, right?
True. It seems that only in Germany they're successful at suing these big companies. I mean, they took on Google. Like, you have to realize that Google Earth, when it just started, it showed all the faces of people. It showed like the house numbers. It showed like the license plates of cars. It showed everything.
I remember that very well. Trust me.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun with that stuff.
Yeah, and it was the Germans who sued them, and they won. And then everything had to be censored.
Yeah, it's worldwide surveillance web right there. And what people need to understand, that I'm not really after Zuckerberg. I'm after the people that run Facebook, the real people that run Facebook, the military.
Well, yeah, it is a mass surveillance platform.
Yeah, you can bet your ass that something of that size that can do what it does is already reined in by the security forces. Because you can't have something that dangerous just loose.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, it's taking it up to companies like that. It's like David versus Goliath, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, the people need they need something like Germany has. Like, we need like some collective way of demanding our rights or something too. Like,
yeah, at the end of the day, this is about access. So, a lot of people would not give up that access for anything, And if, let's say, you got your government to block Facebook if they didn't follow such and such rule, you would have a fucking riot on the street. It's complicated.
Like Egypt back in 2011 when they shut down internet.
Yeah, pretty much exactly like that.
the Arab Spring. Oh, the good old days.
So what we actually need to do, and I guess this is where the leaks come in, is just to show them that at the end of the day, this is a military controlled operation, and you're being used, and that might help people to put some pressure on this thing. At the end of the day, of course, it's Senate, Congress, and ultimately the political powers in the United States that reigns over this thing. If we can get somebody on our side to actually, show people who's in control here, But the problem is probably, security stamp to the degree that you will actually get, jail time or even shot if you give up that information. So this is very complicated stuff.
Yeah, the censorship, it's dangerous, that social media platforms start censoring certain kind of information. It's really dangerous, right?
Yeah, but for these people, the other side of the coin is much more dangerous, where everybody has access to all information. That is what they fear the most. And in some contexts, I do understand, just imagine if everybody had a way to make a nuclear weapon, for instance.
Well, it takes at least uranium or plutonium, and I don't think that's that easy to get, right?
Yeah, but
like I go to the local drugstore, give me a kilo of plutonium.
Just listen to me, okay? What if there's a secret you don't know? That was just what we were talking about. A secret, top secret, that you get suddenly your hands on now. Everybody has this secret. It's on the internet. Everybody gets to know how to easily manufacture uranium in your house.
Okay, that could end up really bad.
You see where the problem is here.
You start nuking your neighbor or something like that.
Yeah, and I bet people who would. I know a lot of people who would.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we're dealing with here. People.
But on the other side, giving your opinion about something and getting censored for that's wrong.
Yeah, of course, that's the part we were supposed to agree upon, but seems to be some communication problems between us and whoever took control of this planet. But yeah, that's a problem too. So, the whole security thing at the end of the day is to blame for all of this. The more military security, and you have to be on each side of everything, and have agents and everything, and censor everything, control it. That's what leads to this.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And where does it end, right?
We have to heal these scared military people and tell them there's nothing to be scared of. But right now, that would be a lie because the world is a fucking hellhole.
Yeah, like I said, we just demand transparency.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to keep it simple.
And it's nothing to be scared of, transparency, right?
Well, that depends again on what's behind there. If it's stuff that could potentially be used to hurt other people with.
Well,
this is why it's so complicated, and why somebody just goes the easy way, just take control over everything and
black and white.
Make all the decisions.
Indeed, it is not black and white. It is many shades of gray in between it.
Yeah.
But for example, transparency about what our government does.
Yeah.
I see good in it.
When it comes to the people that are supposed to be responsible to us, then we'll have to keep them, reined in. But right now, we haven't done that. We have, deep states all over the planet here, and that is all from our, Western type society. We made that. Yeah. We have to kind of take the blame for wanting that stuff too,
And I think they are scared of it because we will find out what kind of shady shit they're doing, and they lose their credibility.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like people don't really want to know how dirty it is, so they just look the other way. But that's the fact. They don't want to hear about dirty politicians. They know they're dirty,
Yeah. So
It's a
what's
sad
wrong with people, right?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. People cave. They don't feel empowered to fight this thing. And if I had some magic drink I could serve people to give them, confidence, I would.
It's up to themselves.
Yeah. How do we empower people to empower themselves?
Well,
The only thing we can do.
force them. We can just show
We
them.
can-
But if they
Yeah,
want,
we can show them how to do it, but one of the things we can do is we can remove the obstacles that make it almost impossible for them to do such a thing, And that's what we have to step first. We have to kind of be the front line in the war here. That's why we have hackers and everything on the team, because at the end of the day, we need to take some sort of control. We need to push back.
exactly. That's also the why I back then joined the collective. I saw the good in it, right?
Yeah. That's what we're all already, all over the place. Anonymous is just one portion of a big project that, many of us are part of lots of aspects of, to put it that way.
Yeah, activism is not just anonymous, and anonymous is not just activism.
Pretty much. So
Of course.
yeah, it's a big challenge, and we need people. That's what we need. We need the the motivated, the ones, the fighters,
we need specific skills too, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. We need the right people, because
we need the operators that can operate the different equipment and stuff we have on the workplace. Let's say we have a big excavator, so we need somebody with an excavator license, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well, we do
it if we do it systematic.
So we have translators now for almost every country. We have video makers, like 30 different video makers. We have different writers collecting for the sites and stuff, but we need to build a lot of projects to become decentralized and
yeah, and we need to we need to better our central communication between all these projects too. Right now we're so decentralized, one hand doesn't know what the other one is doing, and sometimes they're even fighting.
yeah, but that's also our strong point, because we are decentralized. It's really hard to get us.
Yeah, but that part is already intact. The part we're missing is where we're actually talking more to each other and making some progress forward, because not everybody's strategy is a good strategy, not everybody's execution is a good execution. There's lots to be done. you see who's making headway and who's not making headway. Right
Mhm.
now, people like Logan Paul is, first page front on everything, and the top story is like a YouTuber fighting Mayweather in a fake boxing match, and he gets all the attention from the whole planet. You know, if we want to do something, we're going to have to, get to that level of attention.
Oh, don't get me started on that whole subject, YouTubers. My God.
Well, no, but that's true, and it's very hard to get these influencers on your side. But to be fair, I mean, PewDiePie did help us with the Stop Acta too. I mean, he made two broadcasts about it, and I think he pretty much. We're talking about millions of signatures. I think he did like 10% at least on his own of these signatures.
Yeah, but did you give him uh, the challenge?
No, we just messaged him to say something about it. Article 13.
No, I mean the match between me and PewDiePie where I kick his ass.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh, yeah, no, I'll send it to him.
yeah, just tell him.
Anyway, like I said, I'm not part of the collective anymore. I'm stepped over to more like journalism. From hacktivism to journalism.
Well, you
I'm
got a
still
press
in-
card now, right?
Well, I requested it, but it's still in the way of being processed.
Well, you're on the Anonymous Bites Back live right now, so you're still
But-
part of the collective in that sense.
Yeah, okay, but anyway, that doesn't mean that I am not with you because, like I said, and that's also for others listening in. If you need a platform to publish something, be my guest. Send me the stuff and I will publish it for you.
Name the website again and how people can reach you.
Website, Discord, we have all kinds of platforms. Twitter, we are all on. Let me think. I think also Telegram.
And the name is localleaks.org.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's what
But-
we needed.
Some think that we are not with you, but we are. We are still activists. We are still there to get the truth out there, like many Anons want to.
Yeah, of course. Don't you know that like I'm part of like everything on the internet? I'm anonymous. Don't you understand? That's the whole thing. Local leaks might even have some of our people in there. The whole point of being anonymous is not calling yourself anonymous. Like
Nope.
you're not very anonymous if you go around saying I'm anonymous. Then everybody's going to focus on you. Then you have to really
like I
be
said,
anonymous.
I was in the collective, active in the collective for a long time. Mark knows me from back that days, right, Mark?
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
Local Leaks has also been active for a long time, and you guys worked with the Commander X. Yeah, I mean, I know that, but many of these people are moving on. Many people are moving on.
That's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
whole point. That like this is just a joke right here. Like calling yourself anonymous and having Guy Fawkes. Like I'm joking, people. Come on, you're supposed to be everywhere, like infiltrating stuff and really being anonymous.
And that's also what we need. People within, not just people with hacker skills and everything. Okay, they are important, but also insiders, like inside the government, inside the police stations, inside mayor office, right?
Yeah, and that's the whole point. And that's what we're talking out to people. So, come to us. We're going to build a stronghold and we're going to help protect you from these bastards. Help us inform on them, help us put them away. At the end of the
Exactly.
day, yeah, this is about all of us.
I mean, that's the best tactic to approach this kind of problems, by having insiders giving us information so we can work with that, right?
Yep. And of course, to get more people infiltrating stuff. So, get jobs, people.
Well, not that easy nowadays, but yeah.
Well, it's going to come back, but yeah, like you say, a lot of people got laid off. I think they're going to go full automation on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but if that's a good thing, I don't think so.
No, of course not. If you're not the one in control of the automation, that's kind of the whole point. You know, they're going
But
to they're going
automation,
to make people into consumers, fully on consumers instead. So they just, they run the factories with automation, and then they just feed consumers. It's like a very strange machine that doesn't have any purpose at all, but still.
mostly automation means unemployment, right?
Pretty much. So at the end of the day, what are they going to use you for if they don't use you for, work? Then you're just in the way. You're pretty much just a useless consumer then.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I think you understand where I'm going with it.
I mean, yeah. I do have work. No, right now I'm home sick because I have back issues. But yeah, um, I wouldn't want to sit at home doing nothing. It's boring.
Yeah, but like a lot of people have been for the last 14 months plus, so.
Yeah, and I can't imagine how they keep up with it.
Or, how, economies keep up with it. Something strange is going on here. Something,
Yeah.
yeah, something we're not being told.
Yeah, I mean, if so many people are unemployed, how the economy keeps up, you know?
Well, it seems to be doing fine by any measure.
Yeah, it doesn't
I
make
don't-
sense. It doesn't make sense. Like everybody's like on COVID welfare and stuff. All these businesses.
Yeah,
Doesn't make sense.
something doesn't add up here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
But it has to reach some critical point that it can sustain like this, right? The economy.
I think the money isn't actually being made by us anymore. It's just a few big businesses that actually make their money. That actually are producing somewhere else, and we are like becoming irrelevant, I guess. But
Yes.
I'm not sure yet how it is. I do know some companies benefit from it, like Domino's Pizza and stuff. I saw them go up because everyone orders stuff now. I guess, but during lockdown they order at these food delivery companies. So those people are going up. And Amazon
Yeah.
is going up, for example.
But those are just a few, and the rest is all suffering.
Yeah,
Ah.
but that's how the model works. It's like yeah, insect intelligence. It's like just work, 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 and the rest is just consequences, and it all like folds into a system. And that's how they want it to work for some reason.
Yeah, but it's just like, for example, the harbor in Rotterdam, which is the largest harbor in Europe. Like, we still think that it like lives on our little packages that we send to each other, but really, these are just Amazon packages coming in, like AliExpress packages, Alibaba packages from China, right? That's what they live on. It's like thousands of packages a day.
And most of the harbor in Rotterdam is automated, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's also true.
Yeah, so this is like somebody warned us years and years ago that communist China would take over the planet, and we laughed at them. Uh, Communist China is taking over the planet. I would now deem this planet China, and
Oh,
all their
I
systems
don't doubt
are
that.
following. All their systems of like compliant communist, whatever comes along with it. Even now to the point where we're automating stuff and still keeping people just like, yeah, some communist citizens, whatever.
Well,
And
they call it their socialism, but is there really a big difference between socialism and communism?
yeah, communism is what China has. It's not socialism. That's more
That
like
they call it
stagnation.
socialism, but I think it's the same.
But it's a very perverted version of any socialist. And it's not very social to have like a state hammer like forcing everybody to work in communion. That's not a real communion.
No, they don't even have a multiple party system. Right? It's just one party, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a communist party.
Yeah, exactly.
What more would you need? It's everything in one. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has very little to do with socialism or Marxism or any yeah.
But not that Russia is better.
Russia is an old man drunk on vodka.
I mean, no, I mean, Putin doesn't allow any opposition either. So they are not
But
better.
he rides beers. Haven't you seen the memes? So what can I say about Russia? It's like some crazy old dance, like some. Well, they're just crazy, man. You can.
I really had a big laugh about that meme from the Russian vaccine. It had no side effects, and you see Putin with tits. I really had a big laugh about that one. Didn't you see that one?
No, I missed that one, but that's pretty much the game in Russia. If you survive with like an extra leg or something, it's all cool. We're still Russians. Like, yeah, they're a different breed of people as such.
Yeah,
But they're not the big problem. They're always the guy getting blamed for everything because they're in the middle of everything. They don't really do all that much crap. They
Well,
did, but yeah.
you can put it this way: like a car runs on gasoline, they run on vodka, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's all about like keeping the old boys happy. But yeah, at the end of the day, the big machine is still China and the whole Asia operation, and of
Yeah,
course America. But that's just like a part of fucking China now.
I see the danger there because not just what they're doing with the economy, but also the loans that they give to, for example, Africa and other countries.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They bought up half of Africa and like Latin America and America. America is totally dependent on China. If China stopped producing tomorrow, America would fucking die.
Of course.
Yep.
So,
I
yeah.
think I think also a big part of American state debt is bought by China, right?
Yeah.
It's on the market, so yeah, they buy up most of everything now.
But China will also be hurt if the US doesn't buy anything anymore. It's a huge consumer market. But they are growing with the local market, though. I mean, that's, yeah, more and more sold in
But
China.
now they're up to even more bullshit because China is launching its own national cryptocurrency. Mark my words, it's coming soon.
But they're also building that whole new Silk Road thing. Like, they're already like way on their way. Like, they're building like a train through Russia into Europe. pretty much.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah.
And
But yeah, they pretty much supply the whole planet already.
and
Yeah,
they also are already in the race for Mars, right? China.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell they want to do on Mars though, but yeah.
Well, this the Silk Road train stuff that's going to like destroy the car production in Germany, etc. Because they can put cheap Chinese cars on the market. Like now it has to be done with like these containers and stuff, and the shipping cost is expensive, and it takes a long while before it gets there. But then you have like literally like a 5 or 6 days delivery on cars.
Yeah, and you can bet your ass that's going to be a bullet train and not a regular train.
Yeah, then you're talking about maybe about 2 or 3 days delivery, right?
Yeah. Boom.
So no one can beat that.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
better than waiting for some products that you, for example, order on AliExpress.
When
You
it
have to
comes
wait
to-
months for it, right?
when it
Yeah,
comes to
but you-
operations of this proportion in the business context, it doesn't make any sense to try to fight this thing. You join something that big. You don't fight them, you join them. You know that's why that.
you attempt to profit from it. That's the only way you can survive it.
Yeah.
So you make sure you set up the retails and stuff for that. You set up the stores already selling those products, and you take the market, the retail market, because that's where the real profit is being made.
That's what the saying goes, right? If you can beat them, join them.
Yeah, they're trying it. I mean, you see it on eBay with sellers. They're selling directly from Alibaba, or you see it in Amazon too already. But in the Netherlands, bol.com has it too already. There are Alibaba sellers on there.
Yeah,
AliExpress
but
sellers.
just look at Wish and Facebook. You can
Yeah.
bet your ass that's the same fucking factories supplying those people too.
Yep.
By the
Yeah.
way, local leagues, if you there's a tip at AliExpress. You just choose Ali standard shipping. Has a deal with PostNL. It delivers within 7 days. Just saying.
Well, yeah, I ordered something a long time ago, and I had to wait really months for it. So that was kind of a nuisance.
Yeah, some of these assholes they ship it with like rookie super saver shipping. It takes like 5 weeks or something.
Oh my God! I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and I thought like, it doesn't come anymore. And then
Yeah, well-
suddenly,
I get everything within like top 2 weeks. You know, 2 weeks is the longest waiting period.
Yeah, I buy computer hardware there, like CPUs and stuff. They're just original CPUs, but they're just used CPUs and stuff. But they have like 10,000 on stock. Like
Yeah, they have refurbish operations bigger than you can imagine,
Yeah.
where they just clean up old fucking CPUs and GPUs and
the scale
Yeah.
is the scale of that is so large that can't even exist in anything in Europe. It's impossible.
yeah, but that's where all the e-waste is going, all the electronic bullshit, gets shipped in containers to fucking China.
yep.
Yeah.
And of course, all scrap metal goes to China.
Yeah, you go right back into the factories, and those little, they're good workers. I have to give them that. They don't sleep.
Yeah, so I had this example. You have these MacBook Pro, I think a MacBook Pro 5 or something, had like a standard processor in it, but you could actually upgrade it to like a Xeon processor with X5690, which is a super popular CPU in our country, because they all want to upgrade it to the max before they buy a new one. So, but it's expensive in our country. But I look at AliExpress and I see they have 150,000 on stock. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's why it's expensive for us, because they have everything.
And that's why I call it a machine, because in the marketing context, in the capitalist context, they can crush any market. Any market.
So you're using a Mac 2, Mark.
I know I don't use any Apple stuff. I just know what is on the I just know what's on the market. I don't use any
Oh,
Apple stuff.
spoken like a true old school nerdy. Well, like the only problem with the Apple stuff really is the price.
Yeah, for me too. I mean, it's just too expensive.
Yeah.
Well,
Stupid.
I switched over to Mac like 8 or 9 years ago. I think my computer is now 8 years old, so I have to get a new one eventually. But yeah, it is expensive, but yeah, it is good.
Yeah, of course, it's great stuff, but it's just super expensive. I just buy the normal PC. I can just upgrade whatever I want. I buy this cheap stuff. I buy like a second PC if I need it. It's just a lot cheaper than a MacBook.
And of course, I'm really positive about the operating system because it's Linux based, not Windows based. Because yeah, I'm not really that positive about Windows systems, and the OS X is based on Linux and it runs so smoothly and so stable, right?
Yeah, I run Linux for as long as I can remember. Yeah. I run a Debian-based operating system. I have my mom even runs Ubuntu, so yeah.
Well, let me say,
She called me for
I took a break from the whole computer thing for a while, but when I was doing that stuff, I didn't really care because I was like reinstalling and crashing and like burning up stuff and back and forth all the time. So like that 5 minutes with Windows or Linux, like that wouldn't fucking matter. Like I'm always trying to get the machine to do stuff it's not supposed to, but yeah.
Well, for example, this computer that I have now, it's from 2013, so I think 8 years old, right? If I can't right.
That is like 80 in human years.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
An old computer.
It's really old, but imagine it's on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I didn't reset it for 2 weeks, and it still runs smoothly.
Yeah. Actually, I think I have a working computer from like 2001.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's classic. That was what was that for kind of computer? It's like a Pentium 3, I think.
Yeah, like 486 or like that kind of.
From 2001.
2001, I think there was already the Pentiums, right?
Yeah, I think in 1997 was like a Pentium 200.
Yeah, I can remember those 468s and everything. I can remember them. I even had a 8080.
Yeah, 8080. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's early 90s. I had that kind of stuff too. I had a 486 with 80 megahertz and 2 MB RAMs.
Yeah, and you could upgrade the clock, right? You could.
No, I had 4 MB RAMs. Yeah, you could upgrade it. You had a turbo button on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the good old days.
Yeah.
And 14K4 and the 28K modems.
Yeah.
No, that's before my time. I had a 56K modem. I remember the sounds of it.
I remember the 20, like, the real fucking slow.
You're a little older than me, Tar, so I don't know.
Well, when I started I started with a 300 bouts modem. So yeah, that's really old school.
So how old are you, by the way?
Do you really want to know?
I'm gonna guess 48.
No, a little younger. 44.
Okay. So I'm 42, so we're close.
Yeah, I can remember the first computer that I had. I was Commodore 64.
Oh,
yeah.
actually the same stuff then. Okay. I played on a Commodore at my cousin. Yeah, my cousin was a year older. We played on a Commodore all the time there. Yeah.
Yeah, Commodore and 128 and like all that. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we had a 64, but we had it upgraded to 128. You had like a little switch on top, and you could switch it from 64 to 128.
And like a tape thingy, like playing the program into the computer, like that's all.
Oh yeah, the music cassettes. Oh my god.
Yeah, strange.
Yeah, well, what makes a Commodore 64 special is because it actually allowed you to program games in BASIC on it. So that's something that later consoles, like the Nintendo stuff, they didn't allow you to do that. So for like a Commodore, even right now, is would be worth it to get and just make like your own games.
I actually I made like some simple game where it's basically just like a line going back and forth and a line shooting at it.
Oh my god!
I had a Space Invaders game. I made myself to. I was like 10 years old or something.
My favorite game was Boulder Dash.
Yeah, Boulder Dash. Yeah, Boulder Dash.
Oh, I really loved that game. I was really addicted to it.
Yeah, I can't stand gaming now. It's like it's the worst thing I can think of.
I hardly game, you know, and I am on Twitch, and sometimes I watch streams of people, you know, gaming, and I'm like, what's the use? You know, why are people wasting their time with games?
Yeah, I've watched that long myself just to ask myself that question, like, what the hell? Are you actually streaming yourself, like, crappily playing a game? Like, and people really watch it. They have like 500 people watching. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was wondering the same. Like, what the fuck?
Guys, we're getting old. We don't understand what these kids want. That's the problem.
Yeah.
With some kids, I guess.
Like I said, I'm 44, so born in '77. There was a whole different time.
Yeah, so my brother is born in '77 too.
Good year.
But yeah, Mark, you're getting older, aren't you? Like 1 year every year.
1 year every year. Aren't we all? Let's just say I'm
going like you're 37, right?
Okay, well that's close enough. Let's keep it like that.
Okay.
They're asking in the chat now too. Like I'm not going to say it.
Go on, like the only persons that don't know who we are by now are the people that should know.
I
who
know.
we are.
I know. It's actually our friends are the only ones who don't know who we are. Right? Every fat knows it already.
Well, I've been to the Mini Musk March a few times. Mark knows it, so people see my face. So it's not really a big secret anymore, right?
No, I hang around there too. Like it's easy recognizable. Like yeah, and my voice too is not speaking, and people like showing up. Like I see myself live on ABB. This is why they walk to me, right? So they know who I am. Like you can watch the ABB thing on your phone or whatever, and you can just see from what direction someone is filming you, right? So
yeah, but like I sort of mentioned that to you, but like yeah, but never mind.
I bluff all the time. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I am planning to come this year again, but this time not as a Guy Fawkes mask wearing guy, but more a photograph wearing guy. You know, like a photo camera wearing guy.
Oh yeah.
So I'm coming as press, not as activist anymore.
I've got a good video camera too. I'm going to make some good footage. But I want to travel to the different anti-lockdown protests too and make some footage. We could actually meet up about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but like we should be on the streets right now. in my opinion.
Well, we should assemble a team like for that, and I want to be on that too. That we just travel to these anti-lockdown protests and stuff, and we make like a good record of it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Maybe we can talk about that one time off stream.
Yeah.
Just coordinate it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually the problem with me is at work. So during the week, it's difficult for me to go anywhere, to visit the protest march. But in the weekends, it's no problem. I have my own car, so I'm flexible. I'm right there really fast,
And another thing, we should hook up with more of the people who are actually doing it already, and get the RTMP running, and get everything streamed to our channels too, and show people these protests all over, Everybody in.
That's why actually, like I said, I stopped with the whole anonymous thing and went over to local leagues just to report everything that's going on, because after so many years being active as an anon, you get kind of tired of it, right? I mean, I've done my share in anonymous. I'm not gonna say specific things, of course, but yeah, Mark knows it as well. I did my share, and maybe it's now up to others to take it over, but for the good reasons, right?
Well, the whole anonymous thing is just like a hub of the, people who are not only interested about doing activism, projects, stuff like that. It's just a way of getting in touch with, all these projects. So, you're just as much in as you're out. That's what
we're... Yeah, well, it's like with the hacker culture, you're out, but you're never fully out, right?
Yeah, because it was such a loose affiliation anyway. It's just a place where we, gather people who are into, these same topics. Just look at the wide variety of stuff they want to talk about. It's not just one thing, or it's they're all over the place, and that's kind of the whole meaning of this anonymous community. It's like an activist community. It's like people who want to make a change, and it's a way to get in touch.
Some really interesting people in all those years that I was active. X, for example, Mark, for example, also Derek. What was his name again? Nightsack. Remember him?
Yeah.
A lot of other people, and it was. I had my blast. I really had my blast there.
Yeah, but here is there and everywhere. That's like I said, just a hub. The real anonymous people are up and away everywhere. Of course, not calling themselves anonymous. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, the thing is, like I said, you're maybe out, but not fully out. Nobody's fully out.
Yeah, they first understand what they're into. They, they're in for life. That's the whole point.
Yep.
Guys, we have to let's continue this conversation later today.
Okay.
Are you getting tired?
Yeah, I'm totally wasted right now. It's like we did 5 hours and 50 minutes.
I can go for another 8 or 10.
I know you can. We did it before, but it's like...
I'm not even tired yet.
So you guys want to go on air later then? Like... in a few hours, or
Yeah, we can do that. Keep the discussion up. And where did we actually stream to this time? We need to include more locations, dude.
yeah, we should.
Yeah. Make sure we got people, and then check comments and see if anybody wants to get involved and stuff like that. But yeah, we're on Discord, and come on over.
Oh yeah.
Discord, YouTube, like, because I'm watching the YouTube stream now. So yeah, people, I am reading the chat, but sometimes I can't comment because so many things at the same time. But
And
yeah,
of course,
I'm
we're on Twitter and Facebook, all over Facebook. You could just message almost anything called anonymous. But yeah, anonymous bites back. Anonymous, live, off grid, public access, anon ops, anon million mask march. Yeah, and all those,
Yeah, pretty much everywhere. You can easily find it.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, so
I mean,
guys, sharing is
some people-
caring. If you like this episode, please share it around. Go ahead, Tad. You have something you want to say?
Oh yeah, like I said, some people ask like, how can I join Anonymous? First, you can't join Anonymous. You just, yeah, it's a difficult story. But yeah, if you want to find us, you just need a search engine and you can find us. We are everywhere, right?
Just avoid anything called official and all that stuff. That is like,
Yeah, or central.
yeah,
Yeah.
central or anything with a copyright.
If it has too many views or likes, it's probably not us. We're the smaller ones because we're the real ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know who I was referring to, right, Mark?
Yeah, I can just say it. Fucking Euronon Central.
Yep, exactly.
But we can say that stuff. I mean, they're not good to do anything. Like, it's just the truth. Like,
They're pretty much some automated operation anyway. They're not,
Well, the whole
Independent.
concept of your Anon Central goes against the decentralized idea of Anonymous, right?
but they know that because they first had official in the name. So I messaged them too about it. I said, like, take the official out of your account, and they did eventually. But I mean, the central thing is also not a good thing. But yeah, it's their choice to do it. I mean, you can't stop them or anything. But
No, but
Yeah.
just
These
it
these
goes
people
against
are
the idea.
connected. These people are connected to some kind of operation. It's not normal to have that many likes and be like that, like officially centered, showing up at the top of the search bar. And I'm not buying this. They're not normal people. They're connected to some kind of media operation.
I do think too, because, like I said, it goes against the whole principle of the decentralized idea behind Anonymous. There is no one spokesperson of Anonymous.
What everybody wants to be the spokesperson. Like we had that issue a lot. So that everybody wants to be like the official spokesperson for whatever. It's just like a disease in humans. So, yeah. But I'm talking about the size of the operation. We're talking millions and millions, and we're not in it. It's
Nope.
not us. So who the fuck is it?
okay, so
That's the
Navigator Ann says there are many anonymous groups on Facebook. Can't tell which one is real or not. Yeah, or you can just make your own one. I mean, yeah, it's as real as it gets.
Well, like I said, basically there is no fake Anon because everybody can be anonymous, right?
Just make
Yeah,
your own
just-
one if you believe in something and build it.
Yeah. Make your own.
If like an operation is like, if it catches, like if people like it, people are going to join you with it, and otherwise, yeah, the operation kind of sucks, I guess.
And that's
That's
also
the
the
bottom
beauty
line.
of. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was finished.
Oh, that's also the beauty about Anonymous. You can join an operation or not. That's entirely up to yourself, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and just when you mentioned that video against like Elon Musk again, I mean that Facebook page has 11 million followers, and your non-center with 6 million followers spreads it too. But I mean, there is still like all these other non saying like, yeah, we don't have anything to do with this, right? So it doesn't even matter how much support you have, you will get the critic anyway. Like they have what is it? 11 plus 6 is 17 million supporters they have, right? Still, all the other anons say like, no, we don't know anything about this. We don't follow this up. So yeah.
I've never come across a single person who knows that operation.
No, that's what I mean. So.
No, but just want to point out to the people who are thinking about becoming a part of the movement, you don't have to join into a certain operation. It's all up to you yourself if you want to join something or not, right?
Yeah, listen. And if you're really a threat to the establishment and stuff, no one is going to write nice about you. So don't even hope for that stuff. Like, if you want to be praised, you have to write your own praises. They're not going to like be nice about you. Like, if you're not a threat, they're going to be nice to you. They're going to share everything of yours and offer to pay you money, whatever. But if you're a threat to the establishment who owns the media are not going to be nice about you. They're not going to like promote all your videos, like the great Anonymous does this or that. Like, this is not how it works.
Nope.
So, they say like evil anonymous terrorist hackers are threatening us. They must all be arrested. That's what they will say.
If you join something called Anonymous, you have to understand that you're going to be, joining a small group of people who still exist in that sphere, because it's targeted. You're not going to get anywhere in anonymous land as such if you want fame and fortune.
Basically, when you join Anonymous, you become a public enemy.
You're going to be targeted automatically if you use Anonymous and the Guy Fawkes. It's all, tagged by the system. Now branded as unwanted, and it will automatically get throttled by the system.
But on the other side, yeah, we
It's not like you can start a new anonymous page right now and it will, just be a normal page with normal reach until you post something that goes against the establishment. No, just calling it anonymous will make it, throttle right away.
Yep.
You don't even have to post anything on it. Just try inviting people and see how slow it goes.
When you use the name Anonymous, it automatically gets associated with the collective Anonymous, right?
Yeah. And the problem is that, they have a lot more digital clues to go by. So they know who's connected to what and what's being posted from where, and, every IP address and everything connected. And they store all this information. So the next time anything pops up, oh, here we go, same anonymous people again. So we get throttled. The thing is, we need to, move completely out of this. So right now we're just using it to communicate with. It's not really Operation Central as such, because we need external help.
Well, like I said, there are no real leaders, right? But we do have temporarily op leaders, right?
Well, we have operators.
For example, take the whole Steubenville case. I mean, Nightsec was the temporary leader of that operation, right?
Well,
Doesn't mean he's the leader of Anonymous, but for that operation, he was the guy who was orchestrating everything, right?
Well, to a certain degree, but that's kind of how it works in like a workplace. You have to have like a supervisor and stuff like that. That doesn't mean he like ran around the operation. If
No, no,
people
no. But
if
for
people he was talking to wasn't interested in doing what he was saying, of course nothing would have been done. So
but I was just explaining to the people who are new to the whole concept of anonymous how it kind of works. So there is
yeah,
no official leader.
I
There are
understand.
temporary operation people who are in charge of operations, right?
Well, you don't really have to call it in charge. It's very simple. There's operators operating in different sectors of what we're doing.
Yep,
Sometimes you need like a bus driver to drive a bus because you're having a bus in the mix. That kind of stuff.
yep. And the rest is just riding along in the
Yeah.
same direction.
Yeah, not everything has to be illegal either. There are also like these things like Operation Save Winter and stuff to help the homeless. It's not always illegal stuff.
Of course,
Well, the
and
bulk
not
the bulk of operations is not illegal at all. It's about like like you said, feeding homeless people or fighting injustice of some kind.
Yeah.
Helping children or making the world a better place. It's pretty much activism online, and that's the bulk of an art.
yeah, because to take one misconception out of the world, anonymous is not just hackers. We are activists. There are a small group that are hackers, but there is also people who protest in the streets, people who help the homeless, people doing all kinds of stuff, also legal stuff, in the name of anonymous. So to see anonymous only as this hacker group is just a cliche, right?
Yeah, the hacker group is more or less just an illusion that's been created. We're normal people.
Exactly, because like I said, the amount of hackers in Anonymous is not that huge, right? It's more like protesters and activists and people trying to help other people.
Yeah, just like normal citizens who are concerned with you know important stuff.
Exactly. So just to take that out of the world, because yeah, there is this kind of stereotype of what Anonymous is, right?
Yeah, the reason we chose to become anonymous is, of course, because you get targeted by, mainstream media if you don't. What we learned along the way is that with, today's systems and AIs and tagging and everything, being anonymous, type anonymous, calling yourself anonymous, and trying to make a group like that online is no longer viable. It needs to be completely decentralized and hidden. But that creates a problem again how people will find each other. So we use this thing now as kind of like
Recognize each other.
more like a social meetup place where people
Exactly.
understand the basic concept, and they move from there with their own project that they don't tell a server full of kids about. You know?
Exactly. For example, in social media accounts, people put the mask or a drawing of the mask up, so other people recognize that. Hey, I'm interested in the same things as you, right?
Yeah. So let's say I'm trying to build a page following. I automatically smack up a profile that's called something Fox. I have Guy Fawkes mask on the picture, and I start adding people, adding people. The algorithm suddenly matches me not with 30, 40 people like normal profiles would, but 300, 400, 600 people, because everybody is connected in some way to that, Guy Fawkes thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, before you know it, like in a week, I have 5,000 friends and can invite like a ton of people to my page. But the problem is Facebook is starting to get wise to this whole strategy, and we have to, mix it up. But it's still very good for making social connections inside the sphere.
One of my former members of the sect that I was in, GAC sect, he got banned from Facebook many times just for putting up a Guy Fawkes mask.
Yeah.
So yeah, Facebook is getting wiser about this.
That's because Facebook started understanding that, like, we're having some cold conversation, and even though it just seems like some trend, whatever, and pictures, it's the connected thing, and now they're wise to it to the degree that we will be stopped before we start. Anything associated with any of our IP addresses will automatically be shut down.
Yep, that's why I use VPNs.
Yeah, but the problem with the VPN, so the actual provider of the VPN has that data, and that data is not safe from whoever owns it.
No, but it does do the trick with fooling Facebook or any other platform, seeing that, hey, this is the same IP address, let's run him again.
Well, the problem is that Facebook can do a very quick, like, millisecond check if you match the same pattern as you did before. You have to remember that if you're jumping on with, like, your same profile, of course that's going to be the same profile, all the same, everything's going to be matching. Poop, 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 bang, and they find your new, IP.
It's not even a person doing that, it's algorithms.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It takes a millisecond to match you to that thing. So unless you're, like, switching your computer and everything up, that thing is going to find you in a millisecond. You can't hide from the algorithm.
Well, there are tricks of it, but you have to get.
You have to change locations. You have to change computers. Like, if you do it that way, you can keep going for a while.
But also change behavior, so you have to get a little schizophrenic.
Yeah, but that's a problem. That thing will pick up patterns that you don't even realize that you have. Timing and stuff. For a computer, it's just numbers. It's not a problem putting it into the system. But for a human, to see that, to understand that, it's beyond possible. It's too much information. You don't know how many milliseconds you use when you type and stuff like that, but that computer knows your pattern.
Fooling an algorithm, that's tricky, but it is possible, but it's really tricky.
Yeah, with another algorithm, you can do it. With the automated system to make it think that you're some human from somewhere. But you need advanced systems, and you from your regular computer just using an IP changer, that's not going to do it.
Nope. Yeah, you have to use some kind of smart AI then, or what?
Yeah, you have to go into NASA country with that stuff, like way over our head type stuff.
Maybe I have to ask X about it, maybe.
Yeah, this is the expert field we need, like segue to what Mark said. This is exactly the skills we need right here. Top-notch computer skills.
Yep. I know that X was into AI, so I can ask him some more about it.
Yeah, he was coding that AI, definitely. But his other thing went down, right? That whole virtual world thing he made.
Oh, you mean the OS grid?
Yeah, that was great.
Well, get him in and let's talk to the guy.
I'm not sure if he's online, but yeah, he was.
We can. We'll bring him in tonight, or otherwise at his time, the better time. Because it is for him it is now 1 at night. I think he's probably sleeping.
He's an old man, so.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what we need. Old people with lots of stuff in their heads.
Anyway, yeah, he was in OS grid, while so as was I and Steve Line. He was also in the chat today. I'm not sure if he's still in there, but yeah, we were talking about the AI for a while. OS grid, and part of it, you know, I'm fascinated about AI, but on the other side, I'm kind of scared of it, you know. Because if they use it for military, it's getting scary, right?
The AI is just, you know, programmed. So everything is basically to some degree AI in computer land. But you know what this particular algorithm does is yeah, is a bit disturbing because it keeps on mapping people in ways that is quite invasive.
Isn't that in a way learning, right?
Yeah, but that's you know, you can program a computer to do just about anything. And when you're getting to, you know, the whole fine print of actually being able to, you know, put numbers to, you know, the milliseconds and the patterns you use when you type and, you know, when you move around, move your cursor on your screen and stuff like that, you know, like you're getting a smart beast of you know, a human surveyor bot. And at the end of the day, somebody made that thing to control other people. That's the problem. The thing itself is not scary. It's just a bunch of numbers. You know, you can always pull the plug on it. It's not going to take over the world, but the people behind it already took over.
And that's what I mean. I mean with when they're gonna use it for military, and we eventually lose control over it, we have a problem.
We don't have any control over it all at all. What are you talking about? They control it 100%.
No, I mean we as humankind, you know, lose control over it.
That's not possible. You're talking about a row of numbers. A row of numbers doesn't have any sentience. It's not like that. If you program a computer to start shooting people around it, then you have a dangerous computer. You know, if you give it a gun and tell it to shoot everything that moves, that's a dangerous computer. That's the type of thing we're talking about. It's what the program tells it.
Of course.
It will never
lose control.
It will never be sentient. It will never think itself. It will never operate on its own.
No, but if we lose control over shutting it down, then we have a problem.
Yeah, but that's like, then you'll have to make sure it doesn't, you know, get shut down type thing. You'll have to make that before it happens. It won't do that itself. It's not that you have to program in everything it does. That means you have to tell it to be defensive if it wants to be defensive, to defend itself from attacks from the outside or whatever like that, you know. So a very dumb computer programmer would, you know, program the computer to lock him out or her out. That would be a very dumb programming decision.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, I know when people aren't really into programming, it sounds like it's alive at the end of the day, and Terminator might be a reality, but that is fiction. You know, humans will be running it, trust me.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, that's the problem. Humans, you know.
Yeah, that's the element that's also scary, right?
Yeah,
Who ends up in control of that thing, right?
yeah. Like nature makes its own machines, but they're not like all evil. They might be a little dangerous, but like back and forth, they're functional. They're part of a system. Humans make stuff that doesn't really fit into larger systems. It's destructive stuff. So, you know, yeah, we're all.
Cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we should actually end the stream anyway.
Yeah, we should.
It's like I'm I don't even know what we should talk about anymore. But we can go live later today if you guys want. Bring some others
Oh,
into.
sure.
You're in the server now, right? So you can just go on.
Yeah.
Hey, so to listeners, I want to say just please share it around. That's what we depend on. Like we might be the most censored show in anonymous history. Like it's really
You can bet your ass anything I'm involved in now is the most fucking censored. I have no reach whatsoever. I reach like 3 people on the thousands of people page. Like the 260,000 people page average is 3 to 5 people a post.
yeah, you can see how bad it gets censored, right? That's that page,
Yeah,
Billy
yeah.
Mass March page.
Yeah, it's just so fucked up. It's almost like, and I notice my posts are even worse. They go to one person. Like they hate me so bad. It's awful. But
it's
yeah.
sickening.
But yeah, that's the kind of name of the game here. So we have to branch out completely and work via proxy systems and outside help. And
Yeah, we need listeners to help too with this. They all have their own platforms, all have their own accounts and stuff. I mean,
yeah, and that's who I'm talking to. Like I'm trying to get them to jump on whatever. We need to do this, and we need to do this fast and become a real operation.
yeah,
Just look at the monster we're fighting here.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the internal communication within the collective could have some improvements, right? Because sometimes it's kind of hard to coordinate something.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, but we need an anon central.
Oh God.
But, yeah, at least like social central where we can get stuff done. Somewhere we send everybody to communicate, no matter what they're part of as such.
The problem is there's so many platforms and so many different platforms that it's hard to keep track of who is where and what they are saying, right?
I know, but now we have so many systems popping up, the smart AI systems that will help us track down these, chats and people even, and help, coordinate the communication between. So, yeah, we can set up stuff that communicates cross-platform too.
Somebody here is saying something about Rockfin. What is Rockfin?
That's also
Yeah, well, Rockfin censors like half the broadcasters. Like that's not much better. I was in the server today, and there was someone complaining. She wasn't allowed to broadcast on the Rockfin, and on YouTube, she was allowed to broadcast. So that shocked me to such a level. It was actually a guy saying this, but he was talking about another podcaster. And on Rockfin wasn't allowed. On YouTube it was allowed. And I know why it is, because the Rockfin uses as a CDN uses Amazon, and Amazon, yeah, we all know but that is right now They say it's a financial issue still, and if they get bigger and whatever, they will change that. But as long as you're on Amazon, your content is not going to be much better than on YouTube. They will remove it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, all this stuff is controlled by like Viacom and Disney and Fox.
But Rockfin are a few very good podcasters. I mean, Steve is Slow News Days and stuff. The great podcasters are on there. That's true.
Yeah, but it doesn't help us if nobody sees us.
No.
Well, come to Discord, because Discord so far I didn't have any censorship issues.
I lost 2 accounts and like 5 servers, and oh no, they're just as bad. I promise.
Yeah, so Anne in the chat is just really censored. Yeah, like for example, I'm just going to say it. Anonymous Watchman wanted to broadcast on the Rockfin, and he wasn't even allowed because they said like his content was professional enough. Like, but that is something as a platform, like YouTube would never say that.
What the fuck?
Like that, yeah, that sounds strange. I don't know, but they're pretty new. They're like, yeah, amateurs too. But it's kind of funny though. We should get the Watchmen in just for fun.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He's my biggest fan, by the way.
I know, like Thor. I know you're not his best friend, but I mean, like it's bad, right? They can't say that to a guy.
Yeah, no, that shows a level of amateur from their side, if you ask me. Sounds
Well, I
lame.
I know Watchmen from back in the OS Grid days. Had some great laughs with him. Together with Axe and Divine, we were just fooling around with planes and everything, and yeah, we had a great laugh.
I forgot he was like super active on there. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, he was a funny guy and nice to hang out with. I kind of lost contact with him for a bit. I'm not sure if he's still active as an anon, because
Oh, he is. Anonymous Watchman and the whole group. I met him when I was in Florida, and Million Man Mark.
oh yeah, he's based in Florida, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I
kind
know
of
who he is. I know his wife and his family, and I accidentally got into a fight with his daughter on Facebook. So I didn't know it was like I tell everybody to go fuck themselves on Facebook. That's my forte. But anyway,
Oh, you say it to everyone everywhere all the time. To me too.
so now he hates me because I had a fight about like CPS, or I said like the Child Protective Services, even though they've done a lot of crap, they're not all evil straight through, because that was kind of what she was presenting. And I didn't know I was talking to some 13-year-old girl. I thought I was talking to some adult, it's like I blame the parents on this one.
not going there.
No, I'm just kidding, but yeah. Oh, that's long ago. Water under the bridge for my sake.
No, but
That's,
like I said, I was talking with him quite a long time, but I kind of lost touch with him. So
Still on Facebook?
I think he is, but
Yeah, I see him all the time.
Okay, well, okay. So without talking too much about like one person, like I'm not happy with the fact that the person gets refused on a video platform that's supposed to be uncensored and for everyone. That's.
Yeah, like I said, it sounds very strange. It sounds amateurish, like they just started last week or something and want to seem cool or professional, or yeah, and it kind of defeats the whole, where you get normal people uploading stuff. That's the whole success of YouTube. So it's kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
yep.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Well, but yeah, for all means, just be a fag. Rock fag. I coined it, right? Rock fag.
What fact?
Blockfin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, yeah, yeah, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, if we had the resources, we would be building our own platform and let people on. But the whole point of being on is having somebody see you. That's why people want to upload stuff to YouTube because it has millions and millions.
Well, the thing is, if we had our own platform, we would not be more so dependent on other platforms and where we get banned all the time, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have the software, the technology to break through these barriers, punch a hole through the digital wall in ways. Yeah, that I'm not going to outline now in detail, but we can break this. Yeah, that we just need people understanding that that's the way to go. Everybody seems to want the back pedal to some previous BS. I say we can do the same thing they're doing. We can do it better.
Well, maybe not better, but at least less censored.
Well, we can do it better. Trust me, we can do it much better. Well, our incentive is making stuff good, not just making money.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing that I learned in all my years in stuff is I never say I'm the best because there is always somebody better than me. That's just a fact.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Thor is actually right that sites like Twitter or YouTube aren't just made to like be the best site. It's like most of it is built to reduce bandwidth, to make it as cheap as possible to run, and to get as much profit of it as possible. Because they're so big, and if you make like a small change in it that reduces the bandwidth, you save millions and millions of bucks a month. So
Of course,
yeah,
at the end, they are all companies trying to make money, basically, right?
And that would be the difference between us and them. We're trying to give ourselves a voice. I would work free day and night for a project like that, and many other people would too.
Of course, like I said, the website that we took over from X, right? Local leagues. We don't run it for profit. I also work on it quite much, and I don't get paid, and I don't mind to get that I don't get paid for it. It's my
But
blessing.
having something to like live for is much more, payment than some money. You're giving yourself a voice. You're working for a better society. That's a
Exactly.
lot more rewarding than some money.
Exactly. That's why I said also we are non-profit, so we don't make any money out of it. But we just do it for the good cause,
Yeah,
as it should be.
exactly. That's the whole point of this. Like, I never made a buck, but I spent a lot. I spent probably like 3,000 on activism so far on Facebook.
Well,
But
I know
yeah,
that. I know that. For example, the owner of the site, not going to disclose who it is, but pays a lot of money just to keep the website up. Domain and everything, and the servers and everything.
yeah,
And
and that's pretty much the story for all of these like private activist type. They spend their own money out their own pockets to get stuff done.
yeah.
That's why. Yeah, that's why we should be organizing bigger and better, so we don't have to, be that like low budget. We can push it up.
Yeah, I don't pay that much for running the sites, but I know we also have other things like Tyler's paying for Restream, for example. If you calculate everything, we spend a few $100 too a month on just having some websites up and like running like an ABB thing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's weird, but yeah, we don't have
We need to organize better, especially with donations and stuff like that. Make stuff transparent again, and let people see what we're doing, and they will probably donate more.
Donations. We have a donation page on the website, but it is currently offline. It's it says under construction because we had some issues with for example, PayPal.
Oh yeah, the confirmation stuff, and yeah, I've been through that. That's annoying.
There is a cool site called buymeacoffee.com. Yeah, like I've seen in the chat people asking like how can you make money with activism. We have this site called buymeacoffee.com. You can actually like buy your coffee, sending you like a buck or something, and I know some coders do it, and yeah.
Yeah, I know that site.
Yeah, well, but sometimes I think like that there are people saying like, yeah, we're organizing this huge protest and we don't know how to like gather money for it, and we can't really promote it because it's a legal protest.
I have some marketing people on my friends list. I'm going to talk to them a bit about marketing for real.
Well, like I said, let's call him Al, because I always call him Al, right? The owner of the website.
For local leagues.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually Anon LL, but I always call him Al.
Okay.
Just to make it shorter. The problem is he doesn't want to end up as the next Assange, right? So he's really
Secretive.
yeah, he's really careful with personal information, etc. And the issue with PayPal was that they asked for his personal information, and he refused to give it.
Yeah, you shouldn't use PayPal for that kind of stuff. No. Just
Nope.
Yeah,
Now we're looking for alternatives,
This is cryptocurrency land right here. This is where that shit comes in, and we're going to be needing, traceless stuff. Stuff nobody can track in any manner or way.
But yeah, I can understand him because he doesn't want to end up as the next Assange, right? In prison.
Well, we have a series of safe houses around the world, like Mark's sofa. You can stay there, eat out of his fridge if you want.
It's that easy, right? It's that easy.
We got it covered.
Now, okay, so
Yeah.
I can't. People can't come over here, but I mean, our country isn't that safe either. I mean, Dad knows that. I mean,
Yeah,
So,
but when it comes to this, just think about it. We are visible enough to set up safe houses.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I would look at countries
So-
like Iceland or Switzerland, actually.
I
Maybe
know,
Norway.
I know it's plenty.
Exactly, because I think the Netherlands has a lot of extradition treaties, right?
I can house you from Australia, all the way back to Australia. I can house you anywhere on the planet. I have friends in Africa. I have friends in South America. I have friends all over the United States, and of course all over Europe, and Asia. But even deepest Central Africa, I can get you a bunk in Zimbabwe.
I know that something like that existed in America because in one of the books that X wrote, he was actually writing about it, the underground network.
Yeah, this is more or less. Oh, this is just us, our own places, but nobody knows who we are. That's the whole, the positive side of being a nobody.
Exactly. But
Yeah, there's always someone to find to stay, but Yeah, to have it organized like on a large scale is more difficult, but yeah.
Yeah, this is easier to do the way we're doing it now, because we can always ask somebody if they have a bed to share, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Yeah.
just keep it on the low there. We're not going to be, giving people a heads up on that one.
I was fascinated about that whole concept about the underground network that they had, to get people that were wanted by the FBI in America, how to get them out of the country,
Yeah.
And
The
No,
underground railroad.
exactly.
X has always been well connected in those things.
Yeah, that's what what I was referring to. I did read his books, both of them, and I was really fascinated about that part. How he managed to escape out of America.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we keep it, on the low. We just talk to each other about that stuff, of course, person to person, each with a connection to the next one, so they can confirm the next contact. Nobody outside, and then, open opportunities for people
Yeah.
to hunt.
Okay, so we've been around for a while, so we do have some context. But I mean, like, for there's a big difference. Like, X has been in activism like since before we were born, probably. So he has like a network of activists, like even from animal liberations, from food not bombs, all kinds of friends all around the U.S., etc. But for your average new blood anon, it's going to be a different story.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it would not be a bad idea to try to build something like that up here in Europe as well.
Yeah, we need it.
That's what we do. What we do, we already have a network here. It's just a matter of how we use it.
Yeah, and we also need legal support in Europe.
Yep.
Honestly, we need non-lawyers
Well-
in Europe, like a lot.
I'm not a lawyer on paper, but that's pretty much the only thing that's missing. I can defend anyone in any context. I'm good when it comes to law.
Yeah, so then you technically only need a lawyer to like fill in the forms, right, and deliver it. That's pretty much
Yeah,
it.
that's pretty much. But yeah. You need fucking lawyer. I hate fucking lawyers.
Yeah.
But
Well-
yeah, I always defended myself, and I never got punished by the state, so to speak.
I was looking at the navigator's comment. Well, the extradition of Assange, well, that's still a pending case, right?
Stella said today that there was no deadline. So I
Yeah,
don't-
but haven't you heard? We're breaking, or not breaking, but we're walking him out of prison.
oh yeah, if they get him extradited, we have to stop it. He's not going to the USA.
Yeah, what we're doing is we're collecting a bunch of signatures of people who demand his release right now, and of course British citizens inside Britain, so it's actually legal on paper. And then we gather a very large group of people to walk in, just swamp them, not be brutal or anything, just swamp them.
Yeah, you just need an army of activists, and you just I know a little about law too. You just put them under citizen. The people who care, who are like escorting him away, you put them under citizen arrest.
Exactly right. And nobody, that tiny little police station cannot arrest like 500-600 people if they come. They have no chance. They just have to stand down, and that's what we're going to tell them up front, to stand down. and we're taking Assange and we're walking him out.
Yeah, for the UK, you will do a citizen arrest, and when they ask you what the hell you're doing, you're saying, I'm referring to Section 24A of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act of 1984. And you're arresting these people with a citizen arrest, and you're just freeing this guy because they're committing an illegal act. Like,
yeah, but we don't really need to arrest them either. We just need to get them to stand down, and then they will be officially released from their responsibilities for having him incarcerated. But we'll have to deliver this in an official manner. That is what the law requires.
yeah, I mean, if they're involved in the whole process, meaning they're involved in the whole psychological torture. Like, if people even realize what they did to this guy, like, this is like...
Yeah, but we're going to be prosecuting the people that actually put him in there in the first place. But when we're talking just the police physically stopping us from doing that, we're just going to be swamping them. They're going to be notified up front to move, to stand down, and to give us access. Basically just to open the door and let fucking Assange out, and we won't even go inside. Just
basically, it is just wrong that they keep him under arrest without trial for such a long time.
Yeah, this is way beyond. We know what to charge these people with too. We have torture laws, international torture laws. They already broke those. So this is considered an illegal arrest already. But
yeah, because
you have to do this by the book in Britain, or if you fuck up in British law, you might really fuck up. So you have to do it the right way.
Isn't there some law in the UK that there has to be a certain time to be trialed, or you go?
Yeah, that's
out?
what I'm saying. They already broke international treaties on that. This is now considered technically torture, but of the less severe kind, not cigarette torture, but it's still considered torture in the international sense.
Yeah, it is. And they also like they torture him in a very sadistic way, like putting him in a cold prison cell during the winter, not allowing him to have winter clothes, saying like you can pick it up on June 1.
That's another level up. Now I'm talking just the basic consequence of him not getting a trial date and all that stuff. That is technically considered the mildest form of torture. But what you're talking about is actual intended torture. That is a good step up.
Yeah.
That's some. Yeah.
And even his right to a fair trial is being stopped because he was supposed to like write his defense on a laptop, and he asked for a laptop and he got it. But then he got a laptop where the keys were glued to it.
And that one is even a higher one. That is the highest, most problematic one. That is going against human rights, the fundamental human right of being able to defend yourself and all that. They broke the Supreme Court law on that one.
Yeah, that's pretty much like North Korea stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
For everybody who understands law listening now, you just heard what I framed. So we're walking him out.
And since that they put no court date on yet, they try to put this torture on endlessly, right?
Yeah, that's kind of that's the first law and the rule they're breaking, not giving him due process. It's considered torture. Actually.
Yep.
Because he's being kept indefinitely then. It's still the mildest form of torture, according to the UN. But it's
not just torture, but also against any basic human civil right, right?
Yeah, but actually stopping him from due process and his court case and stuff, that's breaking a Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah,
exactly.
So again, everybody understands that everybody that understands the law understands what I'm saying right now, and that is that we have the legal right to remove him from that prison.
Yeah, even if only it is because his physical safety is at risk there.
Yeah, there's so many factors here. Like, you're talking millions and millions in damages here.
Yeah.
And don't forget, he has a family as well.
Yeah.
That he didn't see for how many years now?
It must
Yeah,
be like 8 years now.
we don't give a fuck if it's like 6 million or one person. We're not going to watch this, you know. We've seen people in camps before. This ends.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
Guantanamo shit. What they are doing.
No, exactly, but it might be even worse, right? I mean, you're talking about early 20th century European camps, is what Thor means, I think. Like,
Yeah, and of course the most famous one during the Second World War. I had like a grand uncle who went to a white concentration camp because he was fighting Nazis.
Oh, you mean Birkenau?
yeah, like those camps, right? That is when you saw that kind of stuff happening in Europe. I mean, we're not talking about the US, we're talking about Europe. And the last time it happened was under Hitler's rule.
Yeah.
Like when human rights were like violated like this, to this level.
Yeah, we're not watching this anymore. That's kind of the bottom line now. It ends with this. Yeah, I will lay down my fucking life for it, you know. I like I said, I have blood relation to this stuff.
And the whole thing is, for what they are keeping them? For what are they keeping him? You know, because the bullshit charges about abuse that was dropped. So for what are they keeping him now? On what charges are they keeping Assange now? Right?
Yeah, now they're keeping him just like to torture him, and they broke the international human torture treaty.
Yeah, but
thing.
they have to have any charges against him.
That's
technically he's free now.
Laws containing this is now considered torture under international law. It's not a question. It's not a back and forth thing. I'm just explaining it to you, and we're walking Assange out. Are you with me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if we lose it by law, we have to.
This is so watertight in law terms here. He's obviously a political prisoner, and it's obviously a very shady cooperation between two nations who should not be behaving this way, the United States and the United Kingdom. And you know, I'm shocked as a grown-up.
Well, be honest. United Kingdom and United States, they are bad buddies, right?
Yeah, but this is unprecedented. Just for one person, they chose to break international treaty for one person. They're now guilty under UN law of fucking torture here. This is. But when's the last time you heard that on TV?
Yeah. So it's kidnapping.
Yeah. This is going the wrong way as such. So we have to band together, and now we have to take control. Just like the French did with crazy people during the 1700s. This is a guillotine, but in a nicer way. This.
Yeah, but Duper said so. It's kidnapping. Basically, it is.
Yeah, but it's kidnapping. I'm not making this up, dude. This, you can go and check yourself. This is now considered torture under international law. There is no if or ands or buts about it. We, have this clearly now. But you have to remember that all of these countries sit on the security board of the fucking UN.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to attack themselves. They're not going to force economic sanctions on themselves. That's what I'm saying. It's a rigged game. We need to step up.
Well, isn't the national court?
No, they own. That's what I'm saying. They're in control of it. They broke the laws, and they're like, "Ooh, we broke our own laws." Like, come on, we need to step up. There is no international something that's going to do it for us. Okay, it's us now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Pretty much it.
it
Well, his legal team wants to like wait until there's a decision, and then we will just wait until the and when we lose that, and we know for sure he's going to be acted, we have to get him out. Because if we accept it, everything changes in our own country too.
When the hashtag walk him out starts trending on Twitter, somebody's gonna start sweating, Mark. Trust me.
I'll be watching that, I'll be watching out for that hashtag.
Yeah, you'll have to hashtag it yourself too. Everybody has to help.
No, okay, of course, but because I'm not sure if you follow me on Twitter, but I'm a huge supporter of free Assange, of course, and
I probably follow you on Twitter because my Twitter is 100% automated, and it just like adds people and posts and that's on automation. So
okay,
yeah,
I'm a huge supporter of free Assange, and of course, local is modeled after WikiLeaks.
If it's something I know, it's a production. And this will work. People will latch onto this. But just go with it. Trust me. Hashtag walk him out. We will, of course, make a presentation, explanation, everything connected to it. But we don't even need to make a group to do it. People will. Of course, I'm going to join anyway because I like seeing stuff like that. But this will automatically happen if we put it in, put it in the fire, it will start to burn.
Like I said, WikiLeaks is modeled after WikiLeaks. Not that we want to be the new WikiLeaks, but we kind of took off when they kind of stopped, right? Because recently I noticed WikiLeaks is not that active anymore, right?
I'm not sure. The last time I looked, it was there, at least. I don't know much more than that, but they kind of did their work already. They sparked 1,000 other operations doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, the website is still there, but they are not really posting new stuff, and that's when X told us, like, hey, you want to take over WikiLeaks? It was like, sure,
Yeah, but like I said, I know a lot of other type leak operations on the internet.
Of course,
yeah.
And they're
more than
after,
I can count myself. Like, I'm talking in the hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah, but they're all modeled after WikiLeaks. So I support.
That's the point. That's the whole point of WikiLeaks and getting people to do the same thing.
Yeah, there's a trigger operation. Julian Assange always asked for decentralization, so it was a trigger operation to make that to change journalism, right? To make sure that the whistleblowers get all these outlets to do it. So local leaks is actually the goal of WikiLeaks too, in that sense.
Yeah, and that's why we support locally free Assange that heavily, because for us he's a big role model. He's a big role model in bringing change to journalism, into activism, into transparency, right?
Yeah, but he is also there's also a war declaration against us, right? I mean, he's the canary in the coal mine, and what we said is very true. This guy's being tortured and facing life in prison for being a journalist. If we allow that to happen, that we in all European countries, everything close to there is we're going to lose everything.
Exactly.
So he's the canary. They made a war declaration against us, not against Julian, against all of us.
Exactly, against independent
independent journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah. The voice of the free people, that's not something they want to hear.
No, of course not, because they rather have everything controlled, right? They want to have media outlets that they control, so they can control the media, so they can control the masses.
This is kind of funny because I remember some old thick book called the Bible warning us about this. That's like thousands of years old. But the snake.
You mean the big storybook?
the snake will take over. It's exactly doing that. We were warned. Nobody understood what they were saying. The snake drives.
When you talk about the Bible, I always
don't you see the snake? Don't you see the human who wants power? Don't you see the system it built around itself?
Yep.
It's exactly what they're talking about in the Bible. Exactly.
Yeah, but still, the atheist comes up in me and says,
"Yeah, that's not. Don't you see what's happening around you right now? Don't you see that snake? Don't you understand what that snake is?
I do see it.
Do you understand what the snake is?
What Mark is trying to say.
Do you understand what the snake is?
Hey, so you can find a middle way in this because it doesn't have to be
I'm
religious.
asking a question. I want an answer. Do you understand what that snake symbolizes?
Yeah, corruption, greed, for power.
No, it symbolizes human nature, your instincts. They are like a snake. You are controlled by your instincts, aggression, fear, hunger. That is what.
Oh, you mean that reptilian side of? You mean that reptilian
brain? That is what I'm trying to get across.
Oh, wait a minute.
Do not try to stop this message. The snake is you.
Yeah, we know the message. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So then you better start listening, Ted. Okay? I told you about this. I told you it would come, and now you see it. What are you going to do about it?
What I'm trying to say, when you finally listen, is that I understand what Mark is trying to say, and yeah, it's not just personal against Assange, but it's against the whole free media that they are trying to attack. And indeed, they're trying to make Assange as an example, right, Mark?
Yeah, Assange is an
like
example.
Like he said, canary in the coal mine. That's why I'm saying we're walking him out. We are, because it's an attack on us. But again, I beg that you contemplate this, okay? The snake on top, controlling everything. You were warned about this, okay? And it's in that book, and it's thousands of years old. I don't care how you put that into system, but it's happening now, and that is something you need to relate to.
I have a question about this, though, from you. Because
go ahead.
Do you see this as a prophecy, or do you think that there's certain elites following this agenda?
I see more. I see a progression in the whole system. I see evolution. I see this pattern too.
Now, what I mean is, like, if you look at the Bible, right, you can see it as a prophecy.
Let me answer.
Like a magic.
Let me answer.
Okay.
I saw this myself, okay? I saw this going to happen. I understand how these people came to have this vision. I understand what they're seeing. Its nature, its progression is something around you. The snake is real. The snake is you. You've been that scared. You've been that angry. You know what that thing is. It's the fundamental part that made you up, okay? So just listen. I'm talking science. I'm not talking any fucking Bible. I'm talking science.
Just continue.
Well, Mark, to answer you, I see it as history repeating, because all the time when there are free thinkers, they got put away. So it's always history repeating.
Yeah, but what is happening again? Don't you see what this thing is? It takes over. It takes control.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it can control a whole lot of people. Like
It's-
it's its own entity, like its own self. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying it's a devil or a god or anything of the sort. I'm just pointing it out for you. I don't give a fuck what you call it anymore. I just want to get fucking rid of it.
It's always a different snake. It's always a different government, a different entity
This
trying
thing,
to
this thing is the
gain
same.
power.
This thing is the same, and that's why I was able to warn you before. Don't you hear it? I'm talking through time again. This is what you try to stop every time, and that's why I talk faster than you. Okay? That thing is real. That thing is as real as you. It's part of you. It took control before. It's taking control again. If you don't see it, you're blind now. You're blind.
And that's why we should intervene before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, then you have to understand what you're dealing with. Know your enemy to defeat it. That is the wisdom here. Okay?
Did you just quote Sun Tzu? Sun Tzu?
Yeah. Yeah.
Know your enemy. Yeah, the art of war.
I like the art of war and the whole, like, yeah.
I didn't read the book entirely, but I did read many parts of it.
I think I've been through it a couple of times, but, like, here and there, like, back and forth. It's in chapters, like, in verses, I mean. So, it's like a song.
Well, there are some wisdoms in there.
Yeah, like, he was a very smart guy. Of course, he applied it to war. You know, we can apply it to other things as well. He was tactical, strategic, he was efficient.
Yep.
Thor, you can go on forever with this. Alright?
I can go on for weeks, dude.
We continue this in the evening, guys. Seriously.
Okay.
I'm ending this now. Guys, sharing is caring. We're
Peace
going
out.
over. It's 6 hours now. This is not normal.
This is perfectly normal for me.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock here.
Perfect.
Anonymous PSA, remember to spay and neuter your politicians and lobbyists.
Peace.
Peace out.